Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich in die Arbeit einmeinst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich in die Arbeit einmeinst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich in die Arbeit einmeinst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we take a little bit of time out of our week to watch the real far left, the people pushing every crazy idea in society today. If you want to know who is pushing critical race theory into schools, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who is pushing gender ideology on kids, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who is attacking parental rights in this country, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's trying to bring universal health care to everyone, wants to abolish the police, wants to take away your ability to own a home or any intellectual property or basically anything at all, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. This is the origin point for every crazy idea, and we watch the true believer activists. These are not the useful idiots. When you are watching libs of TikTok, you are seeing the useful idiots. Almost every single thing covered on conservative media by conservative influencers are the useful idiots. This is the only place on the internet where you can sit down and watch the real activists, the people pulling the strings, the people coordinating everything, and see what they have to say. You know, it's funny. I saw a clip today of, does anyone watch Andrew Gold's channel? Now, I've known Andrew for a while. I've known Andrew since before he blew up on YouTube, and I'm so happy for his success because he's so good at what he does. And he was interviewing Peter Boghossian. And Peter Boghossian was talking about how they read academic papers, him and James Lindsay and Helen Pluckrose and all the good academics, they read academic papers, and the academic papers are written by the leftists in the institutions, and then they go into the journals, and then they inform policies. And while Peter Boghossian is not necessarily wrong about that, what people like Peter Boghossian and James Lindsay especially miss out on is they spend all this time reading papers. They don't spend any time at all actually listening to the true believer activists who are the ones out there in the organizations, in the positions of institutional power, going to the events, going to the conferences, going to the trainings. They don't listen to how the left talks to each other when no one else is paying attention. And as much as I'm not going to dismiss the value of looking at academic papers, because I do think there's value in it, as someone who has a PhD, as someone who is in higher education for 10 years in various capacities, here's what I know about academic papers. They're not meant to translate directly into the real world. The things that are written in academic papers are meant to be applied in the real world. Excuse me. And the application of the academic papers in the real world may or may not resemble what the academic papers say. And so if you want to know what the far left is doing, you have to listen to them. You have to pay attention to them. You can't just read an academic paper from, 30, 50, 100 years ago and believe that's a direct translation to what is going on the left today. I'm the only person on the internet that is showing you what is going on in their real world trainings, in their real world events, so that you can hear how the true believer activists are teaching their ideas directly to the next generation of true believer activists, the ones that will join them, the ones that will come after them. How these ideas are taught in the real world is far more reflective of what we will actually see coming down the road. It is far more predictive of what the left is going to do next. And that's why I get so much stuff right when so many of the pundits and so many of the commentators get it wrong. Because I sit here, along with many of you, for hours every single week watching the true believer activists and really listening, not listening to own the libs, not listening for that little clip that I can take out of context to make someone look crazy on the internet. We really listen to them to deconstruct their language. The people who are just reading the academic philosophy, oh, that's not the chat I wanted to show. Sorry, Grandma Nay. Although I am thrilled that you ordered your shirt last night. I appreciate it. The people who read the academic philosophy are looking backwards at what's going on. And what they're looking at may not be relevant to how it's actually being implemented. We look forwards, where the revolution is marching. And this week, we saw the revolution march. We saw the revolution march in a big way. And we're going to be looking into that a little bit. Let me get these super chats. From Rottweiler, Peter Boghossian seems to be starting to catch up, but still way behind. But he isn't actively misdiagnosing the problem like James Lindsay. I don't have any beef with Peter Boghossian other than I do agree with your assessment, Rottweiler. Peter Boghossian is way behind in terms of understanding what's going on. But I think that Peter Boghossian seems like, this is my perception, I've never spoken to the man, but he seems like it's like he means well. He seems like a nice enough person who means well. I just wish he would get a little bit more caught up and a little bit more hinged into reality and a little bit less conservative influencery. I'm making influencery a word now. I wish Peter Boghossian would get less conservative influencer obsessed, because the people that he's communicating with are not going to be helpful if he wants to actually understand what's going on. But that is something he's going to have to figure out on his own. Yeah, I'm basically explaining why we're blackpilled. Yep. Anyway, let's talk about the march towards the revolution, because that is actually relevant to what we're going to be watching tonight. So this week, there was a big hullabaloo on Twitter about this brand new revolutionary communist political party. And the conservatives were all reeing, how dare the communists launch a political party? And don't the communists know that real communism has never been tried? And Jordan Peterson even got into a back and forth with them on Twitter where he was like, mainstream media, why aren't you covering the real communists and pointing out that communism has killed 100 million people, as though that's going to stop the real communists at all. So the Revolutionary Communist of America, which is the new political party that just launched, got 2.3 million views on the tweet announcing the launch of their party. Really think about that. 2.3 million views. Now, the thing of it is, of all of those 2.3 million people that watched that video, that saw this new Communist Party launch, of all the conservative influencers who were reading about it to own the libs, no one actually thought to go back and to watch this group's content. It didn't occur to any of these people to actually go back into their archives and see what this group had been doing leading up to the 2.3 million view launch of the new Revolutionary Communists of America political party. Except for me. I did it. No one else would do it. Fine. I'll do it, because I had actually been tracking this group for a while. I'd been keeping an eye on this group. Was always in my periphery. I've talked about them on multiple occasions. We watched videos of theirs on multiple occasions. I always knew they were going to do something. I didn't know they were going to do this, but I knew they were going to do something. Yeah, we watched them for a while. And so we were the only ones who found out that back in October, this specific group did an event called Marxist School in New York City, where there is explicit video of them stating exactly how they're going to achieve the Marxist revolution. This is not some flowery kind of like we're going to take over, rah, rah, rah. This isn't like the pep rally thing that conservatives would do at CPAC or anything. This is the Revolutionary Communists of America explicitly stating, we're going to set up cells in every organization, in every union, in every college, in every community center. We already have these things set up. We have organizing centers in 30 states, and we are going to form a revolt against the federal government and raise a red flag of communism over the White House. It is explicit what they're doing. And can they achieve this? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. This group is highly organized. This group has been around since 1992. This group is entirely self-funded. These are not feds, guys. I know I've heard that from a lot of conservatives. Carlin, they're feds. They're obvious feds. They're feds. No. This group for years, for 30 years, has been organizing this. This group is an international organization. This group does not need outside funding from George Soros. They fund themselves from millions of dollars of donations and book sales and merchandise sales and event sales all over the world. This group has an organized presence in over 30 U.S. cities. This group is on college campuses all over the country. This group has flyers that you can find in any major school on any college campus directing people to get involved. This group holds regular events all over the country where hundreds of people will go to Marxist school for an entire weekend to learn how to become involved in their organization. This is not a joke. I've heard from so many conservatives in the last 24 hours, they're lazy. They don't have jobs. They don't know which bathroom to use. They smell bad. They're ugly. They're never going to do anything. Well, they already have. If you think that an organization creates an international presence, if you think that an organization is able to set up an organized presence in 30 U.S. cities, if you think they're organized enough where they can litter materials on every single college campus, if you think they're organized enough where they can hold dozens and dozens and dozens of events all over the country for entire weekends, getting hundreds of people at each of those events, if you think they're doing all that and they're lazy, you need to look in the mirror. And you need to ask yourself what you're projecting. and why you need to convince yourselves that there's no possible way that these people have done things that there is evidence that they're doing. But here we are on the precipice of the real revolution, and the conservative responses, and I swear to God, this is what's been in my feed for the last 24 hours. They don't have jobs. They're feds. They're lazy. They don't have guns. They do have guns. By the way, that's just ridiculous to think they don't. We'll go to war with them. Oh, really? Really? What evidence do I have of that? Because I was at January 6th, and that was a LARP. Thank you for the super chat, Rottweiler. Jordan Peterson is even more infuriating to me than Lindsay. Before he sold his soul to the Daily Wire, he was spot on regarding postmodernism and modern Marxism. Yeah, that's a whole other thing. So we had this week, and we spent basically the entire week covering this new revolutionary communist political party because no one else was doing it. And we happened to hit the gold mine of them announcing their plans publicly on the internet on a video no one else had bothered to watch. But here's the thing. This wasn't the only revolutionary communist political party that launched this past week. Now, normally on Socialism Saturday, I only focus on the United States. I really do make an effort. There's a lot of socialism we could watch from the UK. The UK is totally socialist. There's a lot of socialism that we can watch in Canada because they have an organized presence there too. But I really want to focus in on what's going on in the United States because, no offense, UK or Canada, I don't care about you as much. I'm sorry. And I think once you start integrating those influences into like your thought process, it just gets a little bit confusing. But I'm making an exception tonight. Tonight, we are going to watch a rare video from Canada because the exact same group that launched the Revolutionary Communist Party of America also launched a Revolutionary Communist Party in Canada. The same group in the same week, because they are an international organization, launched a Revolutionary Communist Party in America and launched the exact same thing in Canada. And in the Canadian version, they did a whole launch event. And because these people do everything out in the open and literally all you need to do is listen to them, they put the video on YouTube, on their YouTube channel. And actually, this YouTube channel has some other stuff on it. Check this out. Check this out. I want to watch this week. The Origins of the Family, a Marxist Perspective. I want to watch that. The Philosophy of Revolution. The Real History of the American Revolution, a Marxist analysis. Hello, excuse me. They got all sorts of stuff. What will socialism look like? That's a good thing to watch. Because remember, this is an international organization. So whatever they're doing in the Canadian one, they want to also do in America. Right? So there's a lot of good stuff on this YouTube channel. But for tonight, we're going to focus in on this launch party. And you know what's funny about this? Check this out. Check this out. Does this person look familiar? Does this person look familiar to anyone? I know it's kind of hard to see him. He's not really facing the camera. Does he look familiar? Does the guy on the screen look familiar to anyone? I know, it's hard to see. We just watched him, didn't we? Yeah, he's this guy. This guy that was the one talking about how they're going to overthrow the government was also at the launch party for the Canadian Communist Revolutionary Party. Revolutionary Communist Party. Dyslexia, I guess. Isn't that funny? So we're going to watch this video tonight and we're going to talk about it, guys. And that's what we're going to do because apparently ain't no one else on the internet fucking doing it. So I'll do it. Fine. Please make sure you mount the like button for me if you have not already. Please make sure you are subscribed on whatever channel you're watching on, whether that be YouTube or Rumble or X, the platform formerly known as Twitter. We have a couple orders of business before we get started. Number one, please do make sure you are subscribed to my Substack. That is Carlyn, Karlyn, .substack.com. And you'll notice that there is an article on the Substack that I just put up maybe like an hour ago called 5 Ways You Can Help Build the Grassroots Army to Fight Back. Now, here's the thing, guys. This is something I've known is true for a while, but I've really been resisting this. I've really been trying to find any way out of this that I possibly can, and now it is painfully obvious to me that this is just necessary. The conservative influencers are completely effing all of us over. I know a lot of people don't want to hear this. And I've tried for years to work within their system. I've tried for effing years. But it is now painfully obvious to me that the conservative influencers are completely effing us over. The conservative influencers, because of their fecklessness, because of their willful ignorance, because they're more concerned with brand and clicks and retweets and internet cloud and money, they are completely effing all of us over by lying to their audiences and hiding information that their audiences need. Let me tell you what I mean by that. So when we watched the video of the radical revolutionary communist explicitly saying how he's going to overthrow the federal government, knowing this is a massive organized effort all over the country, I put together a Twitter thread, as I'm prone to do. I put together this Twitter thread. And at the beginning of this Twitter thread is the 3-minute video. All that was required was 3 minutes of energy, in which he specifically says, here is how we are going to overthrow the federal government. Now, this tweet has 100,000 views on it, which is pretty rad. If I'm honest about it, like 100,000 views on anything is like, that's not bad, right? However, if every conservative influencer that I sent this to yesterday had shared this, literally all they had to do was click retweet or even just put a heart on it without retweeting it. If every single one of them had done that, this clip would have millions of views. Millions. And the people that I sent it to are people who complain about the commies all day, every day. The people who follow me, there are massive conservative influencers who follow me. I suspect to steal my stuff and claim it as their own. But as an aside, that I sent this to, the ones complaining about the socialists, these people complain about this all day, every day. But then when presented with direct evidence that they're saying they're overthrowing the government, bro, this is like a literal insurrection. They refuse to share it. They refuse to report on it. So while I am thrilled with the 100,000 views that this thread has gotten, I know how many millions more it could have gotten if the conservative influencers and the conservative media had done their effing job. And we're talking about the biggest names that you guys can think of. They have this clip sitting in their DMs right now. A lot of them follow me, people with millions of followers, and they refuse to share it. So, I've come to the conclusion that if we The people who sit here and watch this stuff every single week, the people who understand what's going on, the people that understand what the language is, if we don't step up and start forcing these feckless, cowardly influencers to share this information by hounding them on Twitter until they do, because all these people care about is effing Twitter, it's not going to happen. And now we've seen this clearly, guys. The influencers are not going to save you. Not only do we need to be responsible for making sure this information gets as many eyeballs on it as possible, we need to be reply guying the shit out of these feckless fucking conservatives until they do their one and only job, which is to tell the truth. The conclusion that I came to this week is that these people are not my primary enemy at the moment, because they're out there saying exactly what they're doing. They're very clear about what they're doing. If you know how to speak their language, it's like what they're doing is not personal towards me. It's they have a different vision of the world than we do, and they're out trying to achieve their vision. The number one enemy that I have at the moment are conservative influencers who are not telling their audiences the truth about what is going on, and they're doing it for money, and they're doing it for branding, and they're doing it for fucking clout. Because when you start sharing the real truth about what's going on, the narrative that these people have been selling to their audiences for years starts to entirely fall apart. And I'm really sorry about that, guys. I know there are a lot of you that looked up to these people. Some of these people were people that I looked up to, but they refuse to tell their audience the truth. And it's not just one thing. This has been going on. I have been trying to get this out for a year and a half. Like different things that are actually really important. And sometimes they show up. Every once in a while they show up. But imagine if we had an army of people that were hounding them every single day in every single reply. Share this, share this, share this, cover this, cover this, cover this. If there is one thing that I know about these people, it is that they only respond to the pressure of fucking Twitter. And that is reality. They read all their replies. If they have enough people in their replies saying, cover this, cover this, cover this, cover this. Why aren't you covering this? This is what this means. If they have enough people in their replies pushing this information, demanding that they show it, then they will. Because all they care about is catering to the audience that's putting money in their pocket. And if they have enough people in their replies, then they will move on this for once. But I can't do that on my own. I need people to help me. And there are other things that I need help with as well. Because I'm one person, guys. I don't have a staff. I'm one person. And I'm happy to coordinate this campaign of grassroots reply guying to these feckless assholes every single day. But I need you guys to show up and participate, okay? This can't just be me. This has to be all of us. Because without numbers, it doesn't matter. So I put this post up on the Substack that gives you guys 5 ways to get involved. And there are 2 ways that are, all of them are really important. But there's like 2 things that I need that are more important than other things. Let me show you what they are. Before you guys are saying I'm doing CE, I don't see you on Twitter. Before you say this, I need you to listen to what I'm saying. Because when and this is no offense, maybe you are doing your part and I just don't know who you are on there. But when I see people say I'm doing my part, what that usually means is you've signed up for a newsletter and aren't really doing anything else. And if that's the role, oh, I blocked you? Oh, okay. So you probably said something to be an asshole, so now I'm putting you in a timeout. Why on earth would someone come into my chat and tell me I blocked them on Twitter? Because if I block them on Twitter, they're not going to do well here either. Like, that's just dumb. So there are 5 things that I need people to do before they complain like CE and then say, I'm doing my part already. No, you're not. No. Number 1, the number 1 thing you guys can do to help, if you can afford it, is to support the work I'm doing. The reality is this, guys. I can't create more time in the day. When you are supporting my work, you are allowing me to dedicate as much time as possible into doing this, into watching videos about the far left, into breaking them down into plain English, into doing investigative and undercover journalism that no one else is doing, into writing articles on the Substack, into working with my community to make sure we're creating cool things to get out there, into coordinating this grassroots effort. I cannot do this without your support. So if you are able to support the work I'm doing and you think that this is as valuable as I think it is, please consider heading over to the Substack, signing up for $8 a month, $80 a year. There are some other funding options you can do as well, including you can give gift subscriptions, you can make one-time gifts on my website, you can buy merch through the Unwoke art store. There's lots of ways you can support the work I'm doing, but please make sure you're doing something if you're financially able to do so. If you are not financially able to do so, I don't want you to feel guilty about that. I just want you to get involved in another way, okay? And we're going to talk about those other ways that you can get involved. But if you can financially support what I'm doing, it's really important, guys, because almost everything I make gets reinvested back into spending all my time doing this. So I really appreciate it. Now, in regards to Twitter, there's a couple things I need everyone to do. Number 1, I need everyone to get their asses onto Twitter. Okay? I don't care if you don't want to. I don't care if you deleted your account. I don't care if you got banned. I don't care if you don't feel like it. And that may sound heartless, but I don't like being a public person. I never wanted to be a public person. Being on the internet has really effed up my life. Doing this stuff all day, every day has been a complete departure from the life plan I had. And I'm willing to do it because I think it's important, and I'm willing to do it because people have begged me to continue doing it. And I know I help so many people. I know because you guys tell me. I get these wonderful testimonials, and I really do appreciate it. But when I hear people say, I don't want to get on Twitter, I don't like it. Well, you know what? I don't want to be on there either. I don't want to be doing this on a Saturday night. I'd rather be out with my husband doing something fun. There are a lot of things I don't want to do in the world. What makes you so special that you can't create an account on a free platform and retweet something every once in a while? Okay? So if you don't have a Twitter account, get a goddamn Twitter account. If you've been banned on Twitter, create a new account. Get back in the saddle. If you deleted your account because you were pissed off about something, reactivate the fucking account. I don't want to hear any excuses about why people can't do this. I think this sucks, but the reality is that the only thing that matters to these influencers is Twitter. The only thing that matters to the media is Twitter. If it is not happening on Twitter, then they don't think it's real. So we have to use the tools that we've been giving, guys. I never wanted to take Twitter seriously. It really pisses me off that I have to. But the fact is that the people that we need to be talking about this to make sure we're reaching as many people as possible are on that goddamn cursed platform, and they're obsessed with it, and they really think if there aren't a million people in their replies telling them to do something, then it's not real. So we have to start making it real. I don't care if you don't have any followers. That's not the point. We all have to be involved, man. Once you are on Twitter, what I need you to do is follow me. I am Dr. Carlin B on Twitter. I am currently shadow banned on Twitter because I called a tranny a tranny. I correctly called a tranny, and that shadow banned me on Twitter. But what that means is that you can't look me up in the search right now. So you have to go to my profile directly. I am Dr. Carlin B. Let me put my link in the chat. Hang on. Copy address. There we go. Follow me on Twitter. I need you to turn on the notifications on Twitter. And I need you to join this Unwoke Army community that is in my bio, okay? If my profile does not look like this, then it is not me. There are a million imposter accounts for me on Twitter from feckless conservatives. Actually, it's the conservatives who harass me more on Twitter than the leftists, but that's another thing for another day. So you have if the profile you find that says it's me doesn't look like this, then it is not me. Okay, so follow me, turn on notifications so you make sure you see all my posts. And then what I need you to do is join this Unwoke Army community that is at the very top of my profile. I have almost 1,000 people in it right now. I have to approve all requests to join, but I do it relatively quickly. If you are a supporter of my work, either via Twitter subscriptions or via the Substack, I can also add you to a private group chat that I have going on Twitter where some of us are coordinating other things in terms of like who are we replying to, what types of things are we saying, what are the leftists saying, what are the feckless conservative influencers saying, etc., 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 etc. So if you want to be involved in the private group chat, you can go to this post and it will tell you how to get involved with the group chat. Bot's really enjoying the group chat. That's also, I'm directly in there, so you're going to get to talk directly with me. But if you don't want to get involved with that, I will be coordinating stuff through this Unwoke Army Twitter community as well. So at least make sure you're in that. That's the most important thing you can do, guys. We are going to be reply guying the shit out of these influencers. And I need a place to coordinate this. And so that's where that's going to happen. Other things you can do is, of course, make sure you're coming to my streams. Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube, Rumble, to my clip channel. You can find the links there. Make sure you're sharing stuff out. Make sure you're doing things like mounting the like button, stuff like that. That helps my stuff get out. You can also sign up to come help out with the Unwoke Wiki project where we are documenting all of this. I've got a couple people involved in it right now. I want to expand that a little bit more. I'm going to be doing a training in regards to how to get involved with the Unwoke Wiki stuff a little bit later this month. So make sure you sign up, send me an email. If you want to be involved with that, I'll send you out more information. And the last thing is that I want to start going out and speaking to different groups, either virtually or physically. I just scheduled this week for 1 month from today. There's a group out in Idaho that's going to bring me out to Idaho to do a presentation about like how to speak socialist, and they're going to videotape it, and there's going to be a podcast, and it's going to be this whole production, and they're bringing me out to do that, which is really, really cool, and I appreciate it. And I think it's going to be great video, and I'm going to be able to do a presentation, talk to a live audience, stuff like that. But I want to start doing more of that stuff, whether it's virtual or whether it's actually flying me out to go to a physical location. If you have a group that you want me to talk to, and it could just be you and your friends, if there's enough friends, like doing a Zoom call or something like that, let me know. There are ways to get in touch with me there. I want to be doing more of that, okay? So all of this is around teaching people the language of the left, making sure they understand it. I am asked all the time, what do we need to do to fight back? People expect me to give them a list of tactics. I'm not going to do that anymore, because the number one thing that people need to do to fight back is to learn the language of the left. They need to learn the language, because so many people think that they understand what the left is doing, but because they've listened to conservative influencers who lie to them rather than listening to the left directly, they don't understand it. And that's not their fault, okay? That's not their fault. It's the fault of the people who misinform them. But we have to help them come to the realization about how much they don't know. And then we have to reteach them what is actually going on. And once people start seeing it, once people start coming to these streams, once people start seeing the clips from the actual leftist trainings, at some point the light bulb goes off and they go, oh shit. The best way I can describe it is this, and people in my chat will back me up on this. When you integrate yourself into these leftist events, and you not integrate, when you immerse yourself in these leftist events and you listen to them over and over and over again, and you listen to their language and you listen to their nuance and you listen to how they speak, at some point, you are going to go out into the real world and you're going to start seeing socialist language all around you. You're going to start hearing your kids' teachers use it. You're going to start seeing it in TV commercials. You're going to start seeing it at your local, community center or whatever. People who don't know how to speak the language of socialists really have no idea how integrated all of these ideas are into everything they touch. But people who come and watch my streams, at some point the light bulb goes off and they start seeing it everywhere and they're like, oh shit. You do not understand how bad the situation is until you learn this language. And I know that's a nebulous concept for people who are new. I really do get it. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. And so we need to teach as many people as possible this language, because once you start seeing it everywhere, then you become inoculated to it. Then once you know what you're dealing with, then you're going to be able to deal with it much more effectively. I am not going to give people tactics if they will not sit down and learn the language. And we quite literally need millions and millions of people to learn this language. We need millions of people to learn this language effing fast. That's what all this is about, guys. We need millions in order to have any chance against these people. We need millions of people to learn this language. We will be able to beat this back if millions of people learn this language. We will not be able to beat this back if that does not happen. Now, that's an overwhelming task, right? That's overwhelming. And this is why I need everyone involved, because we can grow our ranks rather quickly. Esther, I promise you, you don't know as much as you think you do. This is the typical conservative response right here. It's been this way forever. No, it hasn't, Esther. No. You need to unlearn everything you think you know. Stick around a while. We'll teach you. If this is your response to this, guys, you haven't learned the language. I'm sorry. This is a gray one. You need to do some listening as well. I've noticed this about you lately, because the revolutionary communist guys are not the ones you think they are. Again, this is a time where I need everyone to stop talking and to start listening. Because if you refuse to do it, if you want to get your fifis all in a bunch that I told you no, they're going to win. And you know what, guys? Most of you are going to be far more hurt than I am. I hate to be this brass tacks about it. These people win. They are going to fuck up the lives of your children. They are taking your children with them. I don't have kids. They might screw up the end of my life, but, maybe not as well. Many of you do. And if you don't want your kids sucked into this, if you want to protect them from this, then you need to stop talking. You need to stop the owning the libs bullshit. You need to stop the debunking. You need to unlearn everything that all of those bullshit conservative influencers have taught you, and you need to learn what their language actually means. And if you think you know everything, I promise you, you don't. I promise you, you have no idea. Because I know the reactions of people in my chat, once they get over this obstacle of believing they already know what's going on and they actually figure it out, they know the difference. Beth said, I made that mistake for a long time, but listening to Carlin and watching the evidence, I know better now. That's exactly right. Exactly right. So guys, if you want to help out and you want to get involved, head over here. Elena just signed up for her first Twitter account at 47 years old. Congratulations, Elena. Oh, that wasn't the right link. Hang on. Not wrong link. Well, you can follow me on Twitter too, but that's the link I need people to go to on the Substack. And just go through the list, do the Twitter stuff, support my work if you can, get involved in whatever other way you want to. But this doesn't work if people don't show up. We've got to start getting the language out to more people. Okay? I can't do this alone. We've all got to work together here. Let's see. Another way you can support the work I'm doing. That's my biggest rant of the night, guys, I promise. But I do want to let people know that last night I did launch the new Unwoke Wiki shirt in the Unwoke Art Store. Every single month we do a new Unwoke Wiki design with the Plague Doctor, the badass Plague Doctor. This is only available for 1 month, and it is 25% off for the first week of launch. So if you want to support the Unwoke Wiki project financially and get yourself a cool piece of merch, it's got the Plague Doctor on the front, and then on the back it says the socialist revolution is real, the Unwoke Wiki website. You can head over to unwokeart.com and pick up your merch there for that right now. This will only be available for 1 month, and then we'll be switching out to a new Plague Doctor, and lots of other merch on there as well if you want to pick that up as well. Let's see, what else do I need to talk about? Oh, the rules. Now we're going to move into our presentation. I've been talking long enough, but there are some rules before we get started. So, who is new here for Socialism Saturday? Is anyone new? If you are new, you may find me intimidating. I promise. I am like the Bobby Knight of teaching people about the far left. A lot of you might hate me. You might hate my tone. You might get yelled at every once in a while. But I promise you, if I'm yelling at you, it's because I want you to learn. And you will learn more from me than you will learn from anyone else on the damn internet. So if you are new, try not to be too intimidated. I don't know you personally. None of this is personal. But if you're going to be here, there are some guidelines that I need you to follow. You need to treat Socialism Saturday like a class. This is a class that you have come into as a student. I am the teacher of this class. There are TAs in this class who are people who've been watching me a long ass time and understand this. Many of them are mods in my chat. They might not all be mods, but many of them are. But I am the teacher of this class. The buck stops with me. I am the one at the front of the room, okay? If you don't like what I'm teaching, you don't need to be here. If you don't like my tone, you don't need to be here. But I do have a very specific way that I teach. And if you're going to be here, you're going to follow my rules. Number 1. Socialists speak in a coded language. Part of the reason we do Socialism Saturday is to learn the language of socialist. Socialist sounds like English, but it's not English. They use the same vocabulary as us. They do not use the same dictionary. I will be stopping periodically throughout the presentation to break stuff down to explain to you what they are actually saying. But you have to keep in mind that we are quite literally learning a new language here. And so that just takes time. There is no shortcut. And we are doing an immersive language experience. It's like if you wanted to learn French and I picked you up and I put you in the middle of Paris, you might not understand the language at first, but you will after a while. Number 2, This is the hardest rule for most people to follow. Our purpose here is to understand them. It is not to debunk them. Because if debunking them was all that was required, we would already be winning. Okay? I know this is hard, but if you're just here to own the libs, you are not going to be able to learn what I'm teaching you. Every ounce of energy you put into debunking the socialist is an ounce of energy that you could have dedicated to learning to understand them. Just because you learn to understand them doesn't mean you have to agree with them, okay? But the debunking is distracting. It distracts everyone in the chat, and it distracts you from actually listening to what is going on. So resist the urge to debunk them. I promise you, they don't care what your definitions of terms are. They don't care. They are the ones winning. They're the ones in the power position. Therefore, we need to understand them. And if we don't understand them, we will lose. Number 3, if you have questions about things, questions are always welcome, but they better be good faith questions. And I know the difference between a sarcastic question and a good faith question. If you have questions, put them in the chat. I will do my very best to answer them. The chat will do their very best to answer them. But if you are a longtime viewer and you keep asking the same question over and over and over again, at some point I'm going to get pissed off. Because I very literally have to repeat the same things every single day, over and over again. Now, I'm happy to do it when I am teaching new people, okay? But when you've been here for a while and you keep asking me the same question because you're hoping I'm going to give you a different answer, I promise you, I am the most consistent bitch on the internet. My answer is not going to change just because you ask me the same question over and over and over and over and over again. So be prepared if that's the game you want to play, because you're probably not going to like the outcome. Oh, hey, look, we got a socialist. Welcome, 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 welcome. We love it when actual communists come and join us. Are you going to stick around for a while? I'm actually being serious about this. Please stick around and explain your ideology to us. Stick around. Is this Joseph? Is this my new internet boyfriend, the podcast guy? Please, 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 please stick around. The Revolutionary Communist of America says you actually understand a lot of the points the right-wing grifter internet personalities don't get. Well, you are welcome, my friend, to stick around and explain it to us. Aha, not Joseph? Well, like I said, we have socialists who watch Socialism Saturday with us. So please stick around, explain your ideas. If you guys want to come on my show and talk to me and explain your ideas to people, I will host you. We will be nice to you. We're not going to be rude. We want to understand you, okay? But don't think you're going to pull any bullshit gaslighting on us either, because we know you guys always lie. We know you guys gaslight to 19 Ways from Sunday. So we're going to be able to see through that shit. But if you want to have a good faith conversation, we will listen to what you have to say. Anyway, back to this. Normal rules of the chat apply. Number 1, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other members of the chat. I can do whatever. And that includes, by the way, don't insult that communist, okay? Be nice to the communist. The communist took some time out to come and join us. No insulting the communist. But I can do whatever I want because you're in my house. If you are causing problems in my chat, you might get insulted and you can have whatever feelings you want about that. But you're in my house. So don't be a dick and no whining. If I ask you to stop doing something, just stop doing it. That's all I ask. Oh, well, that's just not true, RCA member. We know you're coming for our houses. Do you know how we know that? Because we have you on video saying it. I literally have you guys on video talking about this like 19 Ways from Sunday. So, again, I told you, we're not new at this, bro. We've been doing this for years. But you're welcome to offer any other ideas. You can mock the socialist when he openly and blatantly lies. Yes. Number 5. Don't argue with me. You can try to argue with me, but I promise you it has never actually worked out well for people. And most of the time, the people arguing with me don't know as much as they think they know. So give it a shot, but you might not like the results. All right. We're an hour into the stream. We should probably get started, right? Now, there is one thing about this video. Oh, by the way, I'm drinking a Bernie Sanders beer in honor of Socialism Saturday. The beer I'm going to be drinking is called Bernie's Smitten Mittens, and it is a maple s'mores stout. So we have an official socialist beer, even though the real socialists don't consider Bernie to be a socialist. The real socialists believe that Bernie has betrayed them and capitulated to capitalism. But we're going to drink the beer anyway. It's going to be great. Now, one thing I want to say about this video before we get started, and I promise we are actually going to get started. This is in Canada, okay? What does that mean? At this event, the entire event was in English, but no. Do not ask them this question. Alexis, don't ever ask socialists this question. Because the whole distinction between personal property and private property is fucking bullshit. And every single time, conservatives, Alexis, you really should have listened to me when I tried to explain this to you before, because I feel like I've explained this to you before. I don't give a flying fuck if he begs to differ. I don't give a flying fuck. You are playing right into his hands. He's going to lie. And we know that because we have asked them this question multiple times, and they lie every single time. When socialists say private property, what they mean is your home, your land, your business, your rental properties, your parental rights, your individual liberties, all intellectual property. There's no intellectual property. They want to have universal health care, no private doctors, universal public education, no private schools, no homeschooling, universal food, like they want the government to provide all the food. They want the government to provide all the housing. They want the government to provide all the energy. We already know this. We do not need to set up socialists to give them an opportunity to fucking lie. So no, and I'm sorry. And the reason I'm so angry about this is I have seen so many conservatives talk about this. Carlin, you don't understand because you don't understand that socialists distinguish between personal property and private property. You're not listening to the definition of private property that we have them on video saying over and over and over again, Alexis. Every time you guys buy into this bullshit distinction, you are letting the left win. So stop giving them the opportunity. Stop buying into it. You know what private property means. They are not going to tell you the truth. All right. I have to do some super chats. Beth says, you probably already addressed this, but when are we watching a Crip video? We'll do that this week, Beth. We were going to do it yesterday, but I decided not to because I was over it, to be honest. So we're going to do it this week. Milo says the bourgeoisie rhetoric of conservative influencers will not stop us downtrodden proletariat tubers from carrying out our glorious anti-com revolution. Well, we'll see, Milo. Thank you for the super chat. Bill says, Dr. K, I'm in the merch store now. Found a few Antifa flyers in the city this morning. Got to hit them with socialists are gay and real Marxism stickers. Excellent, Bill. Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, let me just look in the chat. Yeah, this is the problem. Socialists lie by trying to separate the bourgeois from the petit bourgeois when they want to abolish all private property, meaning capitalism. This is really important, guys. This is really important. Stop playing into the hands of them. And then Tayton said, please, can we, maybe, but not right now, Tayton. Thank you, though. All right. What I was going to say about this presentation, it is all in English. However, They also translate everything into French. Okay? So what this presentation is they say something in English and then they say the same thing in French because they're in Canada, and in Quebec, French is the official language. So it's going to be a little annoying, and I want people to know that going into it. I can't control this. It's just how they did the event, but we're going to hear them say something in English, and then we're going to hear a French translation, and it just goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and it's pedantic, and it's annoying, but we're going to listen to it anyway. All right? So let's get this party started.
Le meeting actuel se déroule dans une période critique, importante.
I am old enough to remember a time that when you held a meeting about communism, nobody cared.
Je suis assez vieux pour me rappeler de l'époque où on faisait un meeting sur les idées communistes et tout le monde s'en foutait.
With that in mind, who here was at the first Montreal Marxist Winter School?
Donc, qui ici était à la première école marxiste?
What is that, 3, 4 of us?
See?
C'est 4 personnes.
It's annoying.
And now there's over 600.
Et maintenant, on est plus de 600.
And who would have thought in nice, stable...
Hang on. Yes, I've already talked about the fallacy of personal versus private property. I've already talked about this. I'm not going to talk about it again. And honest to God, guys, I really wish that conservatives would learn this lesson because, again, this is another, and I'm sorry to get pissed off about this specifically, but this is something specific that I've seen conservative influencers fucking pushing, like Logan Lansing. Logan Lansing specifically, Logan Lansing, who just released a book with James Lindsay, and Logan Lansing, who only reads academic philosophy. Logan Lansing was like, Carla doesn't know what she's talking about because she doesn't know the difference between personal property and private property and me. Logan Lansing, who refuses to look at videos of these people, refuses to deal with primary source evidence at all. But this is actually something that conservative influencers who are lying to their audience push, that there's a difference between these two things. The difference doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And the reason it doesn't matter is private property means your house, your land, your business, your rental properties, your parental rights, your individual liberties. So you can say, Carlin, this phone is your personal property. It's not private property. We're not going to take your phone or anything. Okay, fine. I mean, this is $1,000+ phone. So, I don't want you taking that either. But you know what I really don't want you taking? My house, my land, my business, my parental rights if I had kids, and my individual liberties. That is what we care about when we say private property. Any argument about personal property does not impact what the definition of private property is according to the socialists that we have on video 19 ways from Sunday saying all of this.
Boring Canada.
Donc, qui aurait pensé qu'au Canada stable et ennuyeux,
Well, everyone apologizes to each other,
où tout le monde s'excuse tout le temps
and no one does anything bad,
et personne ne fait rien de mal,
hundreds of thousands of people are turning towards communism.
des centaines de milliers de personnes se tournent vers le communisme.
And yes, something fundamental has changed.
Il y a quelque chose de fondamental qui a changé.
And we need to get that through our heads.
Et il faut se rentrer ça dans la tête.
That yes, Canada has been one of the most successful capitalist countries that has ever existed.
Le Canada est et a été un des pays capitalistes qui a eu le plus de succès.
We're America's little brother.
On est le petit frère des États-Unis.
And yes, in the past, Canadian capitalism was quite successful.
Et dans le passé, le capitalisme canadien.
Socialist. Well, I don't mind that you're here, bro. What you need to understand is we spend dozens of hours a week watching you morons. And we watch you when you don't know that we're watching you. We watch your private presentations. We watch your private trainings. I go undercover at your events and record shit that you say when you think that people like me aren't listening. What we know is that we have you on video, and it may not be you specifically, and it may not be your group specifically, because you guys are a different group than the people that we usually track. And so you might be acting in good faith right now, and I respect that. And like I said, you're welcome to be here. But what I'm telling you is that I have multiple far left socialists on video saying they want to take my house, my land, my business, my parental rights if I had kids, and my individual liberties. So it may not be you guys specifically, because you guys specifically seem to reject the postmodernism bullshit, and that's fine. But do I have any expectation that you aren't going to try to take my stuff? No, because you think you're entitled to my stuff. You think that my ideas are our ideas. You think that I'm obligated to give you things that you didn't earn on your own. So while I appreciate you being here and you are more than welcome to stay, and I'm serious about that, don't bullshit a bullshitter. We watch you guys all the time. You know we know more than the average bear. So we will call you out if you try to gaslight us.
Canadien avait du succès,
and was able to bring society forward.
était capable d'amener la société de l'avant.
And because of this, for an entire period,
Et à cause de ça, pendant toute une période,
the ruling class was able to grant concessions to the workers.
la classe dirigeante pouvait faire des concessions aux travailleurs.
People were middle class. Nobody was working class.
Les gens étaient de la classe moyenne et pas de la classe ouvrière.
And they essentially were able to buy class peace
Et ils ont
for an entire era.
pu acheter la paix des classes pendant toute une ère.
And therefore, it's not surprising that communists have not fared very well in Canada
Donc c'est pas surprenant que les communistes n'ont pas eu beaucoup de chance au Canada
and have been relegated to tiny groups on the margins of society.
et ont été relégués à être des petits groupes en marge.
Even recently, as the world was going to hell,
Et même récemment, alors que le monde s'engouffre dans l'enfer,
Canada was held up as a relative island of stability in the sea of chaos.
donc le Canada était vu comme un îlot de stabilité dans un océan de chaos.
I remember right after Justin Trudeau was elected,
Je me rappelle quand Justin Trudeau a été élu,
The Economist ran an issue,
le journal The Economist a publié un numéro.
and the cover was a Statue of Liberty
Donc la couverture, c'était la Statue de la Liberté,
holding a hockey stick
qui avait un bâton de hockey dans les mains,
with a maple leaf hat,
avec un drapeau feuille d'érable, un chapeau feuille d'érable.
and it said, "Liberty moves north."
Et ça disait « La liberté va vers le nord ».
Canada's example to the world.
Le Canada est un exemple pour le monde.
You notice nobody's saying anything like this anymore.
Il n'y a plus personne qui dit ça.
Another anecdote,
Une autre anecdote.
there used to be this popular meme that would go around
Donc, il y avait un mime populaire.
that was a moose
C'était un orignal
sitting in a pool
assis dans une piscine
watching a car on fire across the street.
qui regardait une auto en feu de l'autre côté de la rue.
This was supposed to represent Canada.
C'était supposé représenter le Canada.
But this is no more
Mais c'est plus le cas.
because something fundamental has happened.
Parce que quelque chose de fondamental s'est passé.
And I believe deep down, everybody knows this.
Et je pense qu'au plus profond d'eux-mêmes, tout le monde sait ça.
And this is fundamentally because capitalism,
Et c'est ultimement parce que le capitalisme,
far from advancing society,
plutôt que de faire avancer la société,
has plunged us into darkness.
nous plonge dans la noirceur.
Everything seems to be rolling backwards in every area imaginable.
Donc on semble reculer dans toutes les sphères imaginables.
And society seems to be tearing itself apart
Et la société semble être en train de s'effondrer, de se déchirer.
in an ever worsening.
Hey, Bill, don't order stickers just yet because I'm going to be making a massive sticker sheet. So you're going to be able to get more than one. The issue with shipping is that they're different printers, That's something I need to fix in the store. So if you just hold off on that, there's going to be a solution coming to that so you don't have to pay $86 in shipping, okay? I'm sorry about that. It's just, it was a mistake I made when I set up the store, but I'm going to fix it.
Downward spiral.
Dans une spirale descendante sans fin.
Yeah, and there's a massive crisis at all levels of society.
Il y a une crise massive à tous les niveaux de la société.
And you don't need to take it from me. You can take it from the bourgeoisie themselves.
Pas besoin de me croire sur parole. Écoutez ce que disent la bourgeoisie.
They are extremely worried about the situation.
Ils sont très inquiets face à la situation.
No, they're not.
The World
No, they're
Economic
not.
Forum
They're
just
not
last
worried.
year.
Oh!
Le Forum économique mondial l'année passée.
Oh, hang on. According to conservatives, these people work with the World Economic Forum. These people are convinced that the radical revolutionary socialists are the same thing as the World Economic Forum. I have been saying for a year and a half, these people are not the same as the WEF. In fact, these people hate the WEF. Now, what is he about to say? The radical revolutionary socialist is about to say that the WEF is the bourgeois. All right, let's listen.
And you don't need to take it from me. You can take it from the bourgeoisie themselves.
Pas besoin de me croire sur parole. Écoutez ce que disent la bourgeoisie.
They are extremely worried about the situation.
Ils sont très inquiets face à la situation.
The World Economic Forum just last year.
Le Forum économique mondial l'année passée.
They published a report talking about what they call a polycrisis.
Publié un rapport qui parlait de la polycrise.
And they were talking about normally one of these things would be a big problem.
Et donc, il disait, normalement, il y aurait une chose en particulier qui serait un problème.
But now you have multiple shocks to the capitalist economy.
Mais maintenant, on a des chocs multiples sur l'économie capitaliste.
Each one building on the next.
Et chaque choc s'accumule les uns sur les autres.
What are they saying? What are they saying? The WEF is publishing papers about the multiple shocks to the capitalist economy. That means these people are fundamentally opposed to the WEF. And I don't want to hear any more of this whining that I get from conservatives every single time I say this. When you look at what the WEF wants to do, which is really more about fascism than anything else, and you look at what the radical revolutionary socialists want to do, sometimes it looks like they have the same goals. The WEF wants a globalist agenda. The radical revolutionary socialists want a globalist agenda. So it might be easy to confuse it and say they're the same group, they want the same thing, but no. They want it in completely different ways. They're like two Major League Baseball teams that are both playing for the World Series. They both want the same thing. They both want to win the World Series. But they don't want the other team to win the World Series, so they're going to fight at some point. The WEF and Klaus Schwab and George Soros are not the same as the radical revolutionary socialists. And we need to start teaching that to people, because every single time that people confuse the two, they are solving for fundamentally the wrong problem. Thank you, Tayton, for the super chat. Capitalism doesn't advance society. It only advances the bourgeois, as in capitalism is individual and not collective. Thank you, Tayton. Appreciate that.
Les autres.
The war in Ukraine.
La guerre en Ukraine.
COVID.
La COVID.
You have the housing crisis.
La crise du logement.
You have the refugee crisis.
La crise des réfugiés.
You have the climate crisis.
La crise climatique.
And this was written before the events in the Middle East.
Et ça, c'était écrit avant les événements du Moyen-Orient.
And this is just the latest horrific catastrophe that has struck the world.
And I just want to confirm that the actual member of the Revolutionary Communists of America is saying that I'm correct about this. So no matter how many times James Lindsay fucks this up on Twitter, no matter how many times the conservative influencers go, pinky swear, trust us, bro, the actual communists are saying that I am correct when I tell you that the radical revolutionary socialists are different from the WEF Malthusians.
Ça, c'est juste la catastrophe la plus récente qui a terrassé le monde.
Mass murder in Gaza,
Donc, des meurtres de masse à Gaza,
aided and abetted by our own government.
aidés et encouragés par notre gouvernement.
But yeah, this is just the latest shock in a long line of shocks,
Donc ça, c'est le choc le plus récent dans une longue lignée de chocs.
which is like the world tearing itself apart.
C'est le monde qui se déchire.
But yeah, long ago, Canada was a relatively healthy capitalist country.
Donc il y a de ça un certain temps, le Canada était un pays capitaliste relativement stable.
But starting in the 1970s,
Mais à commencer autour des années 70,
Canadian capitalism entered into a long decline.
le capitalisme canadien est entré dans un long déclin.
And the bourgeoisie kept trying to find ways to get out of the crisis.
Et la bourgeoisie a tenté de sortir de la crise.
Now, the main method they've used all around the world, but particularly in Canada,
Donc la principale méthode qu'ils ont utilisée partout dans le monde, mais au Canada en particulier,
instead of developing the economy,
plutôt que de développer l'économie,
they basically borrow tomorrow's dollars.
ils ont emprunté des tonnes d'argent
They go into debt.
et sont allés, se sont endettés.
And so you've seen a massive expansion of debt at every single level of society.
On a vu une expansion massive de la dette à tous les niveaux.
And this has reached really unprecedented heights.
Et ça a atteint des proportions extrêmes, sans précédent.
Well,
No.
the entire economy.
No. Albert, this is wrong. You are shilling conservative talking points. They concluded the long march through the institutions like 12 years ago, bro. They're done the long march through the institutions, and it is not the WEF that owns the institutions. That is fundamentally incorrect. I'm sorry. I don't care about I do not believe that the WEF is the greatest danger to America, and so I do not focus on it. If you want to talk about the WEF, go to Mel K. Find Mel K over on Rumble because she talks about it and she knows more about it than I do. But I trust her judgment. She does a really good job. But that's not something that I talk about because it gets too confusing for people. So we don't talk about it. Shit, hang on. Oh, shit. God damn it. What the hell just happened? What just happened? Why did it do that? Okay. I hit the wrong button again.
Tonnes d'argent.
They go into debt.
Et sont allés, se sont endettés.
And so you've seen a massive expansion of debt at every single level of society.
On a vu une expansion massive de la dette à tous les niveaux.
Oh, what the hell? Hang on. I don't know what kind of bug is going on YouTube right
Tonnes
now.
d'argent.
They go into debt.
Et sont allés, se sont
What the
endettés.
hell?
And so you've seen a massive expansion of debt at every.
Hang on. I'm getting some weird thing where YouTube's not allowing me to make the video full screen. Hang on. Reload again.
Qu'ils ont utilisé partout dans le monde, mais au Canada.
Hang on. I'm gonna get everything loaded. And don't fucking listen to Douglas Murray either. Seriously, Douglas Murray's like the biggest asshole that ever was. Okay, there we go.
Particulier.
Instead of developing the economy,
Plutôt que de développer l'économie,
they basically borrow tomorrow's dollars.
ils ont emprunté des tonnes d'argent.
They go into debt.
Et sont allés, se sont endettés.
And so you've seen a massive expansion of debt at every single level of society.
On a vu une expansion massive de la dette à tous les niveaux.
And this has reached really unprecedented heights.
Et ça a atteint des proportions extrêmes, sans précédent.
Well, the entire economy
Et toute l'économie
is buried under a mountain of debt,
se trouve sous une montagne de dettes,
with more than the GDP of the country.
Qui est plus grosse que le PIB du pays.
And this is acting as a massive brake on the economy.
Et donc, c'est un frein immense à l'économie.
You can't spend money that you don't have.
On ne peut pas dépenser de l'argent qu'on ne possède pas.
And so from being one of the most successful capitalist countries,
Donc, parti d'un point où le Canada était un des pays capitalistes avec le plus de succès,
Hang on. Mike, you are welcome to ask questions. I'm glad you came back for another week. Again, guys, I want to encourage everyone to If you have a question, ask the question. Don't hold it back, okay? I would rather you guys ask questions and the stream goes longer than not ask questions and be confused. And that goes for everyone that might be here, especially if you're new. Welcome if you're new. Please make sure you subscribe. Please make sure you mount the like button for me. There's a shocking disparity between the number of people watching and the number of people who've mounted that like button. But I just want to make sure it's clear that the purpose of this is to learn. And so if you guys are coming to class, because this is a class, and you're not asking questions, you're not learning. So ask the question. It's cool, bro. It's why we're here.
Growth has slowed to almost a complete halt in the last 10 years.
La croissance a presque stagné entièrement dans les 10 dernières années.
It's just less than 1% on average in the last 10 years.
C'est moins de 1% en moyenne depuis 10 ans.
Which is the lowest since the 1930s.
Et c'est le plus bas depuis les années 30.
I think everybody here kind of knows what the 1930s were like.
Je pense que la plupart des gens ici savent c'était quoi les années 30.
This was a mass revolutionary period.
C'était une époque massive de révolution.
Of revolutions, wars, and counter-revolutions.
De révolution, de guerre et de contre-révolution.
Created by the crisis of capitalism.
Créée par la crise du capitalisme.
And that is what we're starting to see today.
Et c'est ce qu'on commence à voir aujourd'hui.
So yeah, based on this situation,
donc en se basant sur cette situation,
the OECD is actually predicting.
The communist has a question. Do you prefer that I call you a communist or a socialist? And what are the distinctions that you see between the two? Because I hear you guys refer to yourselves as socialist, communist, and Marxist in the same sentence. So I use the terms communist and socialist pretty interchangeably because you guys use them pretty interchangeably. But let me know if you would prefer I refer to you as either a communist or a socialist. Otherwise, I'm probably going to use them interchangeably. You might not agree with our ideas. I don't. But what do you think of this economic breakdown the host is giving? I think that you guys have a predisposition to blame everything on capitalism, which you define as private property ownership. And we've already described what private property is. And I think that you are wrong in your assessment of what the problem is. So you guys put up a really good gaslighting game to try to convince everyone. And I think you do believe it, to be fair. I don't think you're lying. I think you're a true believer about this. But I do not agree with your assessment that capitalism is the problem. You can talk about crony capitalism. You can talk about corrupt capitalism. You and I would probably have a lot of agreement on that, but you will never, ever, ever, ever convince me, bro, that private property should be abolished, because that's going to lead to starvation and death and a lack of any sort of individual identity. Basically, I think you're in a cult. And I think you're probably a well-meaning person, and I think you want everyone to be taken care of. But you and I have a fundamental difference of opinion on what it means to take care of people. I don't want people to be sick. I want people to have everything they need. I don't believe it's my job to give it to them. And I don't believe that capitalism is the reason that they don't have everything they need. I believe that capitalism is the answer to the problem, not the problem itself. Beth says, thank you, Beth, for the super chat. The similar goals the WEF and the Marxists share, such as climate change, lockdowns, COVID vaccines, mass, gender ideology, are about control. But that's where the commonality ends. Thank you, Beth. Appreciate it. So you guys are now, okay, so this is actually a question I had about you guys, because you guys refer to yourselves as socialists and communists, like Socialist Revolution is your website. So now you guys are telling me that you're dropping the socialist stuff and you're just going with, that's actually good information to know. I appreciate the clarification. So are you guys the International Marxist Tendency anymore? Or are you renaming that too? Because I've also seen you guys start to rename that. Is that another thing that's changing?
That Canada will be the least performing economy in for the next 40 years.
Donc, l'OCDE prédit que le Canada va être l'économie la moins performante pour les 40 prochaines années.
So yeah, this
guys, RCA means Revolutionary Communists of America. It's the name of their political party.
this is the so-called health of Canadian capitalism.
Donc voilà la soi-disant bonne santé du capitalisme au Canada.
Yeah, and so in the last two crises, the big drops that we've had,
Dans les deux dernières crises qu'on a vues,
in 2008, 2009, and 2020,
en 2008, 2009, puis en 2020,
the entire system, they had to put the entire system on life support.
ils ont dû mettre l'entièreté du système sur le respirateur artificiel.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars
Donc des centaines de milliards de dollars
handed to private corporations.
donnés à des entreprises privées.
Yeah, and many companies today actually only exist due to state subsidies.
Et bien des entreprises existent aujourd'hui seulement à cause des subventions de l'État.
It shows that
What I will say is this is a point that I actually agree with them on, in that any company that only exists because of state subsidies should be completely defunded. Those subsidies should not exist. Let them fail.
nonsense argument that they always say, well, we take the risk, so we get to make the profit.
Leur argument selon lesquels
Well,
on
that's
prend
not a
les
nonsense
risques, on
argument,
devrait avoir le
that's
droit de faire
actually
du
real.
profit.
They've eliminated any risk from the equation.
Il n'y a plus de risque, en fait, dans l'équation.
No risk?
Pas de risque.
I say no profits for you.
Actually, you know what? That's actually a really good point, because the argument of capitalism and why the owner should make the profit is because they put up all the money. They took all the risk. If they fail, they are out all the money, right? But if the government is guaranteeing it through government subsidies that I don't think we should have to pay, because I'm an anarchist, remember, guys, I don't think the government should exist. I'm not an anarchist in the way that these people think they're anarchists, because I believe in private property, but I don't think the government should exist. So if a business can only exist because of government subsidies, F them. They're actually right about that. There is no risk to the business when the government is providing them with subsidies. Let them fail.
Je dis pas de profit pour vous.
We'll take the profit.
On va les prendre, les profits.
So the Canadian capitalist class has proven increasingly parasitical.
La classe capitaliste canadienne est de plus en plus parasitaire.
Actually, they're not even investing in production anymore.
Ils investissent même pas dans la production.
They're investing in get-rich-quick schemes.
Donc, ils investissent dans des schèmes qui leur permettent de juste s'enrichir rapidement.
The biggest example of this is the housing bubble.
L'exemple classique, c'est la bulle immobilière.
Which, of course, they're trying to blame.
Et bien sûr, ils essaient de blâmer
On immigrants.
les immigrants pour la crise.
Isn't that a useful argument?
Donc, c'est un argument utile pour eux.
But the culprit is plain to see.
Mais le coupable, il est évident aux yeux de tout le monde.
It's capitalists, Canadian capitalists,
C'est les capitalistes canadiens
buying up homes and flipping them,
qui achètent des maisons puis ils font des flips,
speculating on the housing market,
qui spéculent sur le marché immobilier.
which has driven prices through the ceiling.
Puis ça fait que les prix sont montés en flèche,
And no value has been created, no new value.
alors qu'aucune nouvelle valeur a été créée.
And labor productivity has actually fallen for 5 years in a row.
Et la productivité du travail a baissé depuis 5 ans.
This is the first time this has happened since records have been kept.
C'est la première fois que ça arrive depuis qu'on a les statistiques sur le sujet.
So yeah, as Marx described in the Communist Manifesto,
Donc, Marx expliquait dans le manifeste du Parti communiste,
he said, the bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production.
il disait la bourgeoisie ne peut exister sans révolutionner constamment les instruments de production.
Well, the Canadian bourgeoisie have essentially stopped doing this.
La bourgeoisie canadienne a essentiellement arrêté de faire ça.
And so they do not have a reason to exist.
Et donc, non, ils n'ont pas de raison d'exister.
And increasingly, actually, the Canadian economy represents kind of what Lenin talked about, being a rentier economy.
Donc, l'économie canadienne ressemble de plus en plus à quelque chose que Lénine décrivait comme une économie de rentier.
Which is filled with a large layer of people
Donc, il y a une large couche de gens
who do nothing for production,
qui
but
font
make
rien,
billions.
qui font rien de productif et pourtant amassent des milliards.
They make YouTube videos to tell you how they did it.
Et ils font des vidéos YouTube pour expliquer comment ils ont fait ça.
And they brag about it.
Et ils s'en vantent.
And meanwhile, millions are driven into poverty.
Pendant que des millions de gens s'enfoncent dans la pauvreté.
So what we are dealing with
Donc, ce à quoi on fait face,
is not a temporal slump.
c'est pas une récession temporaire,
It's the terminal decline of the system,
c'est le déclin terminal du système,
the organic crisis of the system.
la crise organique du système.
That the
Hang on. This is a really good observation from Rottweiler. So basically, they have implicitly admitted that capitalism encourages innovation, which is something that communists fail to address. So this is a good question for our revolutionary communist of America new friend. What are the incentives for innovation under communism? Because it's not going to be profit, because you guys are eliminating the profit margin. You guys are eliminating all private businesses, whether or not you want to admit it. You guys like to say we're just going to eliminate the monopolies. You know that's not true. You know this is going to extend to all private businesses. You guys don't believe in intellectual property, which means my business doesn't exist anymore, which means no business that is based on information actually can exist anymore because you don't believe in intellectual property, communists. So what incentives are there for innovations under communism? Yeah, it's basically like extra food rations, you get a nicer house, stuff like that.
the system is no longer that young and vibrant system it was in the 50s and 60s.
C'est plus le système jeune et vivant des années 50 et 60.
It's on its last legs.
Il est sur ses derniers milles.
And this is the fundamental fact that must be the basis of all other considerations.
Et c'est le fait fondamental qui est à la
Hang
base
on.
de...
Shasire Cat, as a reminder, we do not waste energy debunking them, bro. Debunking them does nothing, okay? We don't waste energy doing that here. I would rather you make that, you use that energy to make observations about what they're saying.
toutes les autres considérations.
Yeah, and we're not the only ones who pay attention to this sort of thing.
Donc, on n'est pas les seuls qui portent attention à ça.
Bourgeois strategists are actually very worried.
Les stratèges bourgeois sont très inquiets.
The financial journals are filled with reports of how the Canadian economy is decapitalizing.
Les journaux financiers sont pleins d'articles qui parlent de la décapitalisation au Canada.
A productivity crisis,
Une crise de la productivité,
a growth problem.
un problème de croissance.
And the more far-sighted representatives
Et les plus clairvoyants,
are warning about the political consequences.
et les plus clairvoyants mettent en garde contre les conséquences politiques.
So the Fraser Institute last year,
L'Institut Fraser, l'an dernier,
they produced a report that was talking about the reasons for the slowdown in growth.
donc, ont publié un rapport sur les raisons du retard de la croissance.
And then they warn about if this continues, what will happen.
Et ils mettaient en garde contre ce qui arriverait si ça continue.
So they say,
Ils disent la chose suivante.
slow growth since 2008 has spawned populist movements in several countries.
Donc, la croissance lente depuis 2008 a suscité des mouvements populistes dans plusieurs pays,
Leading to Britain's vote to leave the European Union,
menant au vote pour le Royaume-Uni de quitter l'Union européenne
and the election of Donald Trump as president in the United
et
States.
l'élection de
Dun, dun,
Donald
dun.
Trump à la présidence des États-Unis.
Yeah. Then they go on to say,
Et ils disent,
history shows that previous periods of economic stagnation or decline
l'histoire montre que les périodes de stagnation économique et de déclin précédentes
have unleashed social and political forces far worse than protectionism.
ont déchaîné des forces politiques et sociales bien pires que le protectionnisme.
Far worse for them.
Donc, je dirais pire pour eux.
So sometimes the more far-sighted elements of the bourgeoisie come to the similar conclusion as the Marxists, but from the opposite class point of view.
Des fois, les représentants les plus clairvoyants de la bourgeoisie en viennent aux mêmes conclusions que les marxistes, mais du point de vue opposé.
But yeah, all the reasons they have to be worried are the same reasons we have to be hopeful.
Donc, toutes les raisons pour lesquelles ils sont inquiets, c'est les raisons pour lesquelles nous devons avoir espoir.
Because for generations, the Canadian bourgeoisie was able to essentially pull the wool over the eyes of people.
Parce que depuis des générations, les capitalistes ont pu mettre des œillères par-dessus les yeux des gens.
But this has reached its limits.
Mais ça atteint ses limites.
And now millions of people are starting to see capitalism for what it is.
Et des millions de gens peuvent voir ce que le capitalisme est pour vrai.
Now, faced with this crisis, this immense crisis at all levels,
Mais devant cette crise immense à tous les niveaux,
not everyone is hopeful like us.
c'est pas tout le monde qui a espoir, j'imagine, je
Actually,
suppose.
the left is quite a miserable place in general,
Donc la gauche est assez misérable en général.
filled with all sorts of skepticism, lack of confidence, depression.
Donc remplie de scepticisme, de manque de confiance, de dépression.
People are politically depressed, essentially,
Les gens sont politiquement déprimés.
and fearful of the future. Oh no,
Ils ont peur pour
what
l'avenir.
next will happen? Another crisis?
Ils ont peur pour l'avenir. Oh non, une autre crise va survenir.
But this is because
So I was right then. I was right that the International Marxist Tendency is going to be renamed. I thought I saw something to this effect because you guys are using different names in different places. All right. That makes sense. So essentially, guys, what we're hearing from the actual Revolutionary Communist of America party member is that they are basically doing away with the term socialist. They're doing away with the term Marxist, and they're just going complete like all the way to communist. Now, like I keep saying, first of all, the Revolutionary Communists of America, they are not the only radical revolutionary socialist group in America, like by a long shot. There are tons of other radical revolutionary socialist organizations. There are tons of other collectives that exist all over the country. There are a lot of radical revolutionary socialists who are not going to be members of the Revolutionary Communists of America because a lot of radical revolutionary socialists don't believe in the political process. They don't believe in the political process. They're interested in different things. These guys, to their credit, generally do seem to stay clear of the queer Marxist bullshit. So at least we'll be thankful for that they aren't pushing queer Marxist nonsense onto people. But there are an awful lot of queer Marxists that are still going to do that. So I'm not making the claim that what these people are doing is going to be indicative of everyone, because it's not. But what he's telling us is that because socialism is the transitionary stage to communism, and they've been calling themselves Communist Revolution, International Marxist Tendency for a while, they're basically doing away with that language and going right to communism because that's what their ultimate end goal is. Does everyone understand that? But that's just this group. That's not all socialists. That's just this group. Well, we know you're democratic, bro. We know every time you guys say democracy, you really mean socialism or communism. In your case, we know that you believe that communism is the only true form of democracy. We know you, bro. We've been following you guys for a minute. Queer is not the same as gay, bro. Queer and trans are not the same, or gay and trans are not the same as queer. You do not have to be gay to be queer. You do not have to be trans to be queer. We probably know queer Marxism better than you do, because you guys don't believe in postmodernism. You guys don't push postmodernism. So we study that a lot. We probably know what they think better than you do.
Most people are not Marxists.
Et c'est parce que la plupart des gens ne sont pas marxistes.
Now, because we are armed with the tools, the Marxist ideas,
Parce que nous sommes équipés des outils, des idées marxistes,
we are able to understand that these are just the birth pangs, or sorry, the death pangs of the capitalist system.
Donc ça, c'est juste les symptômes de la mort imminente du système.
And within
See? This is actually good news. The Revolutionary Communists of America are not queer Marxists. So, one bonus point. Queer, as a reminder to everyone, and including all the communists who are watching right now who may not know this, queer is a far-left political identity to apply Marxism to sexual and racial minorities. The queer Marxists speak a whole different language. They're doing crazy stuff too. They want everyone to be they, thems. We're not going to talk about that right now.
situation lies potential for the birth of a new society.
Et dans cette situation, il y a le potentiel pour la naissance d'une nouvelle société.
And it's not something to be depressed or despondent about.
Et donc, c'est pas quelque chose qui devrait nous déprimer.
That the situation is pregnant with revolutionary potential.
La situation est remplie de potentiel révolutionnaire.
That, the working class has never been bigger.
La classe ouvrière n'a jamais été aussi large.
And is starting to move into action.
Et elle commence à se mettre en mouvement.
Just last year, we had the most strike days lost in 25 years, I think. Yeah.
Donc, l'an dernier, on a eu le plus grand nombre de jours de grève perdus en 25 ans.
And as we quite often say, most people don't learn from reading theory.
Et comme on dit souvent, la plupart des gens n'apprennent pas en lisant de la théorie et des livres.
What's that? What's that? Most people don't learn from reading theory? Huh. Kind of like I've been saying with James Lindsay and Peter Boghossian. Most people don't learn from reading theory. They learn at things like this, where they're being taught.
People learn the hard lessons of life from events.
La plupart des gens apprennent les dures leçons de la vie à travers les événements.
And we are having a lot of events.
Et il y a beaucoup d'événements.
And through these events, working class people rediscover their revolutionary traditions.
Et à travers ces événements-là, la classe ouvrière redécouvre ses traditions révolutionnaires.
Yeah, so we have every reason to be hopeful.
Donc nous avons toutes les raisons d'avoir espoir.
Yeah, because what we see is millions and millions of people starting to wake up.
Parce que ce qu'on voit, c'est des millions de gens qui se réveillent.
And I think sometimes the right wing, they don't understand why this is happening.
Et des fois, la droite comprend pas ce qui se passe.
They think that society's been seized with some sort of mental illness.
Ils pensent que la société est sous l'emprise d'une quelconque maladie.
Called out! Conservatives called out again by the fucking communists! This is the second time that we have seen conservatives called out by communists this week. The first time we saw conservatives called out by communists, the communists were like, conservatives, we're not Democrats. Like, you guys think the Democrats are communists? No, bro. We're not Democrats. We're way more communist than the Democrats can ever hope to be. And now they're getting called out by the communists again for saying, they're just mentally ill. It's a mind virus. They're mentally ill. They're like, no, bro. We're not mentally ill. At all. In any way. We just have different values than you do. Let's just enjoy that moment of call out. Again, I have to give this to the communists. For the Revolutionary Communist of America member that's here right now, can you guys please encourage your political party to continue calling conservatives on their bullshit? Because conservatives have no effing idea who you guys are. And we have been trying to tell conservatives that they have no effing idea who you guys are. So can you please keep calling the conservative right out on their bullshit? Please?
Millions of people starting to wake up.
Parce que ce qu'on voit, c'est des millions de gens qui se réveillent.
And I think sometimes the right wing, they don't understand why this is happening.
Et des fois, la droite comprend pas ce qui se passe.
They think that society's been seized with some sort of mental illness.
Ils pensent que la société est sous l'emprise d'une quelconque maladie mentale.
But communism is not the product of small groups of conspiracies or everyone losing their minds.
Donc, le communisme n'est pas le résultat de petites conspirations ou d'une tonne de gens qui perdent la tête.
I wish we could just make everyone communist.
J'aimerais ça si c'était possible de juste transformer tout le monde en communiste.
It's not that simple.
C'est pas si simple.
Capitalism is what is making people communist.
C'est le capitalisme qui crée des communistes.
The system itself is doing all the heavy lifting for us.
Donc le système lui-même fait le gros du travail pour nous.
Yeah, actually, where are the defenders of the system?
Donc où sont les défenseurs?
Listen, where you guys and I can actually team up is if you guys keep calling conservatives out on their bullshit, I will celebrate every single time you guys call. I have made shitting on conservatives into an art form because of their ridiculousness on this issue. If you guys keep calling conservatives out, I will clip that shit. I will elevate it every single time. Bro, I have Donald Trump Jr. following me on Twitter. You want it? You want him to see stuff? You can get it him through me. I'm just saying.
Du système.
On what issue is capitalism demonstrating its greatness?
Donc, sur quel enjeu le système capitaliste démontre sa grandeur?
Rising inequality,
Donc, il y a la montée des inégalités,
poverty,
la pauvreté,
the housing crisis,
la crise du logement,
the environmental catastrophes,
la catastrophe environnementale,
the ever-increasing amount of war.
la montée des guerres.
What's starting to occur in most people's minds
Donc, ce qui se passe dans la tête de la plupart des gens,
is that these are not one-off phenomena,
c'est que ce ne sont pas des
Wait for
phénomènes
it, wait
isolés,
for it.
juste une affaire d'une fois.
that these things are all connected.
Toutes ces
To
choses sont
capitalism.
connectées.
To
That
capitalism.
none of these things are getting better,
To
Et
capitalism.
rien de tout
They're
ça ne
connected to
s'améliore.
capitalism.
and
Say
all of them are
capitalism.
getting worse.
Say
Et
capitalism.
elles empirent.
Say
That
capitalism.
the material reality is ultimately the biggest teacher.
Donc, la réalité matérielle est ce qui enseigne le plus.
And this is seeping into consciousness.
Et c'est ce qui
All
fait...
right. I want to go back because he hasn't done the thing I wanted him to do, which was to say explicitly this is all caused by capitalism. But I want you to hear the laundry list of things that the communist just said were caused by capitalism. Let's go back. We're going to go back a little bit. Including the housing crisis, communists. So how do you guys plan to solve for that? If you guys allow people to buy houses, the government would have to provide all houses for that. Hang on. We're going to go back to the part where the communist literally said that capitalism is causing all the problems.
Just make everyone communist.
J'aimerais ça si c'était possible de juste transformer tout le monde en communiste.
It's not that simple.
C'est pas si simple.
Capitalism is what is making people communist.
C'est le capitalisme qui crée des communistes.
The system itself is doing all the heavy lifting for us.
Donc le système lui-même fait le gros du travail pour nous.
Yeah, actually, where are the defenders of the system?
Donc où sont les défenseurs du système?
On what issue is capitalism demonstrating its greatness?
Donc sur quel enjeu le système capitaliste démontre sa grandeur?
Rising inequality,
Donc il y a la montée des inégalités,
poverty,
la pauvreté,
the housing crisis,
la crise du logement,
the environmental catastrophes,
la catastrophe environnementale,
the ever-increasing amount of war.
la montée des guerres.
What's starting to occur in most people's minds
Donc ce qui se passe dans la tête de la plupart des gens,
is that these are not one-off phenomena,
c'est que ce ne sont pas des phénomènes isolés, juste une affaire d'une fois.
that these things are all connected,
Toutes ces choses sont connectées.
that none of these things are getting better,
Et rien de tout ça ne s'améliore.
and all of them are getting worse.
Et elles empirent.
That the material reality is ultimately the biggest teacher.
Donc la réalité matérielle est ce qui enseigne.
Bro, they're openly talking about overthrowing the government. We have them on video talking about overthrowing the government. Do you think they're going to keep the United States Constitution when they overthrow the government? 2A is not going to exist anymore. None of it's going to exist anymore. They're going to abolish the Constitution. They're going to abolish the Senate. They're going to abolish the Supreme Court. They're going to raise a red communist flag above the White House. They say this explicitly. You think the Constitution's going to last? The Constitution ain't going to last once these guys take over.
Le plus.
And this is seeping into consciousness.
Et c'est ce qui fait son chemin vers les consciences.
Everyone knows the system has failed.
Et tout le monde sait que le système a échoué.
And so, yeah, I think one of the fundamental characteristics in society
Donc une des caractéristiques fondamentales de la société,
is a welling up of anger
c'est une montée extrême de la colère
from the depths of society.
qui vient des profondeurs de la société.
You know, and this is captured in poll after poll after poll.
Et c'est ce qu'on voit dans un sondage après l'autre.
that showing record levels of anger and frustration
qui montrent des chiffres records de colère et de frustration
against the government,
contre le gouvernement,
against Justin Trudeau,
contre Justin Trudeau,
against the economy,
contre l'économie,
against the housing market,
contre le marché immobilier,
against major corporations and the media.
contre les grandes entreprises, les médias.
But overwhelmingly, you see
Seth, they explicitly said earlier that the WEF is capitalist. Yes.
the anger is aimed at the bourgeoisie and their institutions.
Mais la colère se tourne est pointée vers la bourgeoisie et ses institutions.
Now, quite often to demonstrate
Hang on.
what's happening in society,
No, this isn't true, great conservative. This is, I'm sorry. I appreciate that you support me. I really, really do. But this is a conservative talking point that diminishes the effectiveness of like everything else. We do not live in a post-constitutional America. You guys have no idea what a post-constitutional America looks like. This is like the same thing as conservatives constantly saying, we already live in socialism. No, we don't. We absolutely do not. And every time you guys say that the Democrats are communist, they're not. Or that we already live in a socialist America, we don't. Or that we live in a post-constitutional America, we don't. You are diminishing what these people are actually doing. You are making it harder to fight them. So why do you keep undercutting yourself like this? Why aren't you grateful for what we have right now? Why aren't you doing more to protect it? If you think it's already lost, and the entire conservative right thinks it's already lost, then no wonder the conservative right are such feckless fucking cowards when it comes to actually doing anything productive.
Souvent pour démontrer ce qui se passe dans la société,
we'll read out people that write into our website.
On va lire ce que les gens nous écrivent sur notre site web.
Now, I'm not going to do that.
Je vais pas faire ça.
I'm just going to read out some things, some anecdotes that were listed in mainstream news studies.
Je vais juste prendre des anecdotes qui viennent des médias de masse.
So yeah, there was a study on inequality produced last year.
Donc il y avait un reportage sur l'inégalité qui a été publié l'année passée.
And yeah, not only did they ask people what they thought of society,
Donc non seulement ils demandaient aux gens qu'est-ce qu'ils pensaient de la société,
which showed that more people think Canada has like gross levels of inequality than ever before.
ce qui montrait que la plupart des gens pensaient qu'il y avait des niveaux d'inégalité grossiers plus élevés que jamais.
But they also
Another bullshit conservative talking point. Imagine my shock. You've lost most of the judiciary? Bro, these people want to abolish the Supreme Court. You've lost most of the judiciary? How many judges did Trump appoint? How many judges did Trump appoint to the Supreme Court? And just so we're clear, communists, because I know you guys are watching this, I'm not going to vote for Trump. I don't think Trump is going to fix anything. So I'm not a Trump voter. I'm not on the right. I'm a fucking anarchist. However, I can also acknowledge that Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices. 3. Trump appointed a metric ton of judges. So to say, we've already lost the judiciary, we may as well take our toys and go home. Bro, in the communist utopia that these people are trying to create, there will be no Supreme Court. It will be one of the first things that they abolish. So again, you want to know what a real communist utopia looks like instead of this fucking LARP that conservatives are doing, saying, we already live in a socialist America. We're already communist. There's nothing we can do. We might as well take our toys and go home. When's the next Trump rally? Meh, 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 meh. You guys have no idea the pain you're in for when you lose the judiciary. You have no idea the pain you're in for when you actually enter the socialist utopia. You have no fucking idea. Again, I appreciate your support. I really do. But this is nonsense. Aaron, this group specifically is not into the queer stuff. They don't talk about the queer stuff. So there are many other radical revolutionary socialist groups that are, and it's not T plus Q. That's not correct. You don't need to be trans to be queer. Trans has nothing to do with being queer. There are other groups that do that are not these people. So we're not talking about them tonight. This group does not represent every radical revolutionary socialist in America. This is one specific group that is bigger than most, that's more productive than most, that's more organized than most. But that doesn't mean it's all, okay? So we're not talking about this tonight, and you need to learn that trans and queer are not the same thing.
So asked them why they thought that was.
Puis il leur demandait aussi pourquoi vous pensez que c'est le cas.
So yeah, a 37-year-old mortgage administrator said,
Donc un homme de 37 ans qui s'occupe d'hypothèques.
the country's system is rigged in favor of the few at the expense of the many.
Le système dans le pays est truqué en faveur d'une minorité aux dépens de la majorité.
A 34-year-old trainer said,
Un entraîneur de 34 ans disait
our leaders don't do anything.
nos leaders ne font rien.
And then he added, I have zero faith in our political
Et j'ai
parties.
aucune confiance dans nos partis politiques.
My favorite, a 47-year-old small farmer said,
Donc mon préféré, un fermier de 47 ans.
the elite
Mike asks, and maybe our Revolutionary Communist of America member can enlighten us on this, who would be making all the decisions if they abolish the Constitution and the Supreme Court? My understanding of who's going to make the decisions is they're going to set up like governing boards at the local, at the and at the national level, in which people in the community will be appointed to the governing board, and the governing board will make decisions about what needs to be produced and what does not need to be produced, and all of the other decisions as well. So what they're basically setting up is an inner party, outer party sort of thing. So think about like 1984, where you had the inner party that was making decisions about the things, and then the outer party comrades executed on those things. That's what they're talking about.
of all parties rob, steal, and abuse power for personal benefit.
L'élite de tous les partis vole, abuse son pouvoir pour leurs bénéfices personnels
Leaving the working class to pay.
et laisse la classe ouvrière payer.
Who's going to go recruit these people?
Donc, qui va aller recruter ces gens?
But this is just from a mainstream report about inequality.
Donc, ça vient d'un reportage, d'un rapport mainstream sur la pauvreté.
But these sentiments are rampant.
Donc, c'est des sentiments qui sont qui surgissent partout.
And this is the real situation.
Et c'est ça la vraie situation dans la vie des gens.
In people's minds.
Et dans la tête des gens.
And now, one of the mainstays of capitalist rule in Canada.
Donc, l'une des bases du règne capitaliste au Canada.
Yes, the system was healthy in the past.
Donc, les systèmes étaient en santé par le passé.
Was able to provide some reforms.
Pouvaient fournir des réformes, certaines réformes.
Healthcare, pensions, etc.
La santé, des pensions, etc.
Decent union jobs for a significant layer.
Des emplois syndiqués décents pour une couche significative.
And therefore, the dominant belief in the system, in the movement, was not revolution.
Et donc, le courant dominant dans le mouvement n'était pas la révolution.
Yeah, it was reform. You just need to reform it a bit.
C'était les réformes. Il faut réformer le système.
You need to sand down those sharp edges.
Donc, il faut juste adoucir les contradictions, les tranchants. Ouais.
Canada, it's not capitalist, but it's not socialist. It's in between.
Le Canada n'est pas capitaliste, il n'est pas socialiste, il est un peu entre les deux.
Yeah, who needs a revolution? We won healthcare through the parliament.
Qui a besoin d'une révolution? On a gagné un système de santé à travers le Parlement.
Now, I think one of the most fundamental things we're seeing now is that this sentiment is withering away.
Donc, une des choses fondamentales qui se passe, c'est que ce sentiment s'effrite.
Even the word socialism,
même le mot socialisme,
which was quite radical about a decade ago,
qui était assez radical il y a une décennie,
has become somewhat discredited.
Est devenu plutôt discrédité.
What does that mean anymore?
Qu'est-ce que ça veut même?
Can they actually get rid of individual will, ego, greed, if that is the goal? Well, if you don't do what the community wants you to do, you don't eat, you go to the gulag, you get assigned to the salt mine, you get taken out back and shot. Will they ever get rid of it? No. But functionally, if you have no choice, if you don't do what they want you to do or you don't eat, how long do you think some of you guys are going to hold out? Truly. Because I've been to a lot of conservative events. Conservatives fucking like to eat, man. Nothing wrong with liking to eat. But do I really think that a lot of conservatives are going to have the willpower to hold out when if they don't do what's required, they don't get their government supply of food? I don't see that working out so well for you guys. Do I see conservatives fighting back when they say you either do what you're gonna what we require you to do, or you're going to the re-education camp? No, I don't see you guys doing anything but going, well, I guess we have no choice.
Me dire aujourd'hui.
The socialists, so-called socialists in America,
Les soi-disant socialistes en Amérique
voted against a strike.
Why would they be able to choose their job? They can't choose to start a business. They don't choose what the community chooses to produce. So why would you think there'd be any choice of career at all? You do the job you are assigned to do, or you don't fucking eat.
Of railway workers.
ont voté contre une grève des travailleurs du rail aux États-Unis.
Socialists all over the world voted to bail out corporations.
Les socialistes partout dans le monde ont voté pour des plans de sauvetage pour les grandes entreprises.
Socialists who support the war in Ukraine.
Des socialistes qui soutiennent la guerre en Ukraine.
And I think the worst example now is socialists that support the genocide in Palestine.
Et le pire maintenant, c'est des socialistes qui soutiennent le génocide en Palestine.
For the record, communists who are watching right now, because we know you guys are watching right now, because now you found me and you're being introduced to me. Hi. We don't support the shit that Israel's doing in Palestine either. We don't support that shit. We think it's bullshit. I personally, though many people in my community would not go so far as to say this, I think that what Israel is doing is a genocide. I've been saying it's a genocide from the very beginning, and it really fucking pisses me off that the Zionists on the conservative right have forced me to agree with the socialists on their take on what is going on in Gaza. And I'm sorry if that pisses anyone off, but Israel has murdered 25,000 plus people for no good reason other than they want the land. And the Palestinians have always been inconvenient for them. And now they are executing their final fucking solution. And they have made it crystal clear they do not want a two-state solution. They've made it crystal clear they either want these people dead or driven off that land. And so on this issue, I think I and actually many people in my community agree with the socialists, and that really pisses me off. It's up to who said it was 38,000? I heard it was 25,000 like just yesterday. Who says it's up to 38,000 people dead? And Dave Rubin calling around to get people fired from their jobs if they have the wrong position on Israel. After he got rich selling 2 books in which he said, we shouldn't be canceling people. We should be having reasonable conversations. Let's see. I had at least one super chat come in there. Let me see. Tayton said, you don't get to choose your job. Example, Canada, short on doctors. You get to work in whichever aspect you contributes the most to society. Exactly.
So I think this is for us become a dirty shirt.
Donc pour nous, c'est devenu une chemise sale.
it means you're not that much different than a liberal politician.
Donc ça veut essentiellement dire de ne pas être si différent des politiciens libéraux.
That when push comes to shove, you will abandon principle and you will line up behind the establishment.
Oh, Scott
Donc
Horton
quand
said
ça
that?
compte vraiment,
Listen, man, if Scott Horton said that Israel has murdered 38,000 Palestinians for no good reason other than land, then I believe Scott Horton because he's really smart about that stuff.
on abandonne nos principes et on se range derrière l'establishment.
So yeah, I think we must take into consideration the effect of this, what has happened in the past period.
Donc il faut prendre en compte ce qui s'est passé dans la dernière période.
What is the experience that millions of people have had with so-called socialists and social democrats?
C'est quoi l'expérience de millions de personnes avec le socialisme et la social-démocratie?
And so-called left-wing parties.
Et les soi-disant partis de gauche.
Look at the Labour Party in Britain.
Regardez le parti travailliste.
This is an interesting question from S. Are the different socialist groups going to become one after the revolution, or would they continue to fight amongst each other? Here is my guess on that. And I've said this a million times. The socialists are actually really good at, like, significantly better than conservatives at, like, working through problems more productively. So there's a lot of disagreement among all the different revolutionary socialist groups. They disagree on tactics, they disagree on priorities, they disagree on strategy, they disagree on a lot of stuff. But what they're really good at is actually working through problems in a relatively productive manner. So my guess at what would happen is that there would still be disagreement. I think there would probably be different, like, groups that would organize with each other to have, like, discussions about, like, and to try to influence whoever the community board is on different issues. But more or less, I think they probably would work pretty well together. Maybe it wouldn't be perfect. Maybe everyone wouldn't be happy with everything at all times. But I actually think that they would end up working much better together than the conservative right would by, like, a long-ass shot.
Britanniques.
They're Tory light.
Donc ils sont une version diète des conservateurs.
Look at social democracy all across Europe.
Donc regardez la social-démocratie partout en Europe.
Completely bankrupt.
No, hang on.
Complètement-
No. This isn't true. They don't really fight with each other that much in the open. I follow all of these people. It's not that they don't disagree, but you are thinking of conservatives fighting with each other in the open. Socialists don't really do that as much. Not the way conservatives do it. So I don't agree with this, that they're going to fight with each other. I don't. I think that they politely work through their problems, and they may not all be happy about it, but I think there's a lot to learn from the way these people work through problems. I've said it a million times.
Pourris.
The Greek socialists
Les socialistes grecs
betrayed and have collapsed.
ont trahi et se sont effondrés.
The same thing happened to the French Socialist Party.
La même chose est arrivée au PS en France.
And the bourgeoisie is literally ruling through social democrats in Germany and a number of other countries right now.
Et la bourgeoisie règne via les sociaux-démocrates en Allemagne et dans d'autres pays.
Yeah, and millions of people see this. These are the people in power as our living conditions are decreasing.
Et des millions de gens voient ça. C'est ces gens-là qui sont au pouvoir, tandis que notre situation empire.
Now, in Canada, the Social Democrats have never officially been in power.
No, Rob, we've already covered this. No, they're not. They're not. They are two completely different groups with different visions of the world, and they're going to fight at some point. But they're not useful idiots of the WEF. That's not true.
Or federally.
Donc au Canada, les sociaux-démocrates n'ont jamais pris le pouvoir à l'échelle fédérale.
But the NDP has been in power in most provinces.
Mais le NPD a été au pouvoir dans la plupart des provinces.
And similarly, the experience has not been very good.
Et de manière similaire, l'expérience n'a pas été particulièrement bonne.
The Alberta NDP was elected on a program of opposing the agenda of the oil bosses.
Le NPD albertain avait été élu sous la promesse de s'opposer aux intérêts des barons du pétrole.
They capitulated to the oil bosses.
Ils ont capitulé.
They are now the favorite party of the oil
Ils
bosses.
sont maintenant le parti favori des barons du pétrole.
The NDP in British Columbia.
Le NPD en Colombie-Britannique.
They were elected on a promise of protecting old growth forests
Ont été élus sous la promesse de protéger les forêts,
and reconciliation with indigenous people.
des forêts de séquoia et de défendre les peuples autochtones.
They capitulated to logging companies and oil companies.
Ils ont capitulé devant les compagnies pétrolières et les compagnies du bois, de l'industrie du bois.
They passed a tokenistic resolution about reconciliation through the parliament.
Ils ont passé une résolution symbolique sur la réconciliation avec les Autochtones.
And then called the RCMP on Wet'suwet'en.
Et ensuite appelé la GRC pour intervenir contre les Wet'suwet'en.
All to protect corporate interests.
Tout ça pour protéger les intérêts des entreprises.
And what did our friend Jagmeet Singh say when this happened?
Donc, qu'est-ce que notre ami Jagmeet Singh a dit quand c'est
They
arrivé?
asked him if he supports this.
Ils lui ont demandé s'il soutenait ça.
He said, I support the rule of law.
Il a répondu qu'il soutenait l'application de la loi.
Now, this is not because these are bad people,
C'est pas parce qu'ils sont des mauvaises personnes.
although some of them are bad.
Il y en a qui sont des mauvaises personnes,
Like the recent NDP minister in British Columbia
comme une ministre du NPD
Oh,
en
different
Colombie-Britannique
who
organization.
described
No.
Palestine as a crappy piece of land.
qui a décrit la Palestine comme une pièce de terre qui vaut rien.
If this is socialism, I don't want to have anything to do with that.
Si ça c'est le socialisme, je veux rien savoir de ça.
But this is not because they're bad, they're inherently bad.
Hang on, got a super chat from Tayton. Thank you, Tayton. Would be a good time to explain to James that these people are calling out the DSA and the NDPs as too close to capitalism and the perpetuators of capitalism. Yep. And for those who don't know, NDP stands for New Democratic Party, who fancy themselves as socialists in the bustling utopia of Canada. And so that's what we're talking about. Now, again, this is something that James Lindsay doesn't understand because James Lindsay doesn't actually listen to these people talk. The DSA and the NDP are considered by real radical revolutionary socialists and communists to be way too close to capitalism. So if anyone wants to continue to harangue James into actually saying the word capitalism and confronting the issue that these people want to abolish capitalism, now would be a great time to do that. Thank you, Tayton, for that reminder.
Individuals.
Et donc, c'est pas parce qu'ils sont des individus mauvais en soi.
It's because of their ideas.
C'est à cause de leurs idées.
Ideas are the foundation of everything.
Les idées sont la fondation de tout.
They have mistaken ideas. They have a mistaken perspective.
Ils ont les mauvaises idées, la mauvaise perspective.
They believe they can reform the system.
Ils croient qu'ils peuvent réformer le système.
They believe we need to be realistic and
Ils
reasonable.
pensent qu'il faut être réaliste et raisonnable.
So they end up being realistic.
Wait, you've heard James say that the DSA are communists? He did. James did excuse this. James Lindsay brushed over the formation of this political party. He was like, oh, the RevComs. These aren't the RevComs, guys. They may call themselves revolutionary communists, but the RevComs are a completely fucking different group than these people.
What is realistic under capitalism?
Non, mais c'est quoi qui est réaliste sous le capitalisme?
Which means capitulating to capitalist interests
C'est de capituler aux intérêts des capitalistes.
again and again and again.
Encore et encore et encore.
So yeah, at the federal level,
Au niveau, à l'échelle fédérale,
Listen, again, revolutionary communists, you're acting as though this is our first introduction to you guys. We've been following you guys for a long ass time. We listen to stuff like this almost every single day. Don't confuse it, bro. We're not fucking newbies here. We've listened to more of your materials than probably most of your members have. We've listened to more of the other collectivist groups all over the country than most socialists have listened to. We understand your ideas. We just think that you guys are in a cult, and we think that none of this is going to work out the way you think it is because you're presenting it in a utopian way that completely disregards all of human history.
Faced with this profound crisis at all levels for
Avec
working class people.
cette crise à tous les niveaux pour la classe ouvrière,
I just mixed two
The
slimes together to
NDP
create
are
a super
propping up the
slime.
government,
le NPD soutient le gouvernement,
which supports the war in Ukraine
un gouvernement qui appuie la guerre en Ukraine
and supports the mass murder occurring in Gaza.
et qui soutient le meurtre de masse à Gaza.
It's quite a ridiculous situation, actually.
C'est une situation assez ridicule, en fait.
They're trying to criticize
listen.
Justin Trudeau.
You're here. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate you answering questions. For those who are new, this is an actual member of the Revolutionary Communists of America. You know, he's playing nicely. I've always welcomed socialists and communists to come and watch Socialism Saturday so they can tell us about their ideas. So, no, like, we give you props for being here, bro. You walked right into the hornet's nest, and we'll treat you right. We're not going to shit talk you. We might shit talk you a little bit, but, like, we're not going to be dicks or anything.
Ils essayent de critiquer Trudeau.
Saying you should do something about what's happening in Palestine.
Oh, tu devrais faire quelque chose sur la Palestine.
I do know someone who's in a prime situation to do something.
Je connais quelqu'un qui est en position de faire quelque chose.
Bring the government down.
Renverse le gouvernement.
Yeah. So yeah, they have the NDP is essentially merged with the establishment.
Le NPD s'est essentiellement fusionné avec l'establishment.
As the government supporting imperialist war,
Au moment où le gouvernement soutient les guerres impérialistes
and living standards are plummeting.
et que le niveau de vie dégringole.
So they're doing nothing to channel the anger in
Ils
society.
ne font rien pour canaliser la colère de la société.
They're basically chaining themselves to a sinking ship.
Ils se sont enchaînés à un bateau qui coule.
Now in Quebec, we are in Quebec.
On est au Québec. Au Québec.
Québec solidaire.
Québec solidaire.
I've been a member of Québec solidaire since 2007.
Je suis un membre de QS depuis 2007.
When I joined that party, it was an anti-capitalist party.
Quand j'ai rejoint, c'était un parti anticapitaliste.
I have to be honest, I don't know what that party stands for anymore.
Je dois être honnête, je ne sais pas ce que le parti défend aujourd'hui.
They supported renewing the notwithstanding clause,
Ils ont appuyé de renouveler la clause nonobstant,
which allows the Quebec government to get out of protecting rights of minorities.
qui permet au gouvernement de fouler aux pieds les droits des minorités.
Yes,
I just want to do a shout out to Freedom145 over on Rumble, where he says, glad I found this. I remember watching you on Stop the Steal. You never saw me on Stop the Steal. I was never involved in Stop the Steal because Ali Alexander is one sketchy mother effer, but I was involved with Walkway and stuff like that. And hearing you speak, love to learn what is going on. Well, thank you. It's actually funny. I've been actually hearing from a lot of people lately who like watched me in 2020 and then stopped watching me and then have been slowly but surely been coming back. A lot has changed since then, guys. But welcome. For anyone who's new to me, I will show you the real revolutionary socialists, revolutionary communists that are trying to take over the country today. You will see them in their own words. I will break it down for you in plain English. We are watching the radical revolutionary communists that have started a new political party in Canada tonight. They are the same group that started the party in America, so it's just a Canadian version of that. Please mount the like button. Please make sure you're subscribed on whatever channel you're watching on. I appreciate it.
this is what is known as the right of self-determination,
C'est ce qu'ils prétendent est le droit à l'autodétermination.
the right of Quebec racists to attack minorities.
Le droit des racistes québécois d'attaquer les minorités.
Has nothing to do with self-determination.
Ce qui n'a rien à voir avec l'autodétermination.
That is not left-wing.
Et ce n'est pas de gauche.
And yeah, Quebec solidaire has been completely unable to do anything.
Et Québec solidaire a été incapable de faire quoi que ce soit.
They equally have theorized a capitulation.
Brooklyn, thank you for the super chat. I mean, we might shit talk you a little, but we're not going to be dicks or anything. Yeah. I mean, should be my tagline, I guess. Thank you. Appreciate it.
to the establishment.
Ils ont théorisé une capitulation à l'establishment.
They think it's smart politics.
Ils pensent que c'est des politiques astucieuses.
You don't want to stand out too much.
Donc, faut pas se tenir debout trop.
So they end up capitulating when push comes to shove on every major issue.
Mais donc, ils capitulent quand ça compte sur chaque enjeu important.
Probably the best example of this
Probablement, ce qui est le meilleur exemple,
is when the Queen died.
c'est quand la reine est morte.
Now Canada,
What happened
we're
when the
part of the
Queen
monarchy,
died?
right?
Donc, le Canada est une monarchie parlementaire.
So it came up that we have to swear allegiance to the king in the parliament.
Et donc, il faut maintenant prêter allégeance au roi pour entrer au Parlement.
And QS said we don't want to swear allegiance to the king.
Et QS avait dit au départ, on veut pas prêter allégeance au roi.
And François Legault said, too bad, you have to.
Et François Legault a dit, too bad, vous devez le faire.
And they said, damn it.
Et ils ont dit, ah merde.
And they swore allegiance to the king.
Et ils ont prêté serment au roi.
The Parti québécois,
Donc,
which
le Parti québécois,
I thought was going to die,
le Parti québécois qui, moi, je pensais qu'il allait mourir,
took a principled stand and refused to swear allegiance to the king.
a pris une position de principe et a refusé de prêter allégeance.
And now they've risen from the ashes. They're number one in the polls right now.
Et le PQ est renaquis de ses cendres et est premier dans les sondages maintenant.
This is just one example of when push comes to shove, they show no backbone.
C'est un exemple parmi d'autres de quand ça compte vraiment, ils n'ont pas de colonne.
But yeah, this is the leadership in the movement that we have right
Donc c'est ça le leadership qu'on a dans le mouvement aujourd'hui.
now. And I think what we must understand is the profound effect that this is having on people's consciousness.
Et donc ce qu'il faut comprendre, c'est l'effet profond que tout ça a sur les consciences.
Yeah, an increasing number of people have come to the conclusion that capitalism has failed.
Un nombre croissant de gens en viennent à la conclusion que le capitalisme a échoué.
I will say this, like, I have to give these particular communists credit because they have done a really good job of making their arguments seem palatable. They've done a really good job of organizing. And if I had to choose, and I'm sure this is going to be used against me later, but I'm going to say it anyway. If I had to choose between living in a Marxist utopia run by these people and living in an authoritarian conservative reality, I'm choosing these people. I know that might piss people off, but that's just the state of the conservative right for me. The conservative right would take away all of my agency. The conservative right would force me to be Christian when I don't want to be. The conservative right would, like, basically make me a little woman barefoot and pregnant in the fucking kitchen. These people wouldn't. Now, these people are going to give me free stuff. These people are going to give me free housing. These people, I mean, I might have to work a stupid job out in a field somewhere, but they're not going to force me into a religion. And I quite frankly think that a lot of people like me I'm not on the left or the right. I don't consider myself to be on the left or the right. If push came to shove and we had to choose between conservative theocracy or communist utopia, I mean, it is a choice between The Handmaid's Tale and 1984, but in The Handmaid's Tale, I'm getting raped and being forced to bear the children of the aristocracy, and I don't want that. And at least in 1984, like, there's a little bit more freedom. It's not good, but... And conservatives should really think about that because the conservative rhetoric lately has been off the fucking handle. Truly. I don't know how they expect people to vote for them. Well, Beth, there's no sex in The Handmaid's Tale. It's fucking rape. That's not sex. Like...
Échoué.
And that they don't see a way to change the system through the parliament
Ils
or
ne
through
voient pas de
reforms.
moyen de modifier le système à travers le Parlement et des réformes.
And they're getting increasingly desperate.
Et ils sont désespérés
And they're looking for answers.
et ils cherchent des réponses.
And yes, this situation is creating communists
Et oui, cette situation-là crée des communistes
by the minute.
à chaque minute qui passe.
Yes, and there are hundreds of thousands in Canada,
Et il y en a des centaines de milliers au Canada,
which is an astonishing development.
ce qui est un développement exceptionnel.
You would probably have to go back to the 1970s to see anything like this.
Faut reculer aux
All
années
right, guys, I need to go to the little socialist room. We've still got a long way to go tonight, so I hope everyone has a drink and a snack. I'm going to let this play while I go to the little socialist room, so take good notes. Let me know if I miss anything. I will be right back.
70 au moins pour voir quelque chose du genre.
So, what do communists do today?
Donc, que font les communistes aujourd'hui?
So, on this question,
Sur cette question,
the name Lenin stands out singularly.
donc le nom de Lénine ressort du lot.
What is to be done?
Que faire?
So, Lenin is the only Marxist
Donc, Lénine est le seul marxiste
who built a party
qui a construit un parti
which successfully led the workers to power,
qui a mené la classe ouvrière au pouvoir,
which is an incredible achievement.
ce qui est un accomplissement incroyable.
And I'm very happy that on the 100th anniversary of his death,
Et je suis très content qu'au centenaire de sa mort,
we've been studying his ideas so we can apply them today.
on étudie ses idées pour pouvoir les appliquer aujourd'hui.
So, yeah, what Lenin explained
Ce que Lénine expliquait,
is that while revolution is inevitable,
bien que la révolution soit inévitable,
victory is not.
la victoire ne l'est pas.
And that was a bit of a harder argument back in Lenin's day.
Donc c'était un argument plus difficile à faire à l'époque de Lénine.
But the last 100 years
Mais les-
furnishes us countless examples
Mais les dernières 100 années nous en offrent plein d'exemples.
of revolution after revolution after revolution,
Une révolution après l'autre, partout.
millions of ordinary working class people rising up,
Des millions d'ouvriers ordinaires qui se soulèvent,
insurrections,
des insurrections,
general strikes,
des grèves générales,
sustained
All
mass
right, I'm back.
movements for months, for years.
des mouvements de masse qui durent des mois ou des années.
But every single one,
Mais chacun d'entre eux,
even when the government has been overthrown,
même dans les cas où le gouvernement est renversé,
has simply led to another faction, another bourgeois faction taking control.
a juste mené à ce qu'une autre
Okay, so
faction
how are they going
bourgeoise
to
prenne
avoid
le
that? That's a
contrôle.
good
And then
question.
none of the pressing issues of the masses are resolved.
Et aucun des enjeux pressants pour les masses n'est résolu.
So the only time that this wasn't the case
La seule fois où ça n'a pas été le cas,
was in October 1917.
c'était en octobre 1917.
And this is because revolutions don't, by their very nature, are exceptional circumstances.
Les révolutions, par leur nature même, sont des situations exceptionnelles.
They don't last long.
Elles ne durent pas longtemps.
It's when society's in flux
C'est quand la société est en mouvement,
and the
en flux.
masses are trying to change their destiny.
Et les masses tentent de changer leur destinée.
And it's usually a brief period of time of a few months, maybe a few years at most,
C'est une brève période de peut-être quelques mois, quelques années tout au plus,
where Lenin said,
où Lénine a dit
there are decades where nothing happens and there are weeks where decades happen.
donc, il y a des décennies où rien ne se passe, il y a des semaines où des décennies se produisent.
So yeah, a revolution represents a qualitative shift in the situation.
Une révolution, c'est un changement qualitatif dans la situation.
A compressed period of time
Une période de temps comprimé
where the masses are trying to change society.
où les masses tentent de changer la société.
And it is physically and materially impossible
C'est physiquement et matériellement impossible
for the masses to draw all of the necessary lessons in that short period of time.
pour les masses d'en arriver à toutes les conclusions nécessaires dans le moment.
And the bourgeoisie
Et la bourgeoisie,
they've been ruling for a little while now.
ça fait longtemps qu'ils sont au pouvoir maintenant.
They have all of the resources.
Ils ont toutes les ressources.
They control all of the major industries, all the media.
Ils contrôlent toutes les industries principales.
The communists on Twitter really love me because this party has just retweeted me on Twitter because I posted a screenshot of their hi communists. I know you're watching. I know you're watching. Not even just the one in the chat. I know there's more of you watching than that. So earlier today, this specific political party tweeted, after decades of clawbacks, millions of Canadians do not have a family doctor. Gee, do you assholes think that has anything to do with universal health care? Do you really think? Aaron, hang on. Aaron, you did not watch that. I do not believe you. I do not believe you at all. And the Communist Party that you are talking about is not these people. They are not the same thing. Trump, why don't we want Trump? Trump isn't going to fix any of this. Trump is going to do exactly nothing about this. And what you are talking about has nothing to do with the people that we're watching. So if that actually happened, and I quite frankly don't believe you because I've watched the Communist Party of the USA and I find it hard to believe that they're shilling that hard for Biden. I think that might be a conservative interpretation of what happened, but I don't think that's what actually happened. But regardless, Trump is going to fix exactly none of this. I don't believe you. I'm sorry. I've watched them before. I don't believe you. And even if you're telling the truth, again, Trump is fixing none of this. There are no politicians who will do anything about... Guys, I literally sent this to Donald Trump Jr., who follows me on Twitter, in his fucking DMs. First time I've ever slid into Trump Jr.'s DMs. And did you see him share it? Did you see him acknowledge it as important? No, because Trump is not going to fix this, conservatives. He's not going to. He doesn't know what's happening. He doesn't care it's happening. He has no plan to fix it at all. Trump is the most awful hiring person in the history of hiring people. Trump did nothing about this in his first term. There is no evidence that Trump even is aware of any of this. No, Vivek didn't do it either. And he's shared my stuff before, but he didn't share this. So, anyway, back to this. So earlier today, I took a screenshot of this specific political party. And their tweet basically said that people in Canada couldn't find a doctor because of capitalism. But the reason that people in Canada can't find a doctor is because of universal health care, which is fucking socialist. But socialists will always blame every single problem on capitalism because that's how they gain power. Anyway, this political party has just retweeted me and they said, newsflash, Canada is a capitalist country. Well, your healthcare system isn't capitalist, bro. Single-payer healthcare only exists because workers fought for this reform. So you're saying it's socialist. But it is underfunded. Well, that's what happens under socialism, socialists. Why do you think people always starve under socialism or communism or whatever label you guys want to use? Why do you think there is always mass starvation under communism? Because it's underfunded and under-resourced and you guys don't know how to produce food. Now, public health care is under attack by politicians like Doug Ford, who are farther starving people. Oh my God, capitalism is to blame for everything, even though it's a socialist system. But I'm glad to meet you, Communist Party of Canada. We are going to become great, great, great friends.
Les médias,
They have experts.
ils ont des experts.
They've studied revolutions
Ils ont étudié les révolutions
in order to thwart them.
afin de les empêcher de gagner.
So what Lenin described is that revolution is not something that can be done in an amateur way.
Donc, Lénine expliquait qu'une révolution, ça peut pas être traité avec amateurisme.
Have you ever heard this argument? Don't build the party, just build the movement.
Avez-vous déjà entendu l'argument « faut pas construire un parti, il faut construire le mouvement.
That will succeed just spontaneously,
On
right?
va gagner juste par la spontanéité. »
This is one of the most utopian things.
C'est une des choses les plus utopiques.
It's been proven conclusively incorrect time and time again.
Ça a été montré comme étant définitivement incorrect plein de fois.
Yeah, so that's why we hold to the ideas of Lenin.
Et c'est pour ça qu'on s'en tient aux idées de Lénine.
That we must build the revolutionary party in advance of events.
Qu'il faut donc construire le parti révolutionnaire en
America,
avance.
same ones.
With the ideas of Marxism, with a study of the past.
Avec les idées du marxisme, une étude du passé.
To act as that memory of the working class.
Et d'agir comme la mémoire de la classe ouvrière.
To assure victory.
Pour assurer la victoire.
So we are building a professional.
Donc on construit une organisation professionnelle.
An organization of professional revolutionaries.
Une organisation de révolutionnaires professionnels.
That dedicate our lives to this.
We are building an organization of professional revolutionaries who dedicate their lives to this. I'm going to say that again. We are building an organization of professional revolutionaries that dedicate our lives to this. Do you want to know why these people are winning? Do you want to know why these people are winning in the United States? And they're absolutely winning in Canada. Because they take this more seriously than any other political faction. Conservatives are not serious people. They don't dedicate their lives to anything. They re on Twitter, and that is all they do. These people, it is built into their personal identity. These people actually believe this stuff. They live this stuff. They only talk to other people who do this stuff. This is why they're winning. This is why their revolution in America is inevitable. Because there is not a single fucking group on the political right that is doing anything to stop them. And I can sit here and say, with an actual Revolutionary Communist of America Party member in my chat right now, they are going to win. They know they're going to win. And they know there is not a single group on the conservative right that is going to do anything to stop them. I don't know if the conservative right will ever wake up to this bullshit, but they're certainly not there now. And these people know that. But let's keep reading on Twitter about whatever bullshit thing conservatives are upset about today.
Qui dédient leur vie à ça.
We're not doing this as a hobby.
C'est pas un hobby, c'est pas un passe-temps.
Yeah, we seek to.
Maybe we can have another 2 weeks about conservatives complaining about a fucking pinup calendar. Can we please have that to show the serious nature of the conservative right? Can we have another 2 weeks of complaining over a fucking pinup calendar in which every woman on it was fully clothed? Can we please do that? Can we please have another couple of weeks about reading about the fact that gay people exist and God forbid are getting married? Can we please focus on that? Can we please have another month and a half of conservatives whining about drag queens every fucking day while doing nothing to actually solve the problem? Can we please double down on the book banning bullshit again so that Moms for Liberty can raise another millions of fucking dollars? Can we please do that instead of actually solving for this problem? This is telling me we need to watch more Lenin. I mean, probably, I guess, but I don't know. We'll see.
Do this on a professional basis.
Il faut le faire sur une base professionnelle.
Because we're faced with an immense task, comrades.
Parce qu'on fait face à une immense tâche, camarades.
So yes, we are on the verge, I believe, we are on the verge of major events.
Je crois fermement qu'on est au seuil de grands événements.
I think events never before seen in Canada.
Des événements qu'on n'a jamais vus au Canada.
I think these events are going to shake that nice Canadian passive attitude out of everyone.
Des événements qui vont secouer la passivité et la gentillesse des Canadiens.
That will put all leaders, all organizations to the test.
Qui vont mettre tous les leaders et les organisations à l'essai.
And we must prepare for this.
Et il faut se préparer.
Yeah, like Lenin did.
Comme Lénine l'a fait.
Yeah, as Rob described in the very first session.
Comme Rob l'a dit dans la première séance de la fin de semaine.
Yeah, Lenin was building the Revolutionary Party over 20 years before the revolution.
Lénine a construit un parti révolutionnaire au cours de 20 ans avant la révolution.
So I want to acknowledge Dawning Day over on Rumble. Dawning Day says, I will do my best I can to work with you to wake up the feckless conservative influencers. Okay, I added the feckless part, but they're feckless. They are a huge problem in our currently corrupt government, and that needs to be addressed. Guys, if you want to help me give conservative influencers a much needed kick in the ass, I am putting a link in the chat right now that you can visit on my Substack, and that will give you 5 ways that you can help me to give conservative influencers a much needed kick in the ass. And they might just and complain or block us all on Twitter. That's fine. But when they block us all on Twitter, we will just make new accounts and we will continue to give them a much needed kick in the ass and to wake them up as to what is going on and to try to force the issue a little bit stronger than it's been forced before. So head over to the Substack, find out that information, sign up. I really do appreciate it.
Maintained the banner of revolutionary Marxism.
Il a maintenu la bannière du marxisme.
Against reformists,
contre les réformistes,
against academics,
les universitaires,
against immense pressure to bend,
contre les pressions immenses à se plier.
Oh, Lenin, he's so unreasonable.
Ah, Lénine, il est tellement déraisonnable.
He's so uncompromising.
Il fait pas de compromis.
Yes.
Oui, exactement.
We must be as uncompromising.
Il faut être sans compromis, nous
We
aussi.
must be uncompromising in our duty.
Il faut... dans notre devoir, il faut pas faire de compromis.
In the fight for a victorious revolution in Canada.
Dans notre lutte pour une révolution victorieuse au Canada.
And we shouldn't let anyone deter us from that.
Il faut laisser personne nous dévier de ça.
So, as I was explaining, I think the situation has not been this favorable for decades.
Comme on a dit plusieurs fois, la situation n'a jamais été aussi favorable depuis des décennies.
I have never seen a situation like this.
Moi, j'ai jamais rien vu de tel.
And I've been a Marxist for almost 20 years.
Et ça fait presque 20 ans que je suis marxiste.
As I said, there's a wide layer of people out there that consider them.
Been a Marxist for 20 years, have never seen such favorable conditions to getting their Marxist revolution. Oh, bro, I know. We know. We know you guys don't see conservatives as the enemy. We are well aware. You see neoliberals and Democrats as more of an enemy than you do conservatives. We know. You guys never talk about conservatives. You guys only whine and complain about the need about the DSA as well. So we know. I've just opened my second beer, which is an Imperial Bacon Stout called Belly of the Beast. It is 8.6% alcohol. So the chances of me continuing to yell on this stream are going to go up significantly the more of this beer that I drink. Cheers.
Themselves communists.
Comme je l'ai dit, il y a une vaste couche de gens qui se considèrent communistes.
And there's an even wider layer.
Et il y a une couche encore plus large
that have lost faith in the system.
Qui ont perdu.
It really does taste like bacon. It really does. It's very smoky. It's got like that. It really does taste like bacon.
Leur espoir dans le système.
Have lost faith in all political parties.
Ils ont perdu espoir dans tous les partis.
And they want to fight.
Et ils veulent se battre.
These people, I believe, are organic communist soldiers.
Je pense que ces gens-là sont des soldats communistes organiques.
Yeah, a communist is not someone who has read all the books.
Un communiste.
We don't get bacon beer in the communist utopia. I don't care what that fucking revolutionary communist says. You're not getting Imperial bacon beer in the communist utopia.
c'est pas quelqu'un qui a lu tous les livres.
I have met many people who read a lot of communist books,
Je connais beaucoup de gens qui ont lu beaucoup de livres communistes,
who are some of the most uncommunist people I have ever met.
qui sont les moins communistes, les gens les moins communistes que j'ai jamais rencontrés.
So yeah, communism is an organic movement that develops.
Le communisme, c'est un mouvement organique qui se développe.
And I believe we're seeing that welling up from the depths of society.
Et je crois qu'on voit ça sortir des tréfonds de la société.
And it must be our task
Et c'est notre tâche
to merge with this layer,
de fusionner avec cette couche,
to build out of this layer,
de construire au sein de cette couche,
to find these comrades.
De
They
trou-
are our
de
comrades.
trouver ces camarades. Ils sont nos camarades.
And yet, connected to this,
Et ce qui est lié à ça,
how do you find communists?
comment trouver des communistes?
Well, it hasn't been very popular to be a communist.
Donc, pendant un temps, c'était pas populaire d'être communiste.
So naturally, most people, you might not want to stand out with that one.
Donc, il y a peut-être beaucoup de gens encore aujourd'hui qui veulent pas sortir du lot avec
So
ça.
I think our first task is to show people it's okay to be a communist.
Donc, notre première tâche, c'est de
Wow.
montrer aux gens, c'est correct d'être communiste.
It's actually cool to be a
C'est
communist.
très cool, en fait,
I don't
d'être
know about
communiste.
that.
We're proud to be communist.
On est fiers d'être communiste.
Wow.
Yeah, we are proud to be communists.
On est fiers d'être communiste.
What does that mean?
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire?
It means we don't put up with this shit.
Ça veut dire qu'on en a assez de toute cette merde.
We're fighting for a new society.
On lutte pour une nouvelle société.
And in order to find these
Et
communists,
pour trouver ces communistes,
we have to show them
il faut leur montrer
we are proud.
qu'on est fiers,
We are standing up. We are fighting back.
qu'on se lève debout et on riposte.
And you have a place to fight with us.
Et vous avez votre place pour lutter avec nous.
So yeah, we must claim this banner of communism.
Il faut réclamer cette bannière
And we should hold it high
et tenir la bannière du communisme
so
bien
people
haut
can rally around
pour que les gens se rassemblent autour
and find us.
et nous trouvent.
And many are. I'm sure many here, you just found us in the last few months.
Mandatory. Dr. K was right. Oh, more. Yup. Everyone who didn't believe me when I told you guys this was real owes me $2 super chat. And when the eventual Marxist revolution comes and I predict it all to a T, I won't be able to collect on super chats anymore. So you guys might as well just pay up in advance, because when the revolution happens, there will be no more super chats. There will be no more YouTube. There will be no more any of this, because they will control everything and we will all be irrevocably fucked.
Il y a beaucoup de gens comme ça. Je suis sûr qu'il y en a beaucoup parmi vous qui viennent de nous rencontrer.
But I think we've just scratched the surface.
Mais on a à peine effleuré la surface.
And the possibilities are quite immense.
Et les possibilités sont immenses.
Yeah, starting last summer,
L'été dernier,
when I never thought of anything so simple as this.
j'ai jamais rien vu d'aussi simple.
I was been a communist for almost 20 years.
Ça fait presque 20 ans que je suis communiste.
I never thought it was so simple
J'avais jamais compris à quel point c'était simple.
that you could just put up a poster saying, "Are you a communist? Get organized."
Que c'était facile de juste mettre des posters qui disent « Es-tu communiste? Si oui, rejoins-nous.
And then thousands of people would say, "Yep." »
Et que des milliers de personnes allaient répondre « Oui. »
All right, I want everyone to hear that. Because part of how these people recruit, and I have this on my Substack, I posted it on my Twitter as well, is that literally what they do is they go onto college campuses or they go out into cities and they post flyers and stickers, and it has a picture of Karl Marx on it pointing at you, and it says, "Are you a communist? Let's get organized," and it has a QR code, and you scan the QR code, you go and fill out a little form, and then someone calls you to vet you. And if they decide that you're really a communist, they give you the information on how to join the group. Effectively, that's how it works. So these people are putting these stickers all over college campuses. These people are putting these posters all over cities in the United States and Canada, and they're getting thousands of people to respond to them just with a poster saying, "Are you a communist?" There are more of these people than you guys think. There are certainly more of these people than conservatives think, and they are organized, and they have all of these different locations that they're working at, and they're telling it to you on fucking YouTube. Thank you, Jane, for paying up. I appreciate it.
So yeah, on this basic method,
Donc, basé sur cette méthode très simple,
we have grown by leaps and
No,
bounds.
on a grandi massivement.
nope. Amber Christie just did the thing that conservatives always do. Amber Christie over on Rumble says, I wonder how many feds are in the Communist Party. Now, the reason that Amber Christie is saying that is the typical conservative talking point for Patriot Front. And it is legitimate that Patriot Front is filled with fucking feds. Every time you see videos of that group, those are feds. It is legitimate that Nick Fuentes' little fucking political movement are filled with fucking feds. That's all true. Conservatives. These people are not feds. These are not feds. This is a highly organized grassroots movement that has been recruited over the course of like decades of them doing this shit. The reason conservatives think these people are feds is because conservatives don't do anything to organize groups like this. And so they always assume that any conservative group that pops up is just full of feds if it makes them look bad. So they're projecting their own conservative bullshit onto these people. These aren't feds. This is real. I don't know how many times I have to keep saying this. I want to thank Dragon Tail for paying up. Here's the $2 I promised earlier in the week. Amber Christie, you didn't come up with this on your own because I've heard that like 19 ways from Sunday in the past 2 days. You are not the only conservative saying these are feds, these are feds, these are feds, these are feds. That is a conservative bullshit talking point. Kazmar paying up. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I believe we've almost doubled in just a few months.
Donc, on a presque doublé notre membership en quelques mois.
With hundreds joining us. I think over 400 have joined us in the last 4 months.
Je pense que
over 400 have joined them in the last 4 months.
Quelques 400 personnes ont rejoint dans les derniers mois.
But again, we are still a very small organization.
Amber Christie over on Rumble says, you don't think they have infiltrators? No, I don't. I think the vast, maybe onesies and twosies, but Patriot Front is feds. You guys understand that, right? Patriot Front is basically completely feds. These people are not that. And so if you want to continue to deflect from this by saying, they're feds, well, you're going to get what you get. And I don't think you're going to like what you get.
Encore une organisation très petite.
And the potential is amazing.
Mais le potentiel est exceptionnel.
But this is a very small number of people that have joined us.
Donc, c'est un très petit nombre de personnes qui nous ont rejoints.
If each of us puts our mind to it,
mais si chacun d'entre nous se met à l'ouvrage,
that we can each go and find another couple communists.
On peut chacun et chacune aller trouver quelques communistes.
It's easy. It's never been this easy.
C'est facile. Ça a jamais été aussi facile.
So this is actually an international phenomenon.
Et c'est un phénomène international.
As Lenin we are internationalists.
Comme Lénine, nous sommes internationalistes.
So we are not simply building in Canada.
On n'est pas seulement en train de bâtir au Canada.
We are building an international, a communist
On
international.
construit une internationale communiste.
We are part of the international Marxist tendency.
On fait partie de la tendance marxiste internationale.
And a couple of weeks ago, I had the honor to attend a meeting of the International Executive Committee of the IMT.
Donc, il y a quelques semaines, j'ai eu le privilège, l'honneur de participer au meeting du comité exécutif international de la TMI.
Yeah, and I've never seen this.
Et j'ai jamais vu rien de tel.
All over the world, in country after country,
Dans tous les pays,
we're seeing exactly the same thing.
on voit la même chose.
Unprecedented growth.
Une croissance sans précédent.
We're being inundated with communists
On est inondé de communistes
who want to build, who want to fight.
qui veulent construire l'organisation et lutter.
Thousands are flocking to our banner
Et des
around the
milliers
world.
de personnes se rejoignent sous notre bannière.
So yeah, just last October,
Juste en octobre dernier,
we announced that internationally we had surpassed 5,000 members,
on avait annoncé d'avoir atteint 5000 membres à l'international,
which was an amazing feat.
ce qui était déjà exceptionnel.
And in January,
You guys hearing this? Unprecedented growth at an international level. Are we taking this seriously yet? Amber Christie says, if all conservative groups are feds, then how can we organize without being arrested? Well, that is your problem to figure out, isn't it? But I promise you, conservatives, you've got a lot more problems than just how can we organize without being infiltrated by the feds? Because the biggest problem that conservatives have right now is not the fucking feds. The biggest problem conservatives have is on their own fucking team. The people that conservatives choose to lift up and promote, who lie to them for money just because they say the talking points that they're desperate to hear, that is a bigger problem than whether or not you're infiltrated by the feds. So until you fix that problem, I don't care about any other questions. I'm not giving any other tactics to conservatives other than learn the language and change your fucking influencers. And if you guys can't do those things, if you cannot sit down and learn the language that these people are using, and they're actually being very plain spoken at this point, but most conservatives are not. But if you can't sit down and learn the language of the left and then pick different goddamn influencers to lead you, then nothing else is going to matter. Who inspires me for change, Freedom One asks over on Rumble? No one. There is not any single person on the political right doing what is required. So no one.
we just passed 6,000.
Et en janvier, on a dépassé 6000.
And so, yeah, we have communists, we have groups, we have new sections coming out of the woodwork in all over the place and in new countries even.
Donc, on a des groupes de communistes, des sections qui se développent dans tous les pays.
So yeah, in order to capitalize on this sentiment,
Donc, afin de capitaliser sur ce sentiment,
as was already mentioned,
comme ça a déjà été mentionné,
we voted on a resolution to propose changing the name of our international, launching a new revolutionary communist
donc
international.
on a proposé de changer le nom de notre international et de devenir l'international communiste révolutionnaire.
So Freedom One over on Rumble says, who do we lift up? People who are not lying to you. Basically, you guys need to fire all your influencers. Like, they all suck. They all suck. None of them are telling you the truth. Fire Jack fucking Posobiec. Fire Mike Cernovich. Fire everyone at the Post Millennial except for Andy No. Andy No is the only one worthy. Fire all of the academics because none of them are telling you the truth. All of them. Fire everyone at the Blaze, because the Blaze is just out for themselves. It's a profit-making thing. Fire everyone at the fucking Daily Wire. Stop giving money to the Daily fucking Wire. Stop giving money to PragerU. Fire everyone at PragerU. The Daily Wire and PragerU are just Zionists. The Daily Wire and PragerU will put Israel before America every goddamn day. Fire them. The only person that's actually worthy of like any consideration is Andy No. Andy No is fabulous. And while we're at it, fire anyone who insists on saying white Western Christian civilization. If anyone tells you that they're trying to destroy Western values, you fire them as an influencer immediately. Fire fucking James O'Keefe. James O'Keefe is a massive narcissist who's lying to you. I could go on. Oh, yeah. Turning Point USA, fuck those assholes. Turning Point USA is a waste of $40 million a year. $40 million a year is wasted on this organization that does nothing but throw giant parties. Fire them. Who else? Daily Wire, Blaze, PragerU, Turning Point. Who else? CPAC. What does CPAC actually do? Moms for Liberty. That's the one. Moms for Liberty. Another massive waste of money. Another massive waste of fucking resources. Fire Dave Rubin for lying to all of you. Megyn Kelly's not much better. Fire Jesse Kelly. Basically everyone. Basically everyone. You guys suck at picking out people to lead you. They don't do anything but take your money. That's all they want to do. Until you guys understand this and you start listening to better people, ain't nothing gonna matter.
Yeah, so in Canada, we are doing our part.
Au Canada, on fait notre part.
As was mentioned in the War and Imperialism section.
Ça a été mentionné dans la séance sur l'impérialisme et la guerre.
What am I doing then? What am I doing? I'm literally the only person on the internet showing this to you. Did any of your conservative influencers cover this week? No. I'm literally the only person on the internet that is showing you what's actually going on and letting you decide for yourself what you think about it. Beth, thank you for the super chat. Question, Carlin. I'm of the belief that the FBI and other intelligence agencies will be abolished under Marxism. Well, I would say that's probably true because most of the federal government's going to be abolished under Marxism. And I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I think the FBI should be abolished. I think the CIA should be abolished. I think everything under the federal government should be abolished. So probably, yep.
Canada does play an important part in the chain of world imperialism.
Le Canada joue un rôle important dans la chaîne impérialiste mondiale.
And it's our task to break that chain.
Et notre tâche, c'est de rompre cette chaîne-là.
So I'm happy to announce
Je suis fier d'annoncer
that we are launching
qu'on lance
the Revolutionary Communist Party.
Le Parti communiste révolutionnaire.
Look at that room. Look at that room. What I heard from conservatives yesterday when I posted that video was, there's only 5 people in the room. There's no one there. They can't get up before noon. They're all lazy. They all stink. They're all ugly. Look at that room. How many people do you see there? Bro, if you think that Trump is going to win in 2024, you are only listening to conservatives who are lying to you. Congratulations, you're a retard. You're probably not going to last here very long because you're a fucking retard if you think that Trump is going to win in 2024. That's ridiculous. Oh, wait. You think you get to call me a bitch? Bro, I went over the rules earlier. You insult me, you get fucking banned. Goodbye. You're not welcome here anymore. Go away.
RCP, 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 RCP.
PCR, PCR, PCR.
So, what type of party is this going to be?
Donc, quel genre de...
When I was, Chris is asking, when you went to the socialist conference, how many people were there? Like 400 or so.
parti ça va être?
So, we're not simply a group that supports workers.
On n'est pas seulement un groupe d'appui aux travailleurs.
As Lenin explained, that's not the role of communists.
Comme Lénine l'a expliqué, c'est pas ça le rôle des communistes.
We're not simple trade unionists.
On n'est pas des simples syndicalistes.
We're agents of the proletarian revolution.
On est des agents de la révolution prolétarienne.
We're a group of professional revolutionaries.
On est un groupe de révolutionnaires professionnels.
That in every workplace, in every school, in every neighborhood, in every city.
Et dans chaque milieu de travail, chaque...
We are a group of professional revolutionaries in every workplace, in every school, in every community. Let's listen again.
Explains that's not the role of communists.
Comme Lénine l'a expliqué, c'est pas ça le rôle des communistes.
We're not simple trade unionists.
On n'est pas des simples syndicalistes.
We're agents of the proletarian revolution.
On est des agents de la révolution prolétarienne.
We're a group of professional revolutionaries.
On est un groupe de révolutionnaires professionnels.
That in every workplace, in every school, in every neighborhood, in every city.
Et dans chaque milieu de travail, chaque école, chaque quartier, chaque ville.
There are communists.
Il y a des communistes.
There are layers of communists.
Il y a des couches de communistes.
We've even met friend groups of communists.
Il y a même des groupes d'amis communistes.
Some people say, "Oh yeah, all my friends are communists."
Des gens qui nous disent, ah oui, ben mes amis sont tous communistes.
You hit a gold mine when you find that.
Donc c'est une mine d'or quand on trouve ça.
So we need to find these people.
Il faut trouver ces gens-là.
And organize this vanguard of the class.
Et organiser cette avant-garde de notre classe.
Into a revolutionary communist party.
Dans un parti communiste révolutionnaire.
In order to bring communist ideas to the rest of the class.
Pour amener les idées communistes au reste de notre classe.
So yes, in the next 3 months.
Donc dans les 3 prochains mois.
I want everyone here.
Je veux que tout le monde ici.
To go back to your city.
Je veux que tout le monde retourne dans sa ville.
And we are carrying out a campaign.
Donc c'est une campagne.
We're carrying out a campaign for this party.
On mène une campagne pour le parti.
We'll have our founding congress in May.
Donc on va avoir le congrès de fondation en mai.
If you are not already a member,
si vous n'êtes pas déjà membre,
you are a member.
Vous êtes un membre.
I'm sorry to tell you, you're a member.
Je suis désolé de vous le dire, vous êtes membre.
Join us.
Rejoignez-nous.
Help us fight for communism.
Aidez-nous à lutter pour le communisme.
Go build a branch in your city, in your school, in your neighborhood.
Allez bâtir une branche dans votre ville, votre école, votre quartier.
Recruit your friends.
Recrutez vos amis.
Recruit your family.
Recrutez votre famille.
Find people. It's not that hard.
Trouver des gens, c'est pas si difficile.
Build a branch in your area.
Find people. It's not that hard. Build a sleeper cell for us in your workplace, in your school, in your community. Just find people to organize with. It's not that hard.
Construisez une branche dans votre aire de travail.
And send delegates to the founding congress in May.
Et envoyez des délégués au congrès de fondation en mai.
Yeah, so what type of party is this?
Donc quel genre de parti on est?
If you hate the system, this is your party.
Si vous détestez
look, we've got a conservative retard in the chat. This is another talking point I hear from conservatives over and over again. We've seen this several times. They're kidding themselves. They're losers. They don't get out of bed before noon. They don't have jobs. They'll never win. We have all the guns. They don't know what they're doing. Bro, you're a fucking retard if you're not taking this seriously.
système, ceci est votre parti.
You want a revolution, this is your party.
Vous voulez une révolution, c'est votre parti.
If you're a communist, this is your party.
Si vous êtes communiste, c'est votre parti.
And the party will not build itself.
Et le parti va pas se construire lui-même.
So it's up to all of us to go and build the party where we are.
Donc,
another conservative retard. They're all feds. They're all feds. They're all feds. Bullshit, bro. Bullshit. I don't believe you. You want to know why? Because you talk like a fucking retarded conservative, bro.
Ça dépend de chacun de nous de construire le parti là où on est.
We have all the resources you need.
On a toutes les ressources dont vous avez besoin.
We can give you advice.
On peut vous donner des conseils.
All you need to do is bring your energy and enthusiasm to build and fight for a new world.
Tout ce que vous avez besoin, c'est d'amener votre énergie et votre enthousiasme puis lutter pour un meilleur monde, un monde meilleur.
So yeah, in order to build this party,
Mais pour construire ce parti,
we have launched a new newspaper.
On a lancé un nouveau journal.
Communist Revolution, Révolution communiste.
Révolution communiste, Communist Revolution.
So yeah, we aim to use this paper as a weapon.
Donc, notre but, c'est d'utiliser ce journal comme un outil.
Like Lenin did with Iskra.
Comme Lénine l'avait fait avec l'Iskra.
As a weapon to build the party.
C'est un outil pour construire le parti.
As a collective organizer.
C'est un organisateur collectif.
So what does that mean? We say that often.
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? C'est une phrase qu'on utilise souvent.
It means this is your paper.
Ça veut dire c'est votre journal.
This is not the paper of a small group in the editorial.
Actual RCA member, I have a question for you because the conservative retards in my chat keep insinuating that you guys are just filled with feds. Do you think there is an abundance of feds in your movement? Because I would argue that there is not an abundance of feds in your movement and that you guys are actually serious, but the conservative retards that I have watching me who are terrified right now because they don't know what to fucking do about this are convinced that you're just all made up of feds. This stream's going to be going for a little while. We're only an hour into it and it's 2.5 hours long, so we're going to be watching for a little while. I would crack open some beers for sure. I hope you bought good beer, not fucking communist piss beer. No, they're not infiltrated with feds, according to the actual party member.
C'est pas le journal d'un petit groupe du comité de rédaction.
This is the paper of each and every one of us.
C'est le journal qui nous appartient à chacun de nous.
And we want this paper to be the paper of any worker that's angry at the boss on the shop floor.
Et on veut que ce soit le journal de n'importe quel travailleur qui est au travail et qui est fâché.
And we want to collect.
Yes, that's exactly right. I can call you a retard as much as I fucking want. You don't want to know why? Because you're in my house right now. If you were running the stream, you could do whatever you wanted, but you're in my house. You're acting like a fucking moron in my house. I'm going to call you out about that. And I'll tell you what, my friend, only a conservative fucking retard would get all in their feelings about being called out when you claim you're not a conservative, but you seem to be acting like the typical conservative retard to me. So you are welcome to show yourself out. You're not wanted here if you don't want to be productive. No one's going to cry for you, bro. Go away. Plus, we are quite involved in one other outsider branch, so it would be pretty difficult to hide being a Fed. But again, we aren't doing well. A word of advice that I probably shouldn't be giving you, but I'm going to give to you anyway. It doesn't really matter if you're doing anything illegal. The feds are still going to try anyway. It doesn't really matter. But I don't think the feds really care about you guys, so.
collectivize this paper.
Et on veut collectiviser ce journal.
We want this paper to be produced not only for revolutionary workers, but by revolutionary workers.
On veut que ce soit un journal pas seulement produit pour des travailleurs révolutionnaires, mais par les travailleurs révolutionnaires.
So the goal is for this to reflect the anger in society.
Donc le but, c'est que le journal reflète la colère dans la société.
For workers that are pissed off at the system.
So for the communist guy, do you guys know about Red May? What do you think about Red May? Red May is our favorite revolutionary socialist. Excuse me. Red May is our favorite revolutionary socialist group out of Seattle. Do you guys like Red May? Do you hate Red May? Do you know about Red May? Oh, look, the conservative retard just said she's on her period. So now you know what's going to happen, conservative retard? You just got banned. Goodbye. Fuck off. You're not wanted here. Yeah, we watch Red May all through the month of May. So you're welcome to come back and watch Red. It would actually be interesting. It would be interesting to have a communist perspective on the radical revolutionary socialists of Red May.
To see themselves in this paper.
Pour que les travailleurs qui sont fâchés contre le système se reconnaissent dans le journal.
And I have to say, this is a work in progress.
Et je dois dire, c'est un travail.
Hang on, I know I'm pausing a lot, but it's just the way it works out. Even if Trump wins, it doesn't matter. They have power over academia, medicine, library associations. How can Trump purge them? It's delusional. Trump is not going to purge them. Trump is not going to purge them. The reason they're asking if you hate Hitler is because the talking point on the conservative right is that Hitler was a socialist. That's why they're asking.
Travail en continu.
We need your help.
On a besoin de votre aide.
Every single one of us
Chacun d'entre nous
can and must contribute to this paper.
Peut et doit contribuer au journal.
Yeah, I hear stories all the time, crazy stories about how people met us.
J'entends des histoires folles tout le temps de comment les gens nous ont rencontrés.
We need that type of content.
On a besoin de ce contenu-là dans le journal.
Send it in.
Envoyez-nous ça.
We want to capture every single shitty thing your boss did.
On veut savoir tout ce que votre boss de merde fait.
Any amazing comment you heard on the subway.
Ou un commentaire incroyable que vous entendez dans le métro.
Expressing the depth of the crisis in society.
N'importe quoi qui exprime la colère profonde dans la société.
Yeah, any observation of something you saw.
N'importe quelle observation que vous faites.
That showed the crisis.
Qui démontre la crise.
Or showed the will of workers to fight.
Ou qui démontre la volonté des travailleurs de se battre.
That's what we want in this paper.
C'est ce qu'on veut dans le journal.
So please, comrades, please take this as your paper.
Donc, s'il vous plaît, camarades, faites-en votre journal.
Help us to collectivize this paper.
Aidez-nous à le collectiviser.
And we can use it as a tool to reach this layer.
Pour qu'on puisse l'utiliser comme un outil pour rejoindre cette couche.
But this is also a banner.
Mais c'est aussi une bannière.
If you're in a demonstration,
si vous êtes dans une manif,
and you don't have a paper,
et vous n'avez pas de journal,
what are you doing?
Qu'est-ce que vous faites?
Is the weakness in the movement that there's not enough people in the demos?
Hey, actual RCA member, do you guys do you have any contact with the people who run Marxist school? Because I would really like to go to Marxist school. Like, I just want to go and listen. I'm not going to be disruptive or anything. I just really want to go. But the last socialist conference I tried to go to, they preemptively banned me. But I went anyway because I did. And I didn't disrupt them or anything, but I did listen to what they had to say. But, like, I really want to go. But, like, I really want to go to Marxist school. Can you connect me? Can you guys just let me come? I'll pay you and everything. I don't care. I literally just want to come to Marxist school and listen to what you guys have to say. That's it. I'm not going to be disruptive. I'm not going to cause problems. I literally just want to come and listen to what you guys have to say. If you'll let me come, I'll come. I won't try to debunk you. I won't try to do any of the bullshit that they would do. I think I've been pretty above board. I think that I've proven that I actually understand what you guys believe. If you have any connections, hook me up, bro.
Est-ce que la faiblesse du mouvement, c'est qu'il n'y a pas assez de gens dans les manifs?
If they had another person,
Puis s'ils avaient une personne de plus,
or
ça aiderait?
10, or 50,
Ou 10, ou
or
50,
100,
ou 100?
would the movement win?
Est-ce que le mouvement gagnerait?
No.
Non.
We are communists.
On est communiste.
We have our own ideas, we have our own banner.
On a nos propres idées, notre propre bannière.
And again, there are lots of communists out there.
Et comme je l'ai dit, il y a beaucoup de communistes.
There was actually lots of interesting stories about the Palestine movement,
Il y avait énormément d'histoires intéressantes sur le mouvement pour la Palestine.
of people that just see our banner and come up and be like, thank God I was looking for the communists.
Des gens qui voient nos bannières et qui disaient
Yeah.
Dieu merci, je cherchais justement les communistes.
The paper is that calling card.
C'est ça le journal, c'est notre carte de visite.
It's a way to meet people, it's a way to stand out.
C'est une façon de rencontrer les gens puis de se distinguer, se démarquer.
It's a way to win the most advanced elements.
C'est une façon de gagner les éléments les plus avancés
And yes, also to educate them.
et de les éduquer aussi.
So this contains an unapologetic, revolutionary communist
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate this. You guys might have other stuff going on. I'm just saying that, like, I literally just want to come and sit in the back and listen, and maybe I'll bring my knitting with me and knit and listen. Like, and if you have any contacts with the people running it, or if Joseph has any contacts with the people running it, like, I would really like to go and not be preemptively banned. Is all I'm saying.
message,
Donc on a un message communiste sans compromis.
and it's a banner for
Because, like, here's the thing. I could come up with a disguise. I could get a fake ID. I could do all I don't think you guys check IDs, but like I could come up with a disguise to go to Marxist school. But if I can just come, like, I could register under a fake name and all that bullshit. But if we can just come to some sort of agreement that, like, I can just come and I don't have to hide, and I don't have to be, like, afraid for my safety. And I just want to, like, if we can just come up with that sort of agreement, that would actually be preferable to me. No, I'm not going to stand up and do any stupid shit. I'm not going to do that, bro. Like, I don't care that much. Like I've always just come to events and have just been chill, and I sit there and I listen, and that's it. I just don't want to get preemptively banned, is all I'm saying.
communists to use from coast to coast to coast,
Et c'est une bannière qu'on doit utiliser d'un bout à l'autre.
and to argue for communism,
Et qu'on doit l'utiliser pour argumenter en faveur du communisme,
to popularize communism,
pour populariser le communisme,
to make communism great again.
pour make communism great again. Ouais. Ça se traduit pas, ça.
Make
So
communism
yes,
great again.
we are engaged in a historic enterprise.
Donc, on a une mission historique.
I believe there are mass events coming our way.
Je crois qu'il y a des événements massifs qui s'en viennent.
Yeah, time is on our side a little bit.
Le temps est un petit peu de notre bord.
We don't have a revolution happening now in
Il n'y a pas de
Canada,
révolution en ce moment,
but yes, I do believe that revolutionary events are down the road.
mais des événements révolutionnaires s'en viennent.
There are hundreds of thousands of communists in Canada.
Il y a des centaines de milliers de communistes au Canada.
Can you imagine what would happen if they were organized?
Imaginez ce qui arriverait s'ils étaient organisés.
We are not a small group.
On n'est pas un petit groupe.
We are a big group. We are hundreds of thousands.
On est des centaines de milliers.
The only thing that lacks is organization.
La seule chose qui manque, c'est de l'organisation.
And that is our task.
Et c'est ça notre tâche.
And if we're able to do that,
Et si on est capable de faire ça,
we can build very quickly.
on peut grandir très rapidement.
Yeah, and let me tell you, some of these new communist people that we're meeting,
Et je dois dire que certains de ces nouveaux communistes qu'on rencontre,
they're some of the most amazing communists I've ever met.
ils sont parmi les meilleurs communistes que j'ai jamais rencontrés.
They just build branches all on their own.
Ils construisent des branches tout seuls.
This is actually the lesson.
C'est ça la leçon.
All the
Do you know anything about MAGA communism? Have you heard about this? Do you have any opinion on those MAGA communist morons? Like, I don't think that MAGA communism is a real thing, but are you aware that there are people out there pushing MAGA communism?
fastest growing areas are the areas built by brand new people.
Tous les endroits où on grossit le plus vite, c'est là où on a juste des nouvelles personnes.
So we should have absolutely no fear
On devrait avoir aucune peur.
We should go forward with confidence
On devrait avoir confiance.
to find this layer of communists in society
Puis trouver ces couches de communistes dans la société.
and to make our organization their
Et
organization.
de faire de notre organisation leur organisation.
So again, I appeal to everyone here.
Donc, j'en appelle à tout le monde ici.
This is your party.
C'est votre parti.
Join us.
Rejoignez-nous.
We have recruitment booths here.
Donc, on a une table d'adhésion en
And
arrière.
also just talk to anyone,
Vous avez juste à vous retourner, à parler à quelqu'un,
any member of the organization.
à un membre de l'organisation.
Yes, and please join this party. Help us build the revolutionary communist party.
Donc, rejoignez le parti. Aidez-nous à bâtir le Parti communiste révolutionnaire.
I'll leave it at that.
Je vais m'arrêter là-dessus. Merci.
All right. 3 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. We're through the first speaker.
Américaine à venir parler.
So we'd like to start with Antonio from the US section.
Okay, this guy is the same guy that presented at the Marxist school in New York City, where he said that he basically gave away their plan to overthrow the government. Kim Iverson Why does Kim Iverson have that MAGA communist asshole on? Though, like, it's not even real. Bro, I sat through a 3-day socialism conference. I did 8 hours of socialism 3 days in a row. In person. Undercover. Wearing a disguise and everything. This is I have beer. Like, this is child's play.
In the last 6 months, we've received messages from 3,000 communists across the US.
Au cours des 6 derniers mois, on a reçu 3000 messages.
Wait, what?
Messages from 3,000 communists across the US.
In the last 6 months, they've received 3,000 fucking messages. How many messages has the Republican Party received in the last 6 months from prospective Republicans?
Yes.
Au cours des 6 derniers mois, on a reçu 3000 messages.
Well, yesterday you heard that there's nearly as many communists in the US as there are people living in Canada.
Hier, on a dit qu'il y avait autant de communistes aux États-Unis qu'il y a
I'm
d'habitants
sorry.
au Canada.
What? How many people are living in Canada? There are nearly as many communists in the US as there are people living in Canada. One more time, please.
Well, yesterday you heard that there's nearly as many communists in the US as there are people living in Canada.
Hier, on a dit qu'il y avait
So Alex says that's 30 million people, 38 million people. Okay, so there are 3 million. There are 300. What is the population of the United States right now? Like 350 million people or something like that. So we're talking 10% of the fucking population is communist. Guys, do you know what percent of the population it takes to have a revolution? It's something like 12 to 15%. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. We may as well just all accept that we're descending into the Marxist utopia. It's just the way it is. No one is coming to stop us. No one is coming to save us. We are so fucked.
Il y avait autant de communistes aux États-Unis qu'il y a d'habitants au Canada.
It's around 30 million communists.
Il y a 30 millions de communistes.
Oh, good.
So we've heard from 1 out of 10,000 of them in the last 6 months.
Donc on
30
a reçu des
million
nouvelles
fucking
de
communists.
un 10 millième des communistes.
But the interesting thing is what they're expressing to us.
Mais la chose intéressante, c'est ce qu'ils nous disent.
I'm not going to read the messages. We've done a lot of that.
Je vais pas lire tous les messages, il y en a trop.
But I do want you to hear from them in their own words.
Mais je veux que vous entendiez ce qu'ils disent dans leurs propres mots.
I
Oh,
am
a
ready
video.
to take action and be part of the revolution.
I want to see a revolution within my lifetime, and
and I would like to feel like I contributed.
I want to get involved because this seems to be the only worthwhile way to prevent further genocide and climate catastrophe.
We've been watching the world since George Floyd's death in 2020.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. All the conservatives in the chat are like, they're lying. They're lying. They're lying. We're winning. We're winning. We're winning. Conservatives now are going to tell, don't worry, Carlin. Don't worry. The communists are all obviously lying. The conservatives are obviously winning. Yeah, I'm sure you guys totally got this, bro. I'm sure you guys have just got the whole thing under control, just like you did in 2020 when you said, we're winning, we're winning, we're winning in 2020. I'm sure you guys just got this all figured out.
I'm sick of sitting around and watching the world burn and watching human beings struggle at the hands of some greedy capitalists.
The world is burning, and the people burning it have names and addresses and more money than most other countries can dream of.
I want to join the communists for the better of humanity. I hate capitalism with every fiber in my being. I've always felt
I hate capitalism with every fiber of my
it's
being.
ruining my life and the lives of so many people.
Capitalism is ruining my life.
Capitalism and would like nothing more than to play my part.
I want to educate myself, take action, and encourage others to do the same.
Collective action is the only way.
I've reached a point where I can no longer just talk about how much I hate it. I want to do something.
I'm so pissed about the state of the world and our nation, and I want to do something productive with my rage, rather than just wallow in it.
Capitalism is going to die, and I'll be damned if it tries to take me down with it. If it does, I'm going to die fighting it. I wasn't sure where to start until I was told about the IMT, and this seems like the right place to be.
As a reminder, James Lindsay refuses to say the word capitalism. Why does James Lindsay refuse to say the word capitalism when it is obvious and clear who the real enemy is? Why does every conservative fucking influencer refuse to say the word capitalism? Hang on, I got a super chat from Rottweiler. 38 million. But remember, they're all just a bunch of unemployed, blue-haired weirdos who live in Tumblr and TikTok, according to conservatives. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, according to libs of TikTok, these people are not real. These people don't exist. Who actually exist are blue-haired, crazy people who are screaming at the camera to get likes and shares on TikTok. That's the real threat, guys. The wannabe influencers on TikTok.
Comrades, they're all saying the same thing.
Tous ces gens disent la même chose, camarades.
They're all part of the same process.
Ils font tous partie du même processus.
They feel the same urgency to act.
Ils ressentent la même urgence d'agir.
They're being pushed to act.
Ils sont forcés d'agir.
They're being pushed out of their inertia.
Ils se font sortir de l'inertie.
You get the sense that these people have something inside of them that's been building up.
On peut sentir qu'il y a quelque chose en eux qui s'accumulait.
It's like an internal voice that keeps getting louder and.
I have a Rumble rant from Amber Christie. Polls, liars, or truth tellers? I mean, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, Amber Christie, but if you're trying to deflect from the fact that these people are kicking your ass, I don't know what to tell you.
Louder.
C'est leur voix intérieure qui devient de plus en plus forte.
A voice that's saying, "Look at the world. What are you doing about it?"
Une voix qui dit regardez le monde, puis qu'est-ce qu'on fait pour changer ça?
And there are tens of thousands of people who feel this feeling.
Puis il y a des dizaines de milliers de personnes qui se sentent comme ça.
It's eating away at them slowly.
Ça les gruge.
There's a word for this voice.
Il y a un mot pour cette voix.
There's a word for this feeling of unbearable urgency to act.
Il y a un mot pour ce sentiment d'urgence d'agir.
That force is called history.
Cette force-là s'appelle l'histoire.
History has produced this layer of revolutionaries.
C'est l'histoire qui a produit cette couche de révolutionnaires.
And it's not just the misery of the early 2020s.
Et c'est pas juste la misère des années 2020.
It's the everything that's happened for the last 50 years has produced this generation.
C'est tout ce qui s'est passé depuis 50 ans qui a produit cette
True.
génération-là.
The post-war boom ended 50 years ago.
Le boom d'après-guerre a pris fin il y a 50 ans.
It's been generation after generation of decline since then, and people can feel this.
C'est des générations et des générations de déclin et les gens peuvent le sentir.
It's not just that last year was the hottest year on record.
What's that?
As a reminder, this is not the Communist Party of the USA. This is the Revolutionary Communists of America, and they're not the same. They're not the same at all.
C'est pas juste l'année la plus chaude de l'histoire.
It's that the last decade was the hottest decade on record, and the ruling class is doing nothing to stop this.
C'est que la dernière décennie a été la plus chaude de l'histoire et la classe dirigeante fait rien pour régler ça.
It's not just the latest genocidal slaughter in Gaza.
C'est pas juste la dernière boucherie génocidaire à Gaza.
It's decades of imperialist brutality.
C'est des décennies de brutalité impériale.
All right, guys, I gotta go to the little socialist room again. Take good notes for me. I'll be right.
A wounded animal that's lashing out, trying to claw back what's slipping away from it.
Donc un animal blessé qui essaie de reprendre ce qu'il avait.
And it's not just that the 2024 elections is going to be the repeat of the most hated two candidates in the history of the country once again.
C'est pas juste que l'élection de 2024 va être une répétition d'une course entre les deux candidats les plus détestés de l'histoire américaine.
It's that all the institutions of the ruling class have lost their legitimacy, all of them.
Toutes les institutions de la classe dirigeante, sans exception, ont perdu leur légitimité.
The comrade was describing that they got into a political discussion with an Uber driver.
Un camarade qui décrivait une discussion avec un conducteur de voiture Uber.
Who was enraged by what he saw in Gaza.
Qui était enragé par ce qu'il voyait à Gaza.
The comrade did the responsible thing.
Donc il a fait la bonne chose.
He pulled out his copy of the paper with Genocide Joe on the cover.
Donc il a sorti son journal Genocide Joe.
But the driver said, "That's right, Genocide Joe."
Donc le conducteur a dit oui, c'est vrai, Genocide Joe.
But who's the alternative? Genocide Trump. What kind of democracy is this?
Mais y a-t-il vraiment une solution de rechange avec Genocide Trump?
This is the way that millions of people can feel.
Des millions de gens se sentent comme ça.
And the thing is that the ruling class has no way to stop any of these factors from radicalizing millions of communists.
Donc la classe dirigeante a aucun moyen d'empêcher ces facteurs-là de radicaliser des millions de gens.
It's not just a fringe, it's not a fad that's happening among the youth.
Donc c'est pas juste sur les lignes de côté ou chez la jeunesse.
In our neighborhood where our office is located in Sunset Park, Brooklyn.
Donc dans le quartier où on a notre bureau à Brooklyn.
Thank you, Dawning Day, for the $20 Rumble rant. I think that might be the biggest Rumble rant I've ever gotten. I appreciate that. We need to start a counter-revolution, and unfortunately for her, I think Carlin is the start of the movement. Well, I don't know if I'm the start of the counter-revolution, but I will absolutely help you guys and coordinate haranguing conservative influencers to start talking about this shit. So I guess subscribe. Subscribe. Make sure you're subscribed to my Substack if you want to be part of the counterculture. We have cool merch, I guess. Thank you, Dawning Day. I appreciate it.
It's a very working class, very immigrant neighborhood.
Donc c'est un quartier très ouvrier, très immigrant.
We recently found out there was a group of mostly Mexican street vendors.
Donc on a récemment découvert qu'il y avait un groupe de vendeurs de rue, surtout mexicains.
Who decided to organize something called Plaza Proletaria.
Qui ont décidé d'organiser la Plaza Proletaria.
And on the day that we had our Lenin Lives event,
et la journée qu'on avait notre événement sur la vie de Lénine,
150 middle-aged immigrant Mexican workers came together to have their own Lenin Lives event.
Donc 150 travailleurs immigrants mexicains se sont rencontrés pour leur propre événement sur Lénine.
Comrades, this is what's happening in the political landscape of the United States right now.
C'est ça qu'on voit dans le paysage politique américain maintenant.
US society in the 2020s.
La société américaine dans les années 2020.
It's like a train with no brakes.
C'est comme un train qui n'a pas de frein.
And it's flying towards a social explosion.
Qui s'en va vers une explosion sociale.
When we talk about living in a revolutionary epoch,
quand on parle de vivre à une époque révolutionnaire,
you have to realize what that means.
Il faut réaliser ce que ça veut dire.
It means the generation that will attempt to overthrow capitalism is already among us.
Ça veut dire que la génération qui va tenter de renverser le capitalisme existe déjà.
What these messages are saying
Ce que ces messages-là disent,
is we are going to go for it.
c'est on va le faire.
They are ready to act.
Ils sont prêts à agir.
If tens of thousands of communists are telling us we are ready to act,
S'il y a des dizaines de milliers de communistes qui nous disent on est prêt à agir,
To the communist here, are you aware that this is going to require violent revolution? You're aware of that, right? Like, you're aware that at some point you guys are going to need to violently overthrow the government. Am I wrong about that? Or do you think that they're just going to turn over the keys?
then comrades, it's our move.
Donc camarades, c'est à nous de les organiser.
This is the reason that we're becoming the Revolutionary Communist International.
C'est pour cette raison-là qu'on va s'appeler maintenant l'Internationale communiste révolutionnaire.
It's not the old IMT with a new name.
C'est pas la TMI.
Well, there was violence in the Bolshevik revolution, though. There was violence. There wasn't, what you're correct about is there wasn't violence until the very end, but it was a violent overthrow of the government. You guys took the entire royal family into the basement and shot them. So it was indeed a violent overthrow of the government.
Avec un nouveau nom. La vieille TMI avec un nouveau nom.
It means we have to break with the IMT. We're breaking with our prehistory.
Il faut rompre avec la TMI, rompre avec notre préhistoire.
Something new is being born.
Il y a quelque chose de nouveau qui naît.
Those of you who have been around for years,
ceux parmi vous qui sont là depuis des années,
comrades, we are not going to keep doing more of the same and expect that to keep growing.
On va pas continuer à faire la même chose et s'attendre à continuer à grossir.
This represents something new.
Ce qu'on a là, c'est quelque chose de nouveau.
The Revolutionary Communist Party is not going to be a fight back with a new name.
Le Parti communiste révolutionnaire, c'est pas la riposte avec un nouveau nom.
And what it means to be a member of this new international is not the same as what it meant to be a member of the IMT.
Puis être membre de cette nouvelle internationale, c'est pas la même chose qu'être un membre
Hang
de
on.
We've talked about Lenin
Hang
recognizing...
on. Let's be clear about this. And I say that as someone who was there on January 6th. If you guys think that these are the same as the LARPing conservatives who showed up on January 6th, I've got a fucking bridge to sell you, bro. These people are not the same LARPers that showed up on January 6th. That's retarded. That's like heading right into the land of retardia. The people that showed up on January 6th were grandmas wearing their fur fucking coats. Were conservative men who bolster and go, 1776! And then they forget to bring the guns. That's stupid, bro. Like, come on.
The thing that needs to be done, the action that needs to be taken.
On parle de Lénine qui était capable de reconnaître ce qui devait être fait.
And comrades, looking around this hall,
donc quand je regarde dans la salle,
when we talk about forming a revolutionary party,
puis quand on parle de construire un parti révolutionnaire,
I mean, there is a special atmosphere that is consistent with an ambition like that in this room.
Il y a une atmosphère spéciale qui va avec ça.
But we have to understand the proletarian army is already out there. They are walking, they're alive, they're ready to go.
Il faut comprendre que l'armée prolétarienne, elle existe déjà, elle est vivante, elle est à l'extérieur de la salle.
We're a tiny minority of that army.
On est une toute petite minorité de cette armée.
It's not about that army coming into our small groups.
Donc la question c'est pas que cette armée rejoigne notre petit groupe.
It's our forces merging with that layer of society.
C'est à notre force de se fusionner avec cette couche.
It's not just trying to convince them that we are their ready-made political home.
C'est pas juste de les convaincre qu'on est leur maison politique toute préparée.
It's about showing them in action what can be done.
C'est de leur montrer dans l'action qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire.
And this is a call for every single one of us, comrades.
C'est un appel à chacun de nous, camarades.
To dig deeper.
d'aller chercher au plus profond de nous.
To tap into the thing, that urgency.
Wait. This is. I really hope you stick around, communist. So Sam asked the communist, where was it? Sam asked our communist friend, our new unofficial communist internet boyfriend, do members in the meetings you go to, have you ever heard them talk about Western values? And our new communist BFF says, no, I've never heard the communists talk about Western values. I don't know what that's a reference to. Could that be conservatives? Could that be that the actual communist that's here right now, that goes to these groups' meetings, could that be because Western values are not the enemy of the actual communists? Capitalism is the enemy of the actual communists. So yes, thank you, communist. No, what we're doing is trying to debunk a conservative talking point, because what conservatives tell us is that you guys want to destroy Western values. That is the conservative talking point about you guys. I don't know if you know this. The conservative talking point about you guys is they want to destroy white men and Western values and Christianity. And that's what they think you want to do. And they never use the term capitalism. They refuse to use the term capitalism. Conservatives legitimately have no idea that you guys want to abolish capitalism because they refuse to talk about it. That's what we're talking about. Oh, look at this. Look at this. The actual communist is saying, no, conservatives, we don't give a shit about your Christianity. I love you. I love you, bro. I love you. I know that you want to take all my shit, but right now you and I are friends, okay? Right now you and I, like you might be my, I thought Joseph was going to be my new internet boyfriend. No. You and I, you might be my new internet boyfriend right now. He's actually saying explicitly that he doesn't care about your fucking religion, conservatives. This is a communist right here, right now, telling you what he thinks. Jesus, Buddha, flying spaghetti monster, we just care about people's material conditions. Keep it coming, bro. Keep it coming. We love you. You are our new best friend. Thank you for your assistance in debunking the bullshit conservative narrative. Most of us would consider ourselves atheists, but religion doesn't really have anything to do with a political movement. Exactly. Oh, you're more I didn't think Joe was like that bad looking. I mean, he was a little bit British. Are you British? I have an issue with the British. The British are fundamentally untrustworthy.
Of people outside of our ranks is feeling and expressing.
De connecter avec l'urgence qui est exprimée à l'extérieur de nos rangs.
Thank God.
Need to feel that weight of history.
Not British. New internet boyfriend hired. Not British and an honest communist. This is great.
Il faut ressentir ce poids de l'histoire.
We need to feel that unbearable urgency to act because the world is burning.
Il faut ressentir cette urgence profonde parce que le monde est en feu.
Every one of us needs to ask, what do I need to do?
Tout le monde ici doit se demander qu'est-ce que moi je dois faire.
To become a better recruiter.
Pour devenir un meilleur recruteur.
To be able to agitate more boldly, more courageously.
De pouvoir agiter avec plus d'audace.
To be a more effective propagandist.
D'être un meilleur propagandiste.
To be able to provide the answers to the burning questions that people have.
Pour être capable de donner les réponses aux questions brûlantes.
Comrades, we cannot rest until we've transformed this organization.
On peut pas se reposer tant qu'on n'aura pas transformé notre organisation.
Until we've transformed this entire international.
Tant qu'on n'aura pas transformé toute l'internationale.
Into the world party of this world communist movement that's being pushed forward by history.
Jusqu'à devenir le parti mondial du mouvement communiste mondial qui est poussé par l'histoire.
That is our task, comrades.
C'est ça notre tâche, camarades.
That's it? That was short. I thought that was going to be longer. All right, next speaker.
Merci beaucoup, camarade.
Merci beaucoup.
Alors, maintenant, nous allons entendre camarade Ylva de la section suédoise.
Maintenant, on a camarade Ylva de la... now we'll have Ylva from the Swedish section of the IMT.
The Swedish section.
So Sweden has for almost 100 years
Donc, depuis 100 ans, en Suède,
been the poster child of reformism.
Donc, la Suède est le poster child du réformisme, le modèle du réformisme.
Painting itself as the international voice for peace and humanitarianism.
Donc, il se présente comme la voix internationale de la paix et de l'humanisme.
That's not working anymore.
Ça marche plus.
Now it is the country selling out the Kurds.
Donc, maintenant, c'est le pays qui a vendu les Kurdes.
Licking the boots of Israeli and US imperialism.
Qui lèche les bottes de l'impérialisme américain et israélien.
Groveling in front of Erdogan.
Qui se plie devant Erdogan.
Anything to join NATO.
Qui fait tout ce qu'il faut pour rejoindre l'OTAN.
Maybe if they're lucky, they're able to join right around the time when Trump wins the election.
Et ils vont peut-être être chanceux de rejoindre l'OTAN juste à...
I wouldn't say I don't think we were fighting. I just think that he's doing his own thing, man. Just leave big tech alone. He's doing his own thing. Leave him alone. Jesus Christ.
Temps pour l'élection de Trump.
So he can just disband it.
et Trump va juste se débarrasser de l'OTAN.
And that will be the symptomatic thing that has happened to Swedish capitalism in the last years.
Et donc, c'est quelque chose de symptomatique de ce qui est arrivé au capitalisme suédois.
I'm being serious. Leave him alone. I'm being serious. You guys are gonna fuck this up. I don't want to piss him off. Leave him alone.
Les dernières années.
One epic failure after another.
Donc, un échec épique après l'autre.
It was the country of Trump's dream, actually, during the pandemic.
Donc, c'était le pays rêvé de Trump pendant la pandémie.
Let it spread. Who cares if old people die?
Donc, laissons le virus s'étendre et on s'en fout qui meurt de ça.
Now it's the country of dramatic falls in real wages.
Donc, maintenant, c'est un pays avec une chute dramatique des salaires réels.
With the trade unions campaigning openly against real wage increases.
Où les syndicats font campagne ouvertement contre des vraies augmentations de salaire.
The trade union paper even created an online game.
Le journal syndical.
If you don't know what we're joking about, don't worry about it. It's not relevant to the discussion. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
A même créé un jeu en ligne.
Where you could pretend to be a wage negotiator.
Où tu pouvais personnifier un négociateur syndical.
And if you went on strike for more than 5.5% wage increase,
et si tu allais en grève pour plus que 5,5% d'augmentation par année,
a sign would appear.
Un panneau se montrait.
Society has collapsed.
Qui disait la société s'effondre.
People are walking around on the streets starving.
Donc les gens sont sur la rue et meurent de faim.
With rags on them.
Avec des guenilles sur eux.
The real face of Swedish capitalism is emerging right now.
Donc c'est ça le vrai visage du capitalisme suédois qui se montre.
We hear stories every day.
All good, Dragon Tail,
on
all
a des
good.
histoires chaque jour.
A father of two who has to eat porridge every day to feed his kids.
Listen,
Donc,
I know we've been fucking around, but there's an hour and 10 minutes left of this video. So can we all please refocus on what's going on? Instead, like, I know we've been joking and I'm getting drunk off bacon beer and that's fine, but can we all just like regroup, focus, listen to the Swedish lady, okay?
Un père de 2 enfants qui doit manger du gruau chaque jour pour nourrir ses enfants.
It's this situation that leads to the emergence of communists, a layer of communists in Sweden as well.
C'est cette situation-là qui mène au développement d'une couche de communistes en Suède aussi.
And it's these communists and the communists of tomorrow
Et c'est ces communistes-là et ceux de demain
that we, the communists in Sweden, are aiming to organize
que nous, les communistes en Suède, on tente d'organiser.
in the Revolutionary Communist Party we're founding in April.
Dans le Parti communiste révolutionnaire qu'on va fonder en avril.
So Sweden is so basically what we're hearing here is there is an international effort to create all of these different revolutionary communist parties in all of these different countries in which they're all talking to each other and working with each other.
The RKP,
Le RKP.
det revolutionära kommunistiska partiet.
Voilà.
And to all the conservatives on Rumble, because I see your chats right now who are going, they're lying, they're lazy, they're ugly, they don't have jobs, they don't know what bathroom to use. Yes, they are being truthful in what they are telling you right now, conservatives. They are telling you what they're doing, and you guys are saying they don't have jobs, they're lazy, they don't do anything. We've seen this before. No, you haven't. Thank you, Denise. Appreciate it.
And we have launched a battle cry.
Et on a lancé un cri de bataille.
The communists of Sweden,
Les communistes de Suède.
kommunister i Sverige, same thing.
Même chose.
You should help found this party.
Vous devriez aider à bâtir le parti.
And it's never been a better time for this.
Il n'y a jamais eu de meilleur temps pour faire ça.
The entire left has capitulated.
Toute la gauche a capitulé.
The social democracy are indistinguishable from the right wing.
La social-démocratie, on ne peut pas la distinguer de la droite.
The social democracy are indistinguishable from the right wing. I got into it with another communist on Twitter earlier today because that communist said that anyone that was a social democrat was right wing, and I retweeted him and I said radical revolutionary communists believe anyone that is not a radical revolutionary communist is right wing, and he was like, "No, I don't." And I was like, "Bro, that's what you just said." And we just heard again. Social democracies are right wing.
The left party does its best to catch up.
Le parti de gauche fait tout son possible pour rattraper là-dessus.
Advocating NATO.
Et est en faveur de l'OTAN.
Arms exports.
Ah oui, les ventes d'armes et les exportations.
The party leader Nooshi Dadgostar, she said that Sweden must be a voice for democracy in NATO.
La dirigeante du parti a dit que la Suède doit être une voix pour la démocratie au sein de l'OTAN.
We wish her the best of luck.
On lui souhaite bonne chance.
The so-called revolutionary left.
La soi-disant gauche révolutionnaire.
They represent the worst of Swedish left-wing traditions.
Ils représentent le pire de la tradition de gauche suédoise.
They place their hope in the UN.
Ils placent leurs espoirs dans l'ONU.
In peaceful solutions to the violence unleashed by imperialism.
Dans une solution pacifique à la violence déchaînée par l'impérialisme.
Capitalism.
At one of our solidarity meetings for Palestine in Umeå in the north.
Dans un de nos meetings de solidarité avec la Palestine au nord de la Suède, à Umeå,
the comrade gave a speech.
Donc notre camarade a donné son discours.
And when he said we need a socialist revolution,
et quand il a dit on a besoin d'une révolution socialiste,
one member from the Stalinist party, the Communist Party,
un membre du parti communiste stalinien,
he stood up,
il s'est levé
and shouted,
et il a crié
"No!
Non!
This is the so-called Communist Party.
Donc c'est le soi-disant parti communiste.
They have no right to take the word communism in their mouth.
Ils n'ont pas le droit de prendre le mot communiste. nous, de notre
Do you live in
We
Brooklyn?
declare a war against Swedish softness.
on déclare la guerre à la mollesse suédoise.
We come not to beg for small crumbs from the boss's table,
On ne veut pas se contenter des miettes de la table des boss,
but to turn it upside down.
mais on veut soulever la table, renverser la table.
We will establish a party of class fighters.
On va établir.
Then where do you live if you make 6 figures and you can't afford rent on your own? Oh, you're not going to say where? Okay, fine.
Un parti de militants.
And we have already shown Sweden what this means a little bit.
Et on a déjà vu ce que ça veut dire.
In the Palestine movement.
Dans le mouvement pour la Palestine.
In many cities,
dans beaucoup de villes,
it was us who organized all the protests.
C'était nous qui organisions toutes les manifs.
We're not trying to dox you, bro.
Une semaine
That's
après
not the
l'autre.
intent.
Sometimes, yes, with many comrades doing it together.
Parfois, souvent oui, avec surtout des camarades qui s'en occupaient.
In some cities, one comrade did it all by themselves.
Mais dans certaines villes, un seul camarade le faisait tout seul.
In Hudiksvall, very small city,
Dans cette petite ville qu'elle vient de nommer,
one comrade put on a protest by herself.
une camarade a organisé une manif entièrement seule.
In another city, Falun,
Dans une autre ville, Falun,
2 comrades who had joined in a week.
donc 2 camarades qui étaient membres depuis une semaine à peine.
A week later, they put on a protest by themselves
Une semaine plus tard, ils ont organisé une manif par eux-mêmes
and spoke in front of hundreds.
et ont parlé devant des centaines de personnes.
In Stockholm, we intervened in a protest of 10,000.
À Stockholm, on est allé à une manif de 10 000 personnes.
And we asked people not just to join the communists,
Et on demandait aux gens pas juste de rejoindre les communistes,
but to help the communists build the solidarity movement for Palestine.
mais d'aider les communistes à bâtir le mouvement de solidarité avec la Palestine.
And 1,000, more than 1,000, signed up to help us build that.
Et plus de 1000 personnes ont signé pour nous aider à faire ça.
So communist, are you guys pro-Palestine or are you pro-Hamas or both? What is the deal? Because according to now, to be very clear, because I have to qualify this, I am anti-war and anti-genocide, and I am anti-war and anti-genocide regardless of if Israel is eliciting a genocide on the Palestinians or not. If Israel was actually the community being genocided in this scenario, I would also be anti-genocide and I would be opposed to that. However, Israel is not being genocided. The Palestinians are being genocided. But this is my question, because the conservatives like to say you guys are pro-Hamas, but you're pro-Palestine. How do you feel about Hamas? Rottweiler says, if only conservatives were as cohesive as these people, instead they fight amongst themselves over a spicy fucking calendar and their dying Bud Light boycott grift. Oh yeah, the Bud Light boycott. My God. Next level. Next level. But the fact that across the ocean we can say everyone has a right to defense, but when the Palestinians resist however they can, the liberals and shit are like, oh, not like that. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, honestly. But of course, that's anti-Semitic. That's anti-Semitic according to conservatives.
1,000 out of 10,000.
1000 sur 10 000.
Or I shouldn't say conservatives. That's anti-Semitic according to Zionists.
We intervened not just as communists,
On est intervenu pas seulement en tant que communistes,
coming with the correct ideas.
qui venaient avec les bonnes idées.
We said, look at the vacuum.
On disait, regardez le vide.
We can start playing a leading role here.
On peut commencer à jouer un rôle dirigeant ici.
And the comrades took it up.
Et les camarades ont pris ça au mot.
Proudly.
Avec fierté.
In one high school in Stockholm,
Dans une école secondaire à Stockholm,
a young comrade,
un jeune camarade,
He put on a meeting on Palestine.
a organisé une réunion sur la Palestine.
His principal forbade it.
Son directeur l'a interdit.
The comrade posted online.
Le camarade a mis des posters en ligne.
On Instagram.
Sur Instagram.
The entire email that the principal sent him.
Il a posté le courriel que le directeur lui avait envoyé.
He handed out leaflets saying the principal wants to ban this meeting.
Donc, il distribuait des tracts qui disaient le directeur veut interdire la réunion.
And even the right-wingers at his school.
Même la droite à son école est venue le voir.
They came to him and said, "This is scandalous. It's outrageous."
Et lui ont dit c'est scandaleux.
You should be able to put on this meeting. I don't even agree with you.
Tu devrais avoir le droit d'avoir ton meeting même si je suis pas d'accord.
This is what a communist mean, and this is what the RKP will mean.
C'est ça être un communiste, puis ça va être ça le RKP.
Well,
and it's not just about organizing.
I think this is like kind of universally the sentiment. It's not that we don't empathize with the issues being raised. It's that we vehemently it's that we vehemently disagree with the solutions being offered. I think we can all agree that there are legitimate issues being raised. However, the solutions being offered are not actually going to fix the problem.
The ones who have the communist ideas.
Et c'est pas juste organiser ceux qui ont les idées communistes.
No. We pay attention to what's going on in the schools, and you guys control the schools. It may not be your specific group, but you guys control the schools, and you are absolutely using the schools to indoctrinate kids from the time they're 5 years old with this bullshit.
They are already organizing themselves.
Ils sont déjà en train de s'organiser.
1 week ago, we recruited a high school student.
Il y a une semaine, on a recruté un étudiant du secondaire.
He saw one of our posters.
Il a vu une de nos affiches.
Scanned it. We wrote to him and we called him, met him the next day.
Et il a scanné l'affiche, il nous a écrit, on l'a appelé, on l'a rencontré.
He brought 3 of his friends.
Il a amené 3 de ses amis.
And they said, "Yeah, we have a reading group. We've had it for a while."
Et ils nous ont dit, on a un cercle de lecture depuis longtemps.
We have a group of people around us.
Et on a un groupe de gens autour de nous.
And they wanted to know more than anything.
How old are you?
Et ce qu'ils voulaient savoir par-dessus
When
tout.
did you graduate from high school?
How can we make sure the revolution is successful?
Ils voulaient savoir comment faire que la révolution soit réussie.
What do we need to do?
Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire?
And they took all the books, the posters, the stickers, the papers.
Ils ont pris tous les livres, les posters, les autocollants, les journaux
That the comrades had brought with them.
que les camarades avaient pris avec eux, amenés avec eux plutôt.
They
High
asked, "Do
30s
you
or
have
low
any glue
30s?
or tape?"
Ils ont demandé si on avait de la
Because if you're in your high 30s, you may legitimately have not learned communism in school. But kids today are absolutely learning it, and they're learning all sorts of crazy gender bullshit too, which you guys are against the gender bullshit. So you might not even be aware of this. But
colle et du tape.
We said no.
On a dit ah non, on n'en a pas.
So they said, "Okay, we'll go and buy it right now," and then went up and started postering.
Ils ont dit OK, on va aller l'acheter tout de suite, puis ils ont commencé à aller afficher.
And now we have a new branch.
Et maintenant, on a une nouvelle branche,
This is what it
une
means.
nouvelle cellule. C'est ça que ça veut dire.
Now in the last 6 months,
Dans les derniers 6 mois,
we have won over 100 new comrades.
donc on a recruté 100 nouvelles personnes.
And now we're sending out the message in all the 15 cities where we have comrades now.
Et maintenant, on envoie le message dans les quelques 15 villes où on a des membres.
And in all the cities where we don't have anyone yet,
Et dans toutes les villes où on n'a pas de membres,
we will go there.
on va se rendre à vous.
In all the high schools, universities, workplaces where we have comrades now,
Dans toutes les écoles secondaires, les universités, les milieux de travail où on a des camarades.
and the ones where we don't have anyone yet,
Et dans les endroits où on n'a pas de camarades,
with the help of social media,
avec l'aide des médias sociaux,
our paper,
notre journal,
The 90,000 stickers and 25 posters that we have ordered.
Les 90 000 et 25 000? 25,000? Yeah.
Wait.
90,000 posters and 25 stickers.
90,000 posters and 25,000 stickers. And what she's talking about is it's those "Are you a communist" sticker that they're fucking sticking everywhere, or those posters that they're hanging all over college campuses. 90,000. This is in Sweden. How many do you think they're ordering in the US?
The other way. 90,000 stickers, 25,000 posters.
Voilà, 90 000 autocollants, 25 000 posters.
We send out the question.
Donc, on a envoyé une question.
In the spirit of Lenin.
Dans l'esprit de Lénine.
Are you a communist?
Êtes-vous communiste?
Help found the RKP.
Aidez-nous à fonder le RKP.
You should be a founding member of this party.
Tu devrais être un membre fondateur du parti.
You should start building it now. We will help you.
Et tu devrais commencer à construire maintenant et on va t'aider.
Build it wherever you are.
Remember, guys, these people are completely self-funded by donations, by events, by book sales. They have millions of dollars in the bank in their international organization from all the money that they've raised, completely self-funded. This is not George Soros, guys.
Construire le parti, peu importe où t'es.
With this, we aim to get from the 200 comrades.
Et notre but, c'est de se rendre de 200 camarades
to 300 comrades at the end of April.
à 300 camarades d'ici la fin avril.
And together with the comrades that we have in Finland and in Norway,
et avec les camarades qu'on a en Finlande et en Norvège,
that we are helping to build,
et on les aide à construire,
we're preparing for the class struggle,
on se prépare pour la lutte de classe,
the first stages towards revolution,
les premières étapes vers la révolution mondiale,
that is coming everywhere,
qui s'en vient partout.
The revolution that will establish the Soviet Federation of Scandinavia.
La révolution qui va amener une fédération socialiste de la Scandinavie.
The Soviet Federation of Scandinavia? Yeah, I'm going to be working on something for that, Jenny. Hey, sit tight. Sit tight. No, you will not get... I don't know if you can post a link because you're not a mod, but like if you tell us where to find... You won't get banned. I'm not going to ban you for that. I don't care. If you tell us where to find stuff, that actually helps us, but I don't know if you can post a link in the chat.
The communists have arrived and our aim is to take over the world.
Les communistes sont arrivés et notre but c'est de conquérir le monde.
And we have only just begun.
Et ça fait juste commencer.
But the army of the coming revolution is here to stay.
Mais l'armée de la révolution est là pour rester.
The bourgeoisie of Scandinavia have no idea.
La bourgeoisie scandinave n'a aucune idée de ce qui s'en vient.
Neither do they in America.
Mais ils vont le savoir.
Thank you.
Merci.
Wow. Bro. Are you guys pissed at your conservative influencers yet who are not telling you about this? Is anyone else upset that this is quite literally the first place that you're seeing this stuff? Because I know it's the first place you're seeing this stuff. I know no one else is covering this. Anyone pissed off yet?
Merci beaucoup, camarades.
Thank you, comrade.
Juste avant notre prochain intervenant, on m'a apporté une clé pour une auberge.
So before the next speaker, I have a key to the hostel.
L'auberge Saint-Lô. Fait que si c'est à vous et vous voulez rentrer, venez la chercher.
It's Auberge Saint-Lô, so if you want to go home tonight, come and get your key.
OK, merci. Maintenant, notre prochain intervenant, ça va être Dersu Eri de notre section suisse.
Next comrade up is Dersu Eri from the Swiss section.
Swiss.
It's always like that.
Et tout ce que Joël a dit sur la situation au Canada s'applique également à la Suisse.
Everything Joel said about Canada applies to Switzerland.
Donc les camarades suisses ont tiré la unique seule conclusion conséquente de ça.
The Swiss comrade drew the only conclusion from that.
Il y a 10 jours, nous avons lancé la fondation du Parti communiste révolutionnaire aussi en Suisse.
10 days ago, we also launched our campaign for the RCP in Switzerland.
Est-ce que
Swiss party.
Et ce que j'aimerais vraiment bien amener ici, c'est que la première réponse, elle a été absolument massive.
And what I want to bring here is the response we got was absolutely massive.
Tous les médias bourgeois en Suisse ont publié des articles sur nous, sur cette fondation.
Every bourgeois media has published an article on the founding of the party.
Même ces types lamentables, eux-mêmes, ils remarquent.
Even these lamentable people are noticing
Nous ne sommes pas un parti comme tous les autres.
that we are not a party like the others.
Et les unes des journaux bourgeois, ils disaient,
So the front page of the bourgeois papers said,
la révolution en Suisse, elle est complètement réaliste.
the revolution in Switzerland is entirely realistic.
Un autre disait, ils veulent que Lénine se soulève en Suisse.
Another one said they want Lenin to rise in Switzerland.
Another one. Un autre disait 200 nouveaux communistes recherchés.
Another one said wanted 200 more communists.
Et bien sûr, tous ces articles contenaient des graves préjugés bourgeois.
And obviously all these articles contain gross bourgeois prejudice.
Mais immédiatement, 25 personnes nous ont écrit pour rejoindre.
But immediately 25 people wrote to us to join.
Oh, God. The communists don't know who James Lindsay is. James Lindsay is an academic who claims to be the interpreter for what the left is doing because he reads a lot of Marx and Marcuse and Hegel and Foucault and Derrida and all those other leftist fucking philosophers. And he pretends to know what you guys are doing, even though he doesn't actually know what you guys are doing because he doesn't actually listen to you like I do. And the conservative fucking influencers suck this guy's cock like nothing I've ever seen before in my life, even though James Lindsay will not admit that you guys want to abolish capitalism. We right now are trying to peer pressure James Lindsay into admitting that you guys want to abolish capitalism. Because he won't admit it. Because no conservative will admit that the goal of fucking communists is to abolish capitalism. What they say is they want to destroy Western values and white men and Christianity. And that's what they care about is Western values. When in fact, we know that your goal is to abolish capitalism, but no one else will say it but us. I might be working out some feelings, but that's okay. I feel like I have my new communist internet boyfriend. We have to say internet boyfriend because internet's not real, but like I'm working out some new feelings with my new communist internet boyfriend, okay?
Et moi, je dirais que ça fait 170 ans que les libéraux en Suisse n'ont pas fait autant pour le progrès.
And I would say it's been 170 years since the Swiss liberals have done so much for progress.
Mais parallèlement, nous avons lancé une massive campagne d'affichage.
So we also launched, in parallel to this, a massive postering campaign.
Le slogan c'est « Nous fondons le Parti communiste révolutionnaire, rejoins-nous ».
Our slogan is, "We are founding the Revolutionary Communist Party, join us."
Et camarades, en une semaine,
And comrades, in 1 week,
nous avons reçu un quart du nombre des write-ins pendant tout l'automne.
so we received a quarter of the number of write-ins that we received in the whole of the fall. In 1 week.
Wow. Jesus Christ.
Et je pense qu'on doit vraiment essayer de saisir ça, que le potentiel de cette fondation même est juste gigantesque.
And we need to understand that the potential of the founding of the party itself is enormous.
Oui, Ayak, ça c'était sympa.
Yes, Are You a Communist? Ayak, that was nice.
Es-tu communiste? Organise-toi, c'est sympa.
Are You a Communist? Then organize, that's cool.
Mais comme un jeune camarade suisse, il a dit,
But as a young Swiss comrade said,
le PCR c'est Ayak on steroids.
the RCP is Ayak sur les stéroïdes.
C'est pas juste organise-toi.
It's not just get organized.
C'est bâti maintenant avec nous le parti qui lutte pour la révolution communiste de notre vivant.
It's build the party that will be necessary for fighting for communist revolution in our lifetime.
Et le plus intéressant de ces
In
derniers
our
jours est les messages que les gens
lifetime.
nous ont envoyés.
And the most interesting of the past few days is the messages people send to us.
Parce que d'une manière ou d'une autre, ils disent tous la même chose.
Because one way or another, they're all saying the same thing.
Enfin,
Finally,
quelqu'un va fonder ce parti.
finally someone is founding this party.
Je cite ces messages.
I'll quote one.
J'attends depuis
We
des
are
années que ce parti soit fondé.
fucked.
I've been waiting for years
Un autre,
for this party to be built. Another one,
je veux participer parce que ce parti est urgemment nécessaire.
I want to participate because this party is urgently needed.
Un dernier,
Last one,
j'espère sincèrement que vous êtes des vrais communistes.
I sincerely hope that you're real communists.
Indeed. All right, guys, I gotta go to. I've had a lot of beer. I gotta go to the little socialist room again. I'll be right back.
Mais je répète ce que Antonio il a dit.
But I'll repeat after Antonio.
Écoutez ce que ce type il dit. Nous, on doit prouver à eux que nous, on est les vrais communistes.
It is up to us to prove to them that we're real communists.
Mais dans tous ces messages, il y a un énorme potentiel.
But all these messages show a true big
On
potential.
voit leur vrai caractère de combattant.
We see the real character of these people as fighters.
Un jeune m'a dit récemment,
A young person told me recently,
cet appel avec vous, il a changé ma vie.
"This call of yours changed my life."
Je ne le savais pas consciemment à ce moment,
I didn't know at that time,
mais en fait, j'espérais que cet appel va changer ma vie.
but I was hoping this call would change my life.
J'ai rien à faire sous le capitalisme.
I have nothing to do under
Je
capitalism.
veux enfin donner du sens à ma vie.
I want to give a meaning to my life.
Un autre, il m'a dit,
Another one told me,
lorsque j'ai scanné votre sticker,
when I scanned your sticker,
j'ai littéralement tremblé.
I was shivering.
Je voulais savoir ce que vous êtes, ce que j'espère que vous êtes.
I wanted to know if you were what I was hoping that you were.
Ça, c'est la psychologie de ces gens-là dehors.
That's the psychology of the people outside.
C'est des soldats,
They're soldiers.
soldats prêts à être mobilisés pour la guerre de classe.
Soldiers ready to be mobilized for the class war.
Ça, c'est le matériel humain nécessaire pour la révolution socialiste.
This is the human material that we need for the socialist revolution.
Et la seule question qui est encore ouverte,
But the only open question here
c'est si nous, on est capable de donner le parti dont eux, ils ont besoin.
is if we are able to give them the party they need.
Et ça c'est, on n'est pas en train de changer de nom.
So we are not just changing our name.
Nous n'avons pas juste une nouvelle affiche stylée.
It's not just a new nice poster.
Le succès de notre parti en Suisse et ailleurs,
The success of our party in Switzerland and elsewhere,
ça dépend si nos camarades sont capables d'incarner ce nouveau parti.
it depends if our comrades are able to be this party,
Capables de prendre ce parti dans leurs propres mains.
to take this party in their own hands.
Regardez, les communistes, nous, on n'est pas des gens sentimentaux.
The communists are not sentimental people.
Notre ancienne organisation,
Our old organization,
en Suisse, on l'appelait l'étincelle, le courant marxiste.
our organization was called l'étincelle, the spark, Marxist current.
Et cette organisation, elle est morte.
This organization is dead and buried.
Donc la question que les camarades suisses doivent se poser,
The question for the Swiss comrades,
est-ce que je suis encore un membre du courant marxiste?
am I still a member of the Marxist tendency?
Ou est-ce que je suis un membre fondateur du Parti communiste révolutionnaire?
I'm back. I just delivered the news to my Soviet-born husband that we are completely and totally fucked. And he was like, well, government's not going to do anything. And I was like, nope, government's not going to do anything.
Or am I a founding member of the RCP?
Le courant marxiste,
The Marxist tendency
il a toujours attendu.
always waited.
Attendu que quelqu'un d'autre fasse quelque chose.
Waited that someone else would do
Et
something.
après, nous, on y participe.
And maybe we would participate in it.
Les membres du PCR n'attendent plus personne.
The RCP members don't wait for anyone.
Une jeune camarade,
A young comrade,
le recteur de son collège a interdit toutes sortes de solidarité avec la Palestine.
the director of her college banned any Palestine solidarity
Et
events.
ils ont également menacé d'interdire toutes sortes de politiques au collège.
And they threatened to ban any politics.
Notre camarade a immédiatement posé des affiches.
Our comrade, she put up posters.
Veux-tu lutter contre la répression du recteur?
Do you want to fight against the repression from the director?
Et avec ça, elle a montré
And with that, she showed
à tout son collège qu'elle n'est pas une communiste de lifestyle,
to all her college that she's not a lifestyle communist,
mais que c'est la communiste qui est la combattante la plus conséquente de ce collège.
but she's the most principled fighter of the whole college.
Et maintenant, elle a un groupe de 5 collégiens de combattants avec elle.
And she now has a group of 5 people with her.
Les camarades du courant marxiste,
The comrades of the Marxist tendency,
c'était des communistes essentiellement dans des réunions
they were communists in meetings
ou dans des interventions officielles de l'organisation.
who would give an official intervention of the organization.
Les membres du PCR
But the members of the RCP
sont des communistes.
are communists.
Et je cite une camarade qui a dit ça.
And I quote a comrade that said this:
Nous sommes des communistes 24/7.
we are communists 24/7.
Parce que c'est ça que la période demande de nous.
Because this is what the current period asks from us.
Cette camarade qui a dit ça, elle doit faire 2 fois 3 heures de train par semaine.
This comrade needs to do twice 3 hours of train per week.
Au bout d'un moment, elle s'est dit,
After a while, she told herself,
mais moi je suis là, communiste de ce train.
I'm the communist of this train.
Elle passe à travers le train en vendant le journal.
So she walks through this train selling the paper.
Elle dit qu'en 3 heures de train,
She said out of 3 hours of being in the train,
elle peut pas faire tout le train.
she cannot do the whole train.
Parce qu'il y a tellement de gens qui veulent discuter avec la communiste.
Because there's so many people that want to talk to the communist.
Hang on. We don't do typical bullshit conservative talking points here. So don't come in here with typical bullshit conservative talking points saying, you don't understand. This is a religion. You are literally speaking the talking points that the literal communists in the video are making fun of you guys for speaking.
Of the train.
Et cette camarade, elle dit,
And this comrade has said,
dans ce train, je peux vraiment sentir ce vide politique.
in this train, I feel the political vacuum.
Un autre exemple similaire,
Another similar example,
nos camarades étudiants,
our student comrades
ils sont toute la journée à l'université.
are at university all day.
Maintenant, ils se sont dit,
They told themselves,
hey, il y a des centaines de milliers de jeunes ici dans ce bâtiment.
there's hundreds of there's thousands of students in this building.
Et il doit en avoir d'autres communistes ici, mais ils sont isolés.
There's other communists here that are isolated.
Donc ils doivent savoir que moi j'existe,
They need to know that I exist,
qu'ils peuvent s'organiser avec moi.
that they can organize with me.
Donc dans leur pause de midi,
During their lunch break,
ils se mettent sur la table de la cafette.
they go on the table of the cafeteria
Don't think I didn't see
with a
this,
megaphone.
Ils
communist.
font un speech.
and do a speech.
Et un gars qu'on a
For the moment, this is still my private fucking property and you are here by my consent.
recruté comme ça à Genève,
And there's a guy we recruited like that in Geneva,
il m'a dit,
and he told me,
normalement j'écoute pas ce genre d'annonce.
normally I don't listen to these types of announcements,
Mais vos camarades, vous avez été tellement déterminés.
but your comrades were so determined.
Et quand j'ai entendu Révolution mondiale,
When I heard World Revolution,
je savais ça c'est mon truc.
I knew this was my thing.
Et encore un dernier exemple.
And the last example,
Un camarade, il venait de rejoindre, c'était sa première semaine.
a comrade, it was in his first week after joining.
Il est retourné à sa ville d'origine.
He went to his hometown.
pour parler avec ses amis avec lesquels il s'était radicalisé.
To talk to his friends among which he had radicalized himself.
Avec le journal dans sa main,
And with the paper in his hands,
il leur a dit essentiellement,
he told them basically,
j'ai trouvé l'organisation qu'on cherchait.
I found the organization we were looking for.
Et avec ça, il a immédiatement établi dans une branche dans une nouvelle ville.
And he immediately built a cell in a new town.
Les membres de l'étincelle, du courant marxiste,
The members of the spark of the Marxist tendency,
ils ont toujours attendu que les camarades expérimentés leur disent ce qu'ils peuvent faire.
we're always waiting for the experienced comrades to tell them what to do.
Les membres du PCR,
The members of the RCP
ils n'attendent plus rien.
are not waiting for anything.
Et j'aimerais bien finir en citant ce qu'on avait dit la semaine passée dans notre lancement, dans notre réunion de lancement.
And I want to end on a quote of what we said on the launching of our party last week.
Camarades, ça c'est ton parti.
Comrades, this is your party.
Moi-même, j'ai juste l'honneur d'être là devant et parler.
I just have the honor of being the one talking about it.
Mais ça c'est ton parti.
But it is your party.
Fais avec ça ce que tu veux.
Do what you want with it.
Amène toutes tes idées.
Bring all your ideas.
Essaye tout.
Try anything.
Peu importe quoi.
Whatever it is.
Organise juste ce prochain communiste.
Just organize the next communists.
Toi, tu es le seul communiste dans ton entourage.
You are the only communist in your surroundings.
Ça dépend de toi.
It only depends on yourself.
Si d'autres continuent à être seuls à la maison et en se cassant la tête.
If others are alone, home alone and banging their heads.
Ou si eux, ils peuvent aussi commencer à intervenir dans ce monde.
Or if these people can also help us intervene in this world.
Seuls, nous sommes absolument rien.
Alone we're nothing.
Mais avec ce parti dans nos mains,
but with this party in our hands,
chacun d'entre nous ici,
everyone here,
et des milliers dehors,
and 1,000 more outside,
ont l'outil dans leurs propres mains pour transformer l'histoire de ce pays.
We have the tool in our hands to transform the history of this country.
Et ça, c'est vrai en Suisse.
This is true in Switzerland.
Au Canada et partout dans.
How are you going to provide housing for everyone if you don't own all the housing? How are you going to provide food for everyone if you don't produce all the food? How are you going to provide heat and gas for everyone if you don't control the production and distribution of energy? How are you going to make sure everyone has education if you don't control the education system and prevent parents from homeschooling their children? How are you going to provide health care to everyone if you don't control all health care?
In Canada and everywhere.
Merci beaucoup, camarade.
Thank you a lot, comrade.
J'ai rarement autant applaudi, je pense.
I've rarely applauded that much.
OK, notre dernier intervenant va être camarade Rob
What other
Sewell.
countries do they have?
Comrade Rob Sewell from the British section.
Britain! The fucking British. The fucking British ruin everything. Except for the monarchy. The monarchy is the only thing the Brits haven't fucked up yet. But they're going to do that at some point. But hopefully they let William be king first. They can fuck it up after William, I guess.
Thank you.
It's not game.
Well then, an oath to the king.
Le serment au roi.
Monarchy.
La monarchie.
Bring back Oliver Cromwell. Finish
Donc,
the job.
Ramenons Oliver Cromwell.
No, we have our own oath.
Donc, on a un autre serment.
And that's the oath of the Red Army.
The
World Revolution.
Le serment de l'armée rouge à la Révolution mondiale.
Now, perhaps some of us have been waiting a bit longer than others for this time.
Il y en a parmi nous qui attendent depuis plus longtemps que d'autres pour ce moment.
I've been waiting 60 years.
Ça fait 60 ans que j'attends.
I mean, if it's unclear, this is the start of the Glorious Revolution, and it's not just in the United States. They've coordinated this internationally. They're also, this is like, I've been waiting 60 years for this. This is the start of the Glorious Revolution, guys. No joke. And we can joke and we can banter with the communist in my chat all you want, and that's fine. We should. There's no reason to be rude. You know, he's not doing anything wrong. But we are at a turning point right now where these people feel empowered on an international level to start their glorious revolution. And no one's paying attention to this, which is why they're going to win.
This is the time, this is the watershed, isn't it? The accumulation of all that past.
Donc, c'est le temps de laisser aller tout notre passé accumulé.
You cannot rush history. History has its own momentum.
Tu peux pas rusher ça. L'histoire a son propre élan, sa propre vitesse.
But history now brings us to this destiny.
Mais l'histoire nous met face à cette destinée.
And for us, it's a life-changing experience.
Et pour nous, c'est une expérience qui change une vie.
And what we have to understand is that, yes, we have built ourselves upon this monument of the giants of Marxism.
Donc, on s'est construit grâce aux géants du marxisme, les monuments du marxisme.
In many ways, we are retying the knot of history.
D'une certaine manière, on boucle la boucle de l'histoire.
You know, I had the privilege to work.
And James Lindsay is taking this so seriously that he's dismissing these people on Twitter without even bothering to look into the fact that this is an internationally coordinated effort. That ARC bullshit that James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson and Konstantin Kisin and Peter Boghossian were so excited about in London, their answer to the WEF, the fucking conservative globalist organization, they were so excited about that ARC thing that Jordan Peterson did. Not a single one of them are talking about the fact that this is an internationally coordinated effort to launch the fucking communist revolution in multiple countries. Funded, self-funded, with an effective recruitment campaign that is accelerating their growth. Everyone who ever trusted those people to tell them the truth should be personally offended at their goddamn fecklessness on this issue. Because all of them have made their careers. They have made their careers screaming about the left. But the moment that the actual revolutionary communists start the revolution, which is right now, we are watching it right now, they go silent. They dismiss it. Do you guys get it? They were never on your team. They were never on your side. They weren't ever paying attention. They just said what they needed to say to make money.
With comrade Ted Grant, who's the founder of this tendency.
Donc, j'ai travaillé avec le camarade Ted Grant, qui est le fondateur de cette tendance.
And he obviously dedicated his life to the struggle of the working class.
Donc, il a consacré sa vie à la lutte de la classe ouvrière.
And he founded the original Revolutionary Communist Party in 1944.
Il a fondé le Parti communiste révolutionnaire originel en 1944.
But prior to that, he wrote a document.
Mais avant ça, il avait écrit un document
In 1942.
En 1942.
The document was called Preparing for Power.
Un document qui s'appelait La préparation vers le pouvoir.
And there were those who were scratching their head at the time.
Puis il y avait des gens qui se grattaient la tête à l'époque.
How can a small group of individuals, and you're talking about
comment un tout petit groupe d'individus,
how can they talk about preparing for power?
Comment ils peuvent parler de se préparer à la prise du pouvoir?
And I would recommend you read this.
Et je vous recommande de lire cet article.
It's on the internet.
Il est disponible sur Internet.
Because I think it has great relevance for today.
Parce que ce texte-là est extrêmement pertinent pour aujourd'hui.
Thank you, Beth, for the super chat. There is a difference between the government leaders and these organizers. Our hides everything from its citizens, and theirs reveal their intention openly. Yeah, that's a really great point, Beth. That's a really, really great point.
And not just in Britain, but internationally.
Pas juste en Grande-Bretagne, mais partout dans le monde.
Because what it's talking about is the objective conditions of revolution maturing within society.
Parce que ce dont le document parle, c'est les conditions objectives qui mûrissent pour la révolution.
And what do we have in many countries today?
Et c'est ce qu'on a dans beaucoup de pays aujourd'hui.
Well, you can only describe it as the beginnings of a pre-revolutionary crisis.
On peut seulement le décrire comme le début d'une période pré-révolutionnaire.
Particularly in the advanced industrial countries.
That's the truest thing the communists have said all night.
But in Britain, you can see, I mean, Britain was a very stable country.
La Grande-Bretagne est un pays très stable.
Truest thing said all night.
Unstable countries, as we can see.
C'est devenu un des pays les plus instables.
There's a split in the ruling class.
Il y a une scission dans la classe dirigeante.
There's the beginning of the movement of the British working class.
Et la classe ouvrière se met en mouvement.
There's enormous ferment in society.
Il y a une fermentation immense dans la société.
In effect, you've got a crisis of the regime.
Il y a une crise du régime dans les faits.
Yup.
And that's the basis.
This is absolutely true. Of all of the socialists, the revolutionary socialists that we've watched over the last year and a half on Socialism Saturday, and there have been a lot, these are the most organized and the least wacky of any socialists that we've watched. Are you familiar with Haymarket Books and the Socialism Conference? We've already talked about Red May. We watched them. We watch a lot of academics that lecture at colleges. We watch the Abolish the Family people. We watch the Queer Marxists. We watch a lot. Tell the people in your Slack if they want to come on my channel and talk to me about what they believe, what you guys believe. I'm being serious about this. I will absolutely give them a platform to talk about what they believe. We will not be rude to them. We will let them say whatever they want. This is an offer that I've made for socialists for like forever. If anyone wants to come on my channel and share what you guys believe and actually have a real conversation, not a debate, not any of that bullshit stuff, an actual, like, we've treated you well, right? We've asked you good questions. We've highlighted what you've said. If anyone else wants to come here and do this, they're more than welcome. They can come on the stream. I don't really care.
In which consciousness will be transformed.
Et c'est la base sur laquelle la conscience va se transformer.
And all we are talking about is providing.
Et ce dont on parle, c'est de fournir.
Providing the valuable essential factor in order to achieve what is already there.
De fournir le facteur nécessaire pour accomplir ce qui est déjà là.
And yes, I have been around a while, but I've never seen such an enthusiasm.
Ça fait longtemps que je suis là. Ça fait longtemps que je suis là et j'ai jamais vu autant d'enthousiasme dans les rangs de l'organisation qu'en ce moment. Et c'est ce qu'on a vu dans les contributions des camarades cet après-midi. Et Ted Grant disait, on peut rien accomplir sans enthousiasme.
Because our enthusiasm is rooted in the ideas and the confidence of those ideas.
Parce que notre enthousiasme trouve ses racines dans la confiance dans les idées.
So we are, yes, at a privileged time.
Donc, c'est un privilège d'être dans l'époque actuelle.
It's a demanding time.
C'est une époque demandante.
It's a time in which we'll put everybody into the test.
Et c'est une époque qui va mettre tout le monde à l'essai.
But what a great opportunity! What a wonderful thing!
Mais c'est exceptionnel.
And what we've done in Britain is, I could say, it's been a hard slog for quite a long time.
Donc en Grande-Bretagne, ça a été une période difficile pendant un certain temps.
Where we had to renew the organization again and again, really.
On a dû renouveler notre organisation encore et encore.
Until now, it's become a completely new, fresh organization.
Et on est devenu une organisation toute nouvelle, toute fraîche, de bas en haut.
And what we are talking about here
Et de ce dont on parle ici,
is the biggest initiative.
Thank you, Freedom One on Rumble. I appreciate it.
C'est la plus grosse initiative qu'on a jamais prise dans l'histoire de l'organisation.
It's a qualitative turn in the entire work of the organization.
C'est un changement qualitatif dans le travail de l'organisation.
And yet, it's unanimous support to this.
Et pourtant, il y a un soutien unanime à ce tournant.
Because everybody can feel this is the time for it.
Parce que tout le monde ressent que c'est le temps pour ça.
There was never a greater moment than now to launch such an initiative.
Il n'y a jamais eu de meilleur moment qu'en ce moment pour lancer l'initiative actuelle.
And therefore we, yes, I've got to think big, not small.
There's never been a greater moment than now to launch this initiative. Well, this is a rather long episode of Socialism Saturday tonight, guys, but we're getting through it. I think it's been a great episode. There is a little while left of this speech left to go, so we're going to finish this out. We're going to persevere. I have the last remaining remnants of my bacon beer. I hope everyone has a drink and a snack. We're going late tonight. I appreciate everyone. If you have not yet mounted the like button for me, please make sure you mount that like button. Please also make sure you are subscribed on whatever platform you are watching on. Remember, I do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. We also do streams Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. So an hour earlier, where we do watch socialism, we watch leftist training, we watch a lot of stuff. Amber Christie says, are you saying they would allow us to worship Jesus? Amber Christie, the communist in the chat literally said that they don't care what your religion is. So yeah, apparently they would. And it is a conservative bullshit talking point that they want to destroy Christianity, which I've been telling you guys for months. You had a cherry cheesecake beer? That sounds really good. I want a cherry cheesecake beer.
Voir grand.
Because the events that are going to unfold will shake the whole society from top to bottom.
Parce que les événements qui s'en viennent vont secouer la société de haut en bas.
And all we've got now is the initial tremor of that.
Mais on a juste les premiers tremblements.
And we're the only ones in the world who've understood what's happening.
Et on est les seuls au monde qui comprennent.
Hang on, I want to show you guys. So our communist friend says there are different leftists, Stalinists, Maoists, ultra-leftists. So there's the possibility we have small differences, but we think our ideas are more solid and organized. Have you guys ever interacted with the abolish the family people or the queer Marxists? Like, what do you guys think of all the gender stuff? Are you guys trying to... Here? I almost just knocked over my beer. Are you guys trying to abolish the gender binary, or are you okay with like men and women existing? Is the big question. Amber Christie, what you're implying on Rumble is that everyone should have to follow Christianity. And I hate to break it to you, girl, I'm not a Christian. I don't intend on becoming a Christian. So I don't intend on following your commandments. Look at this, the communist. We despise identity politics. It only serves to divide the working class. So this is, again, guys, and we already knew this because we knew that they were against the postmodernism stuff. So Amber Christie, not everyone is a Christian. Not everyone cares about your religion. You don't get to force your... If you are trying to force... I swear to God, the fucking conservatives are just as bad as the fucking communists. Amber Christie, I don't know why you're confused. You don't get to force Christianity on everyone. You're confused because you think that it is your right to force Christianity on everyone. I am not a Christian. Many people in my chat are not Christians. You don't get to force your religion on everyone. And when you try to force your religion on everyone, you sound a lot like them. Swear to God. Swear to God. Every time with the fucking... Again, this is why I would prefer to live in the communist utopia than the fucking Christian authoritarian utopia. Because it's like, at least in the communist utopia, I don't have to be a Christian.
Qui ont compris ce qui se passe.
That's why everybody else is wondering what the hell is going on. Why are they so happy?
Et tout le monde se demande qu'est-ce qui se passe. Pourquoi ils sont si heureux?
Why are they taking such a bold initiative?
Pourquoi ils sont aussi audacieux?
This is out of character.
Donc c'est une question de caractère.
But clearly it's now well within our character. We have changed completely.
Donc on a changé complètement de caractère.
We've cast off the old clothes and put on the new clothes.
On a enlevé nos vieux vêtements pour en mettre des nouveaux.
For the new epoch that's opened up in front of us.
Pour une nouvelle époque qui s'ouvre devant nous.
And that's why we took in Britain we were quite careful, but careful is the wrong word. We knew something was coming.
Donc, on était un peu prudent en Grande-Bretagne. C'est peut-être pas le bon mot, mais en tout cas, on savait que quelque chose s'en venait.
And we changed the nature of the paper. The paper was getting bolder and bolder. Revolution on the front page.
Donc, on a changé la nature du journal qui devenait de plus en plus ouvert, audacieux, avec des slogans révolutionnaires.
Because we wanted to connect precisely with that layer, open to these ideas.
Parce qu'on voulait connecter avec cette couche qui est ouverte à ces idées.
And then some bright comrade said, "Well, let's have a bit of a campaign. Let's have a Are you a communist campaign?"
Donc, c'est un camarade qui a eu la bonne idée. Ben, faisons une campagne. Es-tu communiste?
And when we all picked ourselves up off the floor, we said, "Yeah, what a bloody great idea."
Et donc, on a dit, ben oui, c'est une très bonne idée.
Let's test it out. Let's see the reaction.
On va l'essayer puis voir la réaction. Donc, on va l'essayer puis voir c'est quoi la réaction.
And we haven't looked back. That's precisely it. We haven't looked back. Success breeds success.
Et ce qu'on a vu, c'est que les succès entraînent d'autres succès.
And they thought, right, we have our winter school, our November school. It's not as wintry as over here.
Donc, on a notre école au mois de novembre. Ça a été la meilleure à date.
And there was going to be 1,000 people at it.
Donc, on avait 1000 personnes présentes.
So the executive committee said, "Well, what are we going to do? Shouldn't we take advantage?"
Amber Christie on Rumble is reading in the chat about Christianity. And I swear to God, conservatives seem to think that that if everyone doesn't adhere to their religious beliefs, then you're somehow stealing from them. Amber Christie, I tried to tell you this in the chat without saying it on stream to be nice, but the question you are asking has been answered multiple times now by me, by the people we're watching, by people in the chat over here, which is that no one gives a flying ass fuck if you worship Jesus. What we are saying is that you are not allowed to force your religion on us. And the fact that you are not allowed to force your religion on us is interpreted by you as stealing from you. That is no different, girl, than these people right here. So, you are not the hero in this equation. You can worship whatever fucking god you want. No one cares. The problem is when you assholes try to force everything else on us.
Ah oui, donc on allait avoir 1000 personnes à notre école en novembre, puis le comité exécutif s'est dit, ben qu'est-ce qu'on faut profiter de ça.
Shouldn't we announce a change in the name and announce a party, for Christ's sake.
Est-ce qu'on devrait annoncer un changement de nom et l'annonce d'un nouveau parti?
And there was a bit of a wobble.
Donc, on hésitait un peu.
But we thought, right, we've got to be democratic about this.
Donc, on a dit il faut être démocrate.
So we called the Central Committee together.
Donc, on a appelé le comité central.
And we explained what we wanted to do.
On a expliqué ce qu'on voulait faire.
And it was unanimous.
Et c'était unanime.
Everybody could feel it was right.
Tout le monde sentait que c'était la chose à faire.
And in the event itself, you could feel the mood was building up before we announced it. You could feel the electricity in the air.
Donc, à cette école-là, on pouvait sentir l'humeur, l'électricité dans l'air, même avant qu'on annonce tout ça.
And when we announced it, there was I think not just a sigh of relief, of ecstatic feeling that we are going to do it.
Et quand on a annoncé les changements, c'était un soupir de soulagement, mais un énorme excitation.
And come not so long ago, we published the first edition of the British Communist, 10,000 print run in order to get on the streets and make our mark.
Donc on a imprimé la première édition de The Communist, le journal britannique, à 10 000 exemplaires pour l'amener dans les rues.
We changed the nature of the paper. We wanted it as a communist workers' paper.
On a changé la nature du journal. C'est maintenant vraiment un journal communiste ouvrier.
And that would prepare the ground for the launch of the new party, the Revolutionary Communist Party, in May of this year.
Et ça prépare le terrain pour le lancement du Parti communiste révolutionnaire en mai.
So they're launching a new one in Britain too. That's great. That's just great.
And with a bit of effort, we got over 1,000 members by the time of the rally.
Donc, avec un peu d'effort, on s'est rendu à 1000 membres au moment de notre école.
And decided a target that by May, we should aim to get 1,400 copies in the organization.
Et notre objectif est d'être 1400 d'ici le mois de mai.
That by the end of the year, we should go for 2,000 members.
Et d'être 2000 d'ici la fin de l'année.
Then we should set our target for 5,000 members.
Et ensuite, l'objectif sera 5000 membres.
We think also that a fortnightly paper is now inadequate.
Et on pense aussi qu'un journal à toutes les 2 semaines, c'est inadéquat.
Events are rapidly unfolding. We need to keep up with events.
Les événements vont trop vite. Il faut être capable de garder le rythme.
And therefore, the decision is taken. Turn the microphone off.
La décision est prise. Éteignez les micros.
They actually turned the microphone off? Fuck you. Fuck you, communists! What the fuck are you hiding? Why is the microphone turned off? What the fuck is being said? This isn't fucking cool. What the fuck? When you guys are hiding shit, you don't look credible. Why did you actually turn the fucking microphone off?
16 pages every week. Full of workers' reports, full of theory, full of politics.
Donc, un extra 16 pages à chaque semaine, plein de rapports, de théories.
And a weapon that we can use to intervene in the class struggle.
Un outil pour intervenir dans la lutte des classes.
And obviously, the 5,000 is not the end.
Évidemment, 5000 membres, c'est pas la fin.
We believe we should have our eyes on the figure of 10,000 members in Britain.
On pense qu'il faut avoir nos yeux rivés sur l'objectif de 10 000 membres.
A real party that can make an impact on the class struggle in Britain.
Un vrai parti qui peut avoir un impact sur la lutte des classes en Grande-Bretagne.
Yes. And it would be my proposal when we get to that we should move towards a daily newspaper.
Et ça va être ma proposition de quand on va se rendre là d'avoir un journal quotidien.
Because why not? 10,000 members.
Parce que pourquoi pas? Avec 10 000 membres.
If bought one paper and sold another, that's 20,000 a day.
Si chacun prend un journal et en vend un, c'est 20 000 par jour.
So let's think bigger than we have done before.
Il faut penser, voir grand plus que jamais avant.
Anyway, the revolution demands it.
La révolution demande ça de nous.
So that is what we are going to do. That's what we're going to aim for.
C'est ça qu'on va faire. C'est ça doit être ça nos objectifs.
And of course, The task now is to not just to recruit the youth, but educate them, develop them, extend our areas of work.
Donc le but c'est pas juste de recruter, mais c'est aussi d'éduquer puis d'étendre nos aires de travail.
I mean, when I first joined the organization in the mid-1960s, the biggest obstacle to us was precisely the Stalinized Communist Party.
Donc quand j'ai joint l'organisation au milieu des années 60, le plus gros obstacle c'était le Parti communiste stalinisé.
It had 40,000 members, at least on paper.
Ils avaient 40 000 membres, au moins sur papier.
Quite an influence in the British Labour movement.
Ils avaient une grosse influence dans le mouvement ouvrier britannique.
Now it is completely destroyed.
Et maintenant, il est complètement détruit.
On the books, they claim 1,200 members, paper members.
Donc sur papier, ils clament avoir 1200 membres.
We've jumped over their heads.
On leur a sauté par-dessus la tête.
We are the Yes, we are the Communist Party. We are the communists.
Nous sommes le Parti communiste. Nous sommes les communistes.
And when we saw that poll, saying that in Britain, 29% of the youth were open to the ideas of communism.
Donc, quand on a vu le sondage que 29% des jeunes britanniques sont ouverts.
29% of youth in Britain are open to the ideas of communism. In America, it's 20%. Milo, thank you for the super chat. Every revolution in history is reactionary. Since the US, UK, Western countries have become fascist corporate-controlled systems, the likelihood of a reactionary communist revolution is very likely. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. We are so fucked. Denise, I appreciate you subscribing, girl, but I'm gonna ask you to stop arguing with the communist about your name. He says he doesn't know you. You have to take him at good faith. He's been good faith the entire time. Not every communist knows everything, okay? It is what it is.
Au communisme.
That equates to 4.5 million people in Britain.
Ça veut dire 4,5 millions de gens.
What a scope for the building of a party.
Quelle étendue pour notre travail.
The sky's the
Hang
limit,
on.
man.
I got another super chat from Dragon Tail. Thank you, Dragon Tail. New York Marxist School blue ref screen saying red flag over the White House. This time they turn off the mic and people refuse to believe something is about to happen. I'm dumbfounded and terrified. Yeah. But remember, guys, the good conservative influencers who have no idea any of this is happening are going to save us all. And Trump is going to fix everything. Trump is going to just solve all of these problems. Toads. Definitely. Yup. We're saying that you're winning. We're saying that we think you're going to win. We think you're being successful. We think there's nothing we can do to stop you guys because there are not enough of us. We just think your ideas are garbage and are going to lead to all of us starving.
Le ciel, c'est la limite.
We must be bold and not be held back.
We can be cordial and provide an environment where we can all talk. We don't have to hate each other or anything, but we think your ideas suck and we think we're all going to starve.
By any preconceived conservatism.
Il faut être audacieux puis pas être retenu par du conservatisme préconçu.
If now is the time for revolution,
donc si maintenant c'est l'heure de la révolution, il faut la pensée révolutionnaire.
And therefore, and incidentally, I don't think it's been raised here. The sacrifice of our comrades is second to none.
Donc, je pense pas que ça a été dit explicitement, mais le sacrifice de nos camarades n'a pas de comparaison.
Well, I mean, this is a very real reality because we're going to war, right? There's going to be several wars that pop off because this Israel shit is not ending anytime soon. That's going to be a war. The bullshit in Ukraine is still going on. You know we're going to go to war with Iran at some point. There is absolutely going to be a world war because there are powers that are greater than you guys that are going to cause that. So you guys are going to have to deal with that. You guys are going to have to deal with that as you're eliciting your Marxist revolution, bro. We're just here commentating on it. That's all it is.
Deal for the international to build resources because we want to build a world revolution.
Donc, on fait un appel après l'autre à nos camarades pour trouver les ressources pour mener la révolution mondiale.
But we wanted also a real powerful center with a building of our own.
On veut aussi notre propre centre qui nous appartient.
And therefore,
à Londres, oui.
We were pleased to announce that we finally bought a premise. I don't know what it is in Canadian dollars, but 2.4 million pounds.
Donc ça nous a coûté 2,4 milliards de livres, mais on a un centre à Londres.
So all I say is, we're in business now, boys and girls.
Donc maintenant, on est en business, les amis.
Hey, clear the road. We are coming.
Donc tassez-vous de la route, on arrive.
Toast, toast, toast. We're coming, we're coming. Not in the good way. Look at that crowd. More engaged than CPAC, I'll tell you that. I've been to CPAC twice. That's an entire fucking gymnasium.
Je suis ému.
I'm emotional.
Merci à tous les camarades.
I am too.
Merci à tous les camarades de l'Internationale communiste révolutionnaire.
Thanks to all the comrades of the Revolutionary Communist International.
OK. Nous allons maintenant passer aux remarques de clôture de cette école.
So now it's time for the closing remarks of the school.
Juste deux petits trucs à vous dire rapidement.
Just two quick things.
Notre stand de littérature va être ouvert juste un petit peu après la fin de tout ça.
The literature stalls will be open just a little bit after the end.
Je veux dire pour quelques minutes.
So for a few minutes.
Donc si vous n'avez pas acheté la nouvelle biographie de Lénine.
Yeah. This is a good question. So to the communist in the chat, do you guys intend to like I mean, obviously like we're being nice right now because there's no reason to be rude, there's no reason to be adversarial, but like are you going to take me out back and shoot me when you have your revolution? Is that the plan? Cuz I don't want to live in communism. Now I would prefer you guys to the fucking Christian authoritarians, but like are you going to take me out back and shoot me? What is your plan for people like me? What is your plan for people like us? Are you just going to force us to assimilate? Are we going to go to a gulag? What is it going to be? Are we going to be are we going to be assigned to work in like the salt mine? Like what is your plan for people who are not on board with the communist revolution but like and actively, I mean, if I can fucking foil you guys in any way I can, I'm going to do it. You guys understand that, right? Like I don't really have any power to do anything, but do you know what they did with the emperor? Well, I mean, they shot him, right? What did they do? Are we all getting shot? Can you just be upfront and tell us? What are your plans for people like us? Because like how I have it visioned is like I'm gonna well no you can just be honest. We have given you a fucking platform. You can just be fucking honest. What are your plans for people who oppose the communist revolution? Are we getting shot? Are we getting put in the gulag? Be upfront, bro. We've been good to you. We provided you a platform. We've treated you well. We've allowed you to be here. So you put him in basically a prison and didn't allow him to talk to anyone. Okay, got it. So you're not really for everyone. You're going to imprison people who disagree with you, is what you're saying. You're going to imprison people who disagree with you. Got it.
So if you have not yet bought the new biography of Lenin,
Je vous encourage vraiment à le faire.
you should definitely do it.
Ce n'est pas un livre d'histoire académique.
It's not an academic textbook.
C'est un manuel pour la construction du Parti communiste révolutionnaire.
It's a manual for the building of the Revolutionary Party.
Et finalement, deuxième annonce.
And second of all,
après la conclusion de Joël,
after Joel's conclusion,
je vous invite tous à rester. On va avoir un social communiste dans la cafétéria comme hier.
I appeal to you to stay. We'll have a communist social in the cafeteria.
Et c'est le temps de partager nos idées pour répandre ce mouvement-là, répandre notre...
So you think that sending out a vote on who lives and who dies is fair? So you believe in the tyranny of the majority? You think that everyone gets to vote on who lives and who dies, and you think that that's not going to go horribly wrong? That kind of sounds like a death cult, bro. How does that typically work out for people? Oh, people have bloodlust. Oh, I got it. Yep.
Nouveau parti.
It's a great time to share ideas on how we can spread the new Revolutionary Communist Party.
Et de nous organiser.
And to organize.
Merci. Alors maintenant, je vais laisser la parole à Joël pour conclure.
So Joel, take it away.
Thank you, Dawning Day, for the $10 over on Rumble. I really want to know who will be directing the collective. That's a good question. Who will be directing the collective? Who gets to decide? Who gets to be in the inner party? How do you guys decide? How are you guys organizing? Is it by locality? Are there even going to be states anymore?
Well, how in God's name am I supposed to wrap this up?
Non, comment diable est-ce que je peux conclure?
You can't prepare for this.
C'est impossible de se préparer pour ça.
I guess I'm going to start. There was a few questions.
Je vais commencer par les quelques questions qu'on a reçues.
Yes, so someone asked a question about if we're making a party, does that mean we're going to engage in electoral politics?
Quelqu'un a demandé si en
No, they're
construisant un
not.
parti, on
No,
va participer aux élections.
The party is not designed to engage in electoral politics. What the party is designed to do is be the organizers of the revolution. You guys understand this, right? They're launching political parties that like they're calling political parties, but they're not actually to engage in electoral politics because that's not going to go anywhere and it's not going to actually elicit their revolution. And we're going to listen to what this guy has to say. But the reason they're launching political parties is to be the organizers of the violent overthrow of all the different governments. That's what it is.
This person is maybe smart and said, if not, what is a party?
Et cette personne-là se demande peut-être si la réponse est non, ben c'est quoi un parti?
So yeah, I mean, we're not here to debate semantics.
On n'est pas ici pour faire un débat sémantique.
But if you want to understand this, I think the best way to understand this is.
Mais donc, si on veut comprendre, la meilleure façon, c'est
is to understand the broad perspective of what has happened over the last, number of decades, actually.
C'est de comprendre la perspective, d'avoir une perspective sur ce qui s'est passé dans les dernières décennies.
Especially in the Western world.
Particulièrement en Occident.
It's not exactly been easy to be a communist party.
Ça n'a pas été particulièrement facile d'être un parti communiste.
Because of the post-war boom.
À cause du boom d'après-guerre.
Capitalism had a new lease on life.
Le capitalisme a eu une deuxième vie.
All the things that the Marxists, that the communists would say seemed to not be
true.
He's
not answering the question.
Tout ce que les communistes disaient semblait pas vrai.
For a long period of time.
Pendant une longue période.
And that required a certain strategy.
Et ça demandait donc une certaine stratégie.
And it definitely wasn't, we're a communist party, join us, yeah!
Et la stratégie était pas, nous sommes un parti communiste, joignez-vous à nous. Woo!
That didn't really work.
Ça marchait pas la plupart du temps.
Of course, things have changed.
Mais les choses ont changé.
So yeah, we had a different strategy. We were a tendency in the labor movement.
Donc on était généralement présenté comme une tendance dans le mouvement ouvrier.
You didn't have this big communist layer that you could just openly connect with.
Donc il y avait pas cette couche de communistes avec qui on pouvait ouvertement dialoguer.
I was like that. I met the organization. I was a member of the NDP.
Quand j'ai rencontré l'organisation, j'étais un membre du NPD.
Believe it or not, that was a thing that young people did when you wanted to change the world.
Croyez-le ou non, c'est ça que les jeunes faisaient quand ils voulaient changer le monde.
You would join the NDP.
Tu rejoignais le NPD.
And yeah, at the time you would meet some Marxists and I liked what they had to say.
Et j'ai rencontré les marxistes et j'appréciais ce qu'ils disaient.
But now the situation has fundamentally changed.
Et maintenant la situation a complètement changé.
And I think when you think communist, what's the next word that you think of?
Et maintenant quand on pense au mot communiste, c'est quoi le mot qui suit?
If you're a communist, you think party, right?
Si on parle,
It's the manifesto of the Communist Party.
Donc ça s'appelle après tout le manifeste du Parti communiste.
So the party by calling ourselves a party, it's a declaration. We are something you can join.
Donc s'appeler parti, c'est une déclaration qui dit on est quelque chose que vous pouvez rejoindre.
We are something you can build.
On est quelque chose que vous pouvez construire.
To help us overthrow capitalism.
Pour nous aider à renverser le
And it's
capitalisme.
a bold appeal to that big layer of the population.
So to be really clear, the goal of the Revolutionary Communist Party of America and of Canada and of Sweden and of Switzerland and of the United Kingdom and wherever else they're launching these new communist parties, the goal of these parties is not to engage in electoral politics. The goal of these parties is to overthrow capitalism. That is the entire point of the party. And they are not going to overthrow capitalism by engaging in electoral politics. That is not the goal. The reason they are launching these parties is to give people something to join that is going to allow them to overthrow capitalism. This is not about politics. This is about revolution. The political parties are designed to coordinate the revolution.
C'est un appel ouvert à cette grosse couche de la population.
And in relation to elections,
et en ce qui concerne les élections,
so we are not an electoral party.
On n'est pas un parti électoral.
This parliament is not our parliament.
Ce parlement, c'est pas notre parlement.
It's their parliament.
C'est leur parlement.
In Quebec, they call the parliament the maison du peuple.
Au Québec, ils appellent le parlement la maison du peuple.
The house of the people. We respectfully disagree with that.
En tout respect, on n'est pas d'accord.
It is the house of some people.
C'est la maison de certaines personnes, d'un certain certaine partie du peuple. D'une petite couche du peuple.
If you ever watched the proceedings of the parliament,
si vous regardez les sessions parlementaires,
I mean, nobody does that for very long.
Personne ne fait ça très longtemps.
It's very boring.
C'est très ennuyeux.
They don't pass any laws in favor of you.
Ils passent pas des lois en votre faveur.
It's not our parliament.
C'est pas notre parlement.
If you were in the session on the state,
si vous étiez à la séance sur l'État,
you'll know this is a bourgeois dictatorship.
C'est une dictature bourgeoise.
You can have the bourgeoisie dictate what happens.
C'est la bourgeoisie qui dicte ce qui se passe.
It's not an open military dictatorship.
C'est pas une dictature militaire ouverte.
They dictate nonetheless through the channels of the parliament.
Mais ils dictent à travers le Parlement.
They make all of the major decisions are actually made outside of the parliament in the boardroom.
Et toutes les principales décisions se font à l'extérieur du Parlement, sur les conseils d'administration.
So it's a long-winded way of me responding to the question.
Donc j'ai pris un gros détour pour répondre à la question.
We aren't these types of people that boycott everything that exists.
On n'est pas non plus le type de gens qui boycottent tout ce qui existe.
We do believe in flexibility of tactics.
On croit à la flexibilité des tactiques.
And then there probably will be a time in which we would maybe run a candidate for something.
Et il y aura probablement un temps où on va peut-être présenter un candidat.
But it wouldn't be because we think we're gonna win a seat and pass a law.
Mais c'est pas parce qu'on va se dire oui, on va obtenir un siège et faire passer une loi quelconque.
We have absolutely no faith in that. We have no illusions in
On n'a
this.
aucune confiance, aucune illusion là-dedans.
At one point, we might attempt a tactic like that.
À un certain point, ça se peut qu'on utilise cette tactique.
It would be to expose it. It would be to expose the whole situation.
Ce serait en vue d'exposer, de démasquer le Parlement et la situation.
So I guess the answer is no, we're not.
Donc
we're not an electoral party.
La réponse est non, on n'est pas un parti électoral.
We aim to build a revolutionary party, a
On veut
party of the
construire
streets,
un parti révolutionnaire, un parti de la rue,
a party of the workplace,
un parti des milieux de travail,
a party of the schools,
un parti des écoles,
a mass party, people that are active day in, day out, not once every 4 years.
un parti de masse de gens qui sont impliqués jour après jour et pas une fois aux 4 ans.
Yeah, so linked to this, someone asked, does this mean we'll make links with other communist groups?
Et il y a quelqu'un qui a aussi posé la question, est-ce que ça veut dire qu'on va essayer de tisser des liens avec d'autres groupes communistes?
I guess this, in my opinion, this is a concrete question.
À mon avis, c'est une question concrète.
What communist groups?
Quel groupe communiste?
Like,
how do you guys plan to deal with it when the queer Marxists try to co-opt you guys? Because you know, right, that the queer Marxists are running around co-opting everything. The queer Marxists have co-opted multiple political activist movements. The queer Marxists right now are co-opting the Catholic fucking Church. So it seems as though co-opting the Communist Party, the Revolutionary Communist Party of whatever, wouldn't be that big of a threat to them because they are currently co-opting the Catholic Church. So how exactly do you guys plan to deal with the queer Marxists? Because you guys don't like the queer Marxists.
As far as I'm aware, there really aren't any in Canada.
À ma connaissance, il n'y en a pas vraiment au Canada.
Or they're extremely tiny.
Ils sont extrêmement minuscules.
And totally irrelevant.
Et n'ont pas de pertinence.
And they are that way for a reason.
Et ils sont comme ça pour une raison.
So I don't think there's any interest in tying ourselves to a small group of people that have failed.
Et je pense pas qu'il y a d'intérêt à s'associer à des petits groupes qui ont échoué.
And that's unfortunately the situation with there's a graveyard of failed Marxist organizations.
Et il y a un cimetière géant d'organisations marxistes qui ont échoué.
And like I said, you put your ideas in practice, they don't work. That says something.
Et si tu mets tes idées en pratique et que ça marche pas, mais ça prouve quelque chose.
But again, we're in favor. We're not opposed to unity.
Mais encore une fois, on n'est pas opposé à l'unité.
Next time, bring some of your friends with you. You don't have to answer all the questions, bro. We're starting to wrap up here. We only got 15 minutes left. You don't have to answer everything. Next time, bring some friends. We will have a conversation with you. I will put as many people on stream as you guys want me to put on stream. People can come and join me. They can turn their camera on. They don't have to. They can remain anonymous if they want. Come bring your friends. We will talk to you. We will ask you lots and lots of questions. We want to know what you guys think. For real, not like bullshit.
Situations, it makes sense.
Et dans certaines situations, ça aura du sens.
But it has to be a principled unity. It's a concrete question.
Ça doit être une unité basée sur des principes. C'est une question concrète.
Who are we uniting with on what basis?
On s'unit avec qui et sur quelle base?
Yeah, someone asked about relationship to the student movement.
Quelqu'un a posé une question au sujet de notre relation avec le mouvement étudiant.
So yeah, I think this new party.
Je pense que ce nouveau parti.
We need, not just in the student movement, I think it applies to any movement.
Et ce que je m'en vais dire s'applique pas juste au mouvement étudiant, mais à tous les mouvements.
Yeah, like the Palestinian movement.
Comme le mouvement palestinien.
We need to be the most steadfast fighters.
Il faut être les militants les plus dévoués.
The ones that don't bend, that don't back down.
Ceux qui ne capitulent pas.
That bring a bold revolutionary perspective.
Ceux qui amènent une perspective révolutionnaire audacieuse.
Which maybe most people don't understand right away.
Et peut-être que la plupart des gens le comprennent pas immédiatement.
I find this with the Palestinian movement.
Je remarque ça dans le mouvement palestinien.
Some of the things we said at the beginning of the movement.
Des choses qu'on disait au début du mouvement.
No trust in the UN.
Aucune confiance dans l'ONU.
Yeah, no trust in the bourgeois governments.
Aucune confiance dans les gouvernements bourgeois.
Yeah, no faith in the imperialist governments.
Et aucune confiance dans les gouvernements impérialistes.
People have learned the hard way over time and starting to listen to what we're saying.
Beaucoup de gens ont appris à la dure ces leçons-là et commencent à écouter.
Yeah, so we need, in relation to the student movement, we need to be the communists of the student movement.
Et dans le mouvement étudiant, ce qu'on doit être, c'est les communistes du mouvement étudiant.
And on every burning issue that students face, we are the ones with a revolutionary solution to that
Et sur
issue.
chaque enjeu
Well,
brûlant
God
du
knows
mouvement,
no one
on
else
a
is gonna
une
do
réponse
it.
communiste.
Yeah, and I think the Canadian student movement is in quite a sorry state.
Et le mouvement étudiant canadien est dans un état assez piteux.
But I believe there is a layer of students that are upset and they want to do something.
Mais il y a une couche d'étudiants qui est fâchée et qui veut faire quelque chose.
And we can reach them.
Et on peut les atteindre.
Also related to the question of the party, someone asked, could changing the name to the RCP PCR confuse us with the old Maoist group?
Et il y a quelqu'un qui a posé la question, est-ce que changer de nom vers le PCR RCP, ça pourrait faire qu'on soit confondu avec les ex-maoïstes, ou les ex-groupes maoïstes plutôt.
For those of you who don't know, there was a Maoist group called the Revolutionary Communist Party.
Pour ceux d'entre vous qui ne le savent pas, il y avait un groupe maoïste qui s'appelait le PCR.
For like, was it 15 years or something like that?
Donc quelque chose comme 15 ans, pendant 15 ans.
2 years ago, they dissolved themselves.
Et il y a 2 ans, ils se sont dissous.
Okay, yeah. So, but also they were I don't have time to get into it. They were an extremely sectarian group.
J'ai pas le temps pour les détails, mais c'est un groupe extrêmement sectaire.
That spend most of their time denouncing everybody else.
Qui passait le plus clair de leur temps à dénoncer les autres.
And engaging in adventurous tactics, battles with the police,
et avec
all
des
sorts of
tactiques aventuristes, des batailles avec la police, etc.
Yeah, and they destroyed themselves.
Ils se sont détruits.
And most people don't know about them.
Et la plupart des gens ne connaissent rien à cette histoire.
The layer that we're reaching have no idea who that is.
Et la couche qu'on vise a aucune idée de toute cette histoire.
I think anybody who thinks, "Oh, are you like the Maoist group?" I mean, I would be worried about that person actually.
Et si quelqu'un nous demande, est-ce que c'est vous les maoïstes, je serais suspicieux en fait.
Yeah, I don't know, where are you coming from?
Donc, tu t'en vas où avec ça?
So I'm not really worried about being confused with it. I think most people have no idea what that was.
Donc, je suis pas particulièrement inquiet d'être confondu avec ce groupe. Et, la plupart des gens savent pas qui ils étaient.
They dissolved themselves over 2 years ago.
Et ils se sont dissous de toute façon.
Yeah, and I think the name, it's a good name.
Mais c'est un beau nom, c'est un bon nom.
It says everything we're about.
Ça dit tout.
Am I crazy to think that Mao was inspired by Lenin? Am I crazy to think Mao was inspired by Lenin? Rottweiler, I'm looking at you. Am I crazy? Am I making that up? Did I read that somewhere?
It also has the benefit of distinguishing us from the Canadian Communist Party.
Et ça a aussi le bénéfice de nous distinguer clairement du Parti communiste canadien.
Which are basically a parliamentary reformist outfit.
Qui sont essentiellement une formation parlementaire réformiste.
Yeah, so we don't want to be associated with that.
Et on veut pas être associé à ça.
Yeah, so I think we can take
this
name
that's
in
what
our
I
hands
thought.
We can be the.
That's what I thought. That Mao was inspired by Lenin, and these guys are Leninists. So why are they dismissing the concerns about Mao? How many people died under Mao's Cultural Revolution? Anyone want to remind me? How many people died under Mao's Cultural Revolution in China? Many due to starvation, but others due to other things. Maybe we should have our new communist friends talk to Lily Tang Williams or Z Van Fleet. I am positive. Actually, I know this for a fact. I am positive that I could coordinate a talk with Z Van Fleet and Lily Tang Williams, both of whom grew up in Maoist China during the Cultural Revolution. And our new communist friends. Communists, would you like to talk to people who grew up during Mao's Cultural Revolution just to see what they experienced? Would you like to talk to them about that? Would you like to explain your ideas to that? Because I'm sure they would do it. They would be very polite. They're very nice ladies. Like, would you guys be open to talking to actual people who were in Mao's actual revolution?
The communists in Canada.
Et donc, on peut prendre ce nom-là à deux mains et être les communistes du Canada.
Actually, I think we're lucky. We're in a good situation.
Et on est chanceux, on est dans une bonne situation.
In Canada, like I said, what communists? There are no communists.
Donc, quels communistes au Canada? Il n'y en a pas.
Everyone's fallen apart. It's actually quite amazing.
Ils se sont tous effondrés, ce qui est fascinant.
That at this moment, when capitalism is more bankrupt than ever,
que précisément au moment où le capitalisme est plus pourri que jamais,
when capitalist society is tearing itself apart,
où la société capitaliste se déchire,
all the Marxist groups collapse.
Tous les groupes marxistes s'effondrent.
But why is that?
Mais pourquoi c'est le cas?
Because all these groups, in one way or another,
parce que tous ces groupes, d'une façon ou d'une autre,
and this is directly related to Lenin's battle.
Et c'est directement lié à la lutte que menait Lénine.
Yeah, ideological principle.
C'est la question des principes idéologiques.
The ideas of Marxism are the memory of the working class.
Que les idées du marxisme sont la mémoire de la classe ouvrière.
From the height of the revolutionary struggles of the workers.
Qui proviennent de la lutte révolutionnaire des travailleurs.
We have maintained that tradition in our international.
On a maintenu cette tradition dans notre international.
A lot of other groups, in one way or another, adapted themselves.
Et les autres groupes, d'une manière ou d'une autre, se sont adaptés.
Abandoned the ideas.
Et ont abandonné les idées.
Capitulated to reformism, opportunism, identity politics.
Ont capitulé au réformisme, à l'opportunisme, aux politiques identitaires.
And as soon as and that was of the past period.
Et ça, c'était dans la période passée.
Before the crisis.
Même avant la crise.
Before there was this radicalization.
Avant cette radicalisation.
They were trying to win people in an opportunist basis in a non-revolutionary period.
Ils tentaient de gagner des gens sur une base opportuniste dans une période non révolutionnaire.
Hey, I'm gonna ask you a really pointy question. Just cause I'm curious, and I've had too much beer, and so it's gonna, like, we're rounding out the stream. You're here. We might as well ask all the questions we have. How do I say this without getting banned on YouTube? How do you guys feel about the Jews? Like, in general? Like, what are your feelings? Do you have any ideas? Like, it doesn't need to be Israel specific. I'm just asking. Like, how do you guys feel about them?
Révolutionnaire.
So then when the situation shifts,
et donc quand la situation a changé,
they don't have the ideas.
Ils ont plus les idées.
They can't win people.
Ils peuvent pas
Or
gagner
they
les
win
gens.
the wrong people.
Ou ils gagnent les mauvaises personnes.
And they collapse or split into a million pieces.
Ou ils s'effondrent et scissionnent dans des millions de...
Just in general, because I've heard, yeah, what could possibly go wrong? I have heard that some people would say that you guys are useful idiots of, well, a giant conspiracy. Now, I'm not saying I believe that, because obviously I don't believe that. I'm just curious because Marx didn't... Am I correct in saying that Marx didn't really like the Jews? Because we did a whole stream on Marx's On the Jewish Question, and Marx didn't really seem to like the Jews. So I'm just asking, in general, what your opinions are. Like, maybe Trotsky, for instance. Trotsky, it does sound it like, how about Trotsky? I mean, Bot, I'm definitely not asking this. I'm not asking this. Well, this is kind of what I'm asking you. I just want to know what your reaction is. You know, all the and I'm not saying I believe this, because I actually have been presented no evidence that this is the truth. This is the God. Like, I'm not saying I believe this, because I actually don't believe this. I think that Marx hated the Jews, because I've seen Marx's On the Jewish Question, and it really does seem like Marx didn't like the Jews all that much.
Direction.
This is
okay. So basically, you think this is all a Nazi conspiracy theory? All right, fair enough. That's the best answer I can give. It's a Nazi conspiracy theory. All right, fine. Appreciate it.
What we've seen to group after group after group, not just in Canada, but around the world.
C'est ce qu'on a vu avec un groupe après l'autre, pas juste au Canada, mais partout.
So on the surface, it can seem surprising. Why are all the revolutionary groups collapsing when revolution is on the agenda?
Mais à première vue, ça peut avoir l'air surprenant de voir ça.
But like, if we look at the Frankfurt School, right? Wasn't the Frankfurt School made up of like? Weren't there like a lot of Jews in the Frankfurt School? Am I making that up?
They adapted themselves to opportunism.
Mais c'est parce qu'ils se sont adaptés à l'opportunisme.
So yeah, I think those are all the main questions. I think those are all the questions that I had.
Donc ça, c'est les seules questions qu'on a reçues.
So yeah, I just want to say a few final words.
Donc je veux juste terminer avec quelques remarques.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when we started this school.
All right, maybe I'm making that up.
École,
I think there was
maybe
like a
I'm
dozen
making
of
it up.
us.
Donc il y avait 12 participants.
We were sitting on some couches at Concordia QPerg.
Donc on était assis sur des sofas à Concordia au local de QPerg.
I think we probably could have got a room, but we didn't need a room actually.
Like I said, to be very clear, I don't actually believe any of that stuff because I actually have not been presented evidence that any of that is real. I was just wondering, since we had a communist here, we might as well ask them if they were part of a massive worldwide Jewish conspiracy theory. You know?
Je pense qu'on aurait pu louer une salle, mais on n'avait pas besoin d'une salle.
And I know it's kind of a cliché, like we always say, like, oh, we have the ideas.
Donc c'est un peu cliché, on dit toujours ça, ah oui, on a les idées.
But that's literally all we had.
Mais c'était littéralement tout ce qu'on avait.
There was no reason to join us other than that.
Il n'y avait pas de raison de nous rejoindre autre que les idées.
Yeah, we were a bunch of losers.
On était une gang de losers.
There wasn't very many
of us. Rottweiler, that's
beaucoup.
what I said.
You were joining something that would probably fail, you know.
Tu rejoignais quelque chose qui allait probablement échouer.
Well, we knew it wasn't going to fail.
Mais nous, on savait que ça allait pas échouer.
But yeah, all we had the ideas.
Tout ce qu'on avait, c'était les idées.
And yes, with the ideas, people came.
Et avec les idées, les gens sont venus.
Because people want ideas, they want good ideas, they want correct ideas, they want answers.
Parce que les gens veulent des idées, les bonnes idées, et veulent des réponses.
And that's how we've built this fantastic school.
Et c'est comme ça qu'on a construit cette fantastique école.
And yeah, it's very hard to wrap this up.
C'est vraiment difficile de conclure.
I'm not the most, if you know me, I'm not the most emotional person.
Et si vous me connaissez, je suis pas la personne la plus émotive.
I have very highly developed emotional repression mechanisms.
J'ai des principes de répression émotive très développés.
This shit's hard to keep down.
Mais c'est difficile à garder en moi en ce moment.
When I joined the organization, I think there was 20 members.
Quand j'ai joint l'organisation, on était 20 membres.
And this is something else.
C'est quelque chose d'autre qu'on voit maintenant.
Yeah, so coming to a close.
Why did they
here,
edit that? Why did they edit that?
We are at a fundamental turning point in world history.
Nous sommes à un tournant dans l'histoire mondiale.
And we need to meet that process head on.
Et il faut faire face à ce processus les yeux ouverts.
And I'm not just talking in the last few decades.
Et je parle pas seulement des dernières décennies.
Class society has existed for thousands of years.
La société de classe existe depuis des milliers d'années.
And since the first slave was thrown into bondage,
et depuis que le premier esclave a été mis en esclavage,
since the first peasant was chained to the land,
depuis le premier paysan enchaîné à sa terre,
since the first workers were forced to work or starve,
depuis les premiers ouvriers qui étaient forcés de travailler ou crever de faim,
our class,
notre classe,
the laboring class,
les classes laborieuses,
has always fought back.
La classe laborieuse a toujours riposté.
And there's a long history of class struggle going back all the way to ancient societies.
Une longue histoire de lutte de classe qui remonte aux sociétés antiques.
As Marx famously said,
comme Marx l'a dit,
the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggle.
L'histoire de toute société jusqu'à nos jours a été l'histoire de la lutte de classe.
Now, up until now,
donc jusqu'à présent,
every single revolution,
chaque révolution,
would simply lead in, as Marx described,
menait, comme Marx l'expliquait,
the revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or the common ruin of the contending classes.
Donc, qui menait à une révolution sociale entière ou à la ruine commune des classes en lutte.
And due to the conditions prior to capitalism,
et dû aux conditions d'avant le capitalisme,
the laboring class could never take power.
La classe laborieuse ne pouvait pas prendre le pouvoir.
So history is littered with revolutions in which another new ruling class comes.
L'histoire est parsemée de révolutions qui mènent juste à ce qu'une nouvelle classe dirigeante prenne le pouvoir.
The most famous of which is the great bourgeois revolutions.
Les plus célèbres, c'est les grandes révolutions bourgeoises.
Which were real, genuine mass revolutions.
Qui étaient des révolutions de masse authentiques.
Like the English Revolution or the French Revolution.
Comme la Révolution anglaise, la Révolution française.
But it just saw a new class come to power.
Mais qui voyait seulement à chaque fois une nouvelle classe dirigeante qui prend le pouvoir.
But there has been a fundamental change in the situation.
Mais il y a eu un changement fondamental dans la situation.
The proletariat is the vast majority of society.
Le prolétariat est la vaste majorité de la société.
And due to the role that the workers play in production.
Et à cause du rôle que les travailleurs jouent dans la production.
And due to the level of development,
dû au niveau de développement,
we have for the first time in history,
on a pour la première fois dans l'histoire,
we have the possibility,
on a la possibilité,
for the laboring class to win,
pour la classe laborieuse de gagner,
and not simply defeat the old order,
et pas seulement défaire l'ordre existant,
but create a new order,
mais de créer un nouvel ordre.
Now, Marx isn't the one who invented communism.
Donc Marx c'est pas l'inventeur du communisme.
The idea of communism,
l'idée du communisme,
even a sort of naive communism,
même un communisme naïf,
has existed for thousands of years.
Existe depuis des milliers d'années.
Because that inevitably comes from the struggle of the oppressed class.
Parce que ça ressort inévitablement de la lutte des classes opprimées.
And comrades should study that history.
Et les camarades devraient étudier cette histoire.
But we should know that we are at a fundamental turning point.
Mais il faut comprendre qu'on est à un tournant fondamental.
And this is the end of a long historical process.
Et c'est la fin d'un long processus historique.
It's the end of something.
In which we can,
dans lequel on peut,
establish communism,
établir le communisme
in our lifetimes.
De notre vivant.
So I think that is what we are trying to achieve.
C'est ça qu'on essaie d'accomplir.
It is, I think, if you're going to dedicate your life to something,
si vous allez consacrer votre vie à quelque chose,
what could possibly even compare?
Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose de comparable à ça?
We are fighting for the emancipation of the human race.
On lutte pour l'émancipation de la race humaine.
After thousands and thousands of years of class society,
après des milliers d'années de société de classe,
and the capitalist oppression,
d'oppression capitaliste.
Yeah, so we are dedicating ourselves to that.
On se dédie entièrement à ça.
Yeah, and we are building the forces of communism today.
Et on lutte pour bâtir les forces du communisme aujourd'hui.
Yes. And in Canada,
au Canada,
it's kind of a funny country.
C'est un drôle de pays.
It's not a long history of revolution.
Donc il y a pas une longue histoire de révolution.
I mean, the last revolution was in 1972.
La dernière révolution c'était en 1972.
And no offense to English Canadians, that was a Québécois thing.
Et pas d'offense envers nos camarades anglo-canadiens, mais c'était au Québec.
You have to go back to 1919 to see anything like that in English Canada.
Il faut remonter à 1919 pour voir quoi que ce soit de tel au Canada anglais.
But this is all changing. I think the events in the future,
mais tout ça est en train de changer et les événements de l'avenir
are going to make 1919 look like a tiny strike.
Vont faire paraître les événements de 1919 comme une toute petite grève.
And 1972 to look like a misunderstanding.
Et 1972 va avoir l'air d'une incompréhension, d'un malentendu.
So yeah, let's meet those events head on.
Donc il faut aller au devant de ces événements-là.
Let's prepare for those events.
Se préparer aux événements.
Let's build the Revolutionary Communist Party in Canada.
Construisons le Parti communiste révolutionnaire au Canada.
Let's overthrow this rotten system.
Renversons ce système pourri.
That has brought misery.
Qui a amené la misère.
To indigenous people.
Aux peuples autochtones.
to workers,
aux travailleurs,
to immigrants,
aux immigrants,
to Québécois,
aux Québécois,
to everyone,
à tout le monde,
except for a tiny minority at the top.
sauf une toute petite minorité au sommet.
They've lost their reason to rule.
Ils ont perdu leur raison de diriger.
Let's take it from them.
Il faut le prendre de leurs mains.
Thank you, comrades.
Merci, camarades.
Well, comrades, we have reached the end of the revolution for this evening. My communist friend asked, you have a podcast where you talk about this stuff to others? This basically is the podcast, bro. But if you want more stuff from me, you can head over to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You can see it right here, where I got a whole article about you guys. I got you guys clipped. I'm working on more stuff too. And but I will say this, communists, our biggest enemy right now isn't you, because you know what? Listen. When the communists win and when the communists have their revolution, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, good game, bro. Good game. And I actually mean that. Good game, communists. Because when the communists win, it will be because they did the work. They did what was required for their revolution. Now, I don't agree with their ideas. I think their ideas suck. We're going to fight for a little while, but like we can be cordial with each other and stuff. We don't actually need to be dicks to each other. There's no point in that. You have your ideas. I have my ideas. And, you know, it's going to level out to where it levels out. But ultimately, I think the communists are going to win. And so basically the function of all this stuff right now is to prepare us for the incoming communist utopia. Because God knows conservatives aren't doing shit about it. And in the meantime, what we are going to focus on is basically being dicks to conservatives. I'm going to leave the communists alone because I don't think there's really anything I can do to stop them. But what I can do is harangue conservative influencers to within an inch of their fucking sanity until they start talking about this. So that's going to be what we're going to do for a little while. If you guys want to help me harangue conservative influencers to within an inch of their sanity, I have 5 things that you can do in this article to help do that. And I will coordinate this stuff. I will be the public bearer of responsibility for this stuff. I will take all of the grief that is going to be taken for haranguing James Lindsay to within an inch of his fucking sanity until he starts saying the word capitalism. I'll do all that. We'll fight with the conservatives, okay? Let's see. Our communist friend says, if I hear about an event, I'll try. I am in New Hampshire, but I will travel anywhere, to be honest. I'm not kidding when I say I really do want to go to your guys' Marxist school. I've wanted to go for a while, but you may have known, I don't know if you know this, I've gone undercover at like multiple of your events, including I went undercover at the Socialism conference in Chicago back in September. And they tried to preemptively ban me, but I still recorded this shit. So I would really like to go to a Marxist school event, and my preference would be that like it's above board. I really am not going to be disruptive. I'm really just going to go and listen to what you guys have to say. And if we can coordinate that and be civil, and I can just talk about what you guys are saying, I would be cool with that. You guys don't seem insane. So fine. Whatever. Anyway, guys, tomorrow we will be having movie night in the supporter Discord. I don't know what we're watching, but if you want to join the supporter Discord, what's going to happen is tomorrow I'm going to send out a newsletter that looks a little bit like this. It's not this newsletter because that was last week's newsletter. It's not this week's newsletter. This week's newsletter will be coming out tomorrow. It will have the Zoom call links that we do 2 Zoom calls every single week that are private, that are unrecorded. You can come and join us for a private unrecorded Zoom call on Monday or Wednesday. You can join us for movie night in the supporter Discord tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time. We do movie trivia. We hang out. We have a propaganda project going on in the supporter Discord right now. You can get involved with that. You also get a 10% off discount in the Unwoke Art merch store. And as a reminder, I do have the, of course, we have the 4 goals of the woke left merch that is up right now, but we do have a new Plague Doctor design in the Unwoke Art merch store that's pretty fucking cool, if I do say so myself. So if you want to pick up some merch and wear a cool t-shirt in which you are pushing back on the communist revolution, that'd be pretty rad. Capitalism is awesome, man. I want to keep capitalism for as long as possible. But whatever. Anyway, I'm going to go hang out with my husband and bemoan our entire future. But I will be back tomorrow. No, I won't be back tomorrow. I don't stream on Sundays. I will be back on Monday at 5 p.m. But I will see you guys in the supporter Discord tomorrow night for movie night. Take care. Have a good one. Thank you, communists, for hanging out. We appreciate you. We'll see you guys soon.